Tonight, the ABC Election Centre in Brisbane will bring together results from across the state, from the dense inner-city urban areas around us here in South Bank to the vast regional electorates in the state's outer reaches, to determine who will govern Queensland for the next 3 years. And with a big swing on the cards, which of the current crop of MPs will be left? Now, tonight's coverage is available everywhere that counts, online, on mobile, on local radio with Steve Austin and the local radio team. And of course, on ABC TV and ABC News 24, where I'm joined by two of the sharpest number crunchers in Queensland politics, former Federal Treasurer Wayne Swan and current State Treasurer Tim Nichols.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. I'll be talking to candidates in key electorates across the state to keep you up to date with the latest results and trends. And to complete the coverage tonight, Australia's most respected election analyst, the ABC's Anthony Green.
Well, 2012 delivered the most lopsided parliament in Australian political history. This time in 2015, there's going to be a big correction. The question is, how big will that correction be? Can the Labor Party get close to winning the election, or will the LNP be returned? But the key thing in this election is, of course, despite the swing for change of government being 12% in the Premier's own seat of Ashgrove, it's only 6%. Will the government be returned, but the Premier find himself out in the cold?
It promises to be a night of high drama. Stay with us. This is Queensland Votes. Right, let's get straight into it and cross to Karina Carvalho, who's in the electorate of Ashgrove, keeping tabs on Labor's Kate Jones.
Matt, Ashgrove is facing the prospect of a historic result tonight. The Premier could lose his seat, the first time that's happened in a century. And the person to unseat him is ALP's Kate Jones, the very person that Campbell Newman beat in 2012 to win the seat of Ashgrove. And Kate Jones joins me now. Thank you so much for your time tonight. How do you rate your chances?
Look, Karina, I'm obviously very encouraged I've seen today, but this has been a strong grassroots campaign over many months, and I've been very heartened by the support on the ground.
Surely you're confident though, given the latest published polls, the Galaxy poll this morning, you on 55% and Campbell Newman on 45% two-party preferred.
Look, as you just mentioned, I went through a very tough campaign 3 years ago, so for me, I don't think I'll believe the results until I see them.
What about your constituents here in Ashgrove? If Campbell Newman loses this seat, if you win, he says that the LNP won't follow through on its commitments in seats that the LNP doesn't win. What does that mean for your constituents?
Well, that's been unprecedented in recent times, and I think that really a local member should always be standing up for their community and ensuring that any government keeps their promises.
And what about Labor's chances tonight?
Look, obviously I've been here on the ground all day talking to locals in this electorate. I really haven't seen how it's playing out across the state. My understanding is that it's looking positive, but obviously my focus is right here in Ashgrove.
Kate Jones, we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you so much.
And Ashgrove really is one of those seats to watch, Matt, and we'll bring you more details later in the program.
Thanks, Karina. Well, it's hard to imagine a more diverse political landscape than Queensland. There are literally dozens of seats in play tonight, a scale you'd usually expect in a federal election. Anthony Green, help us filter this down into bite-sized chunks. Aside from Ashgrove, which seats are the ones to watch tonight? Where will you be focusing your attention?
Well, there'll be 5 seats which are of particular interest, bellwether seats, and they spread across the state. Up in the far north, Barron River, just to the north of Cairns, has gone with government at every election since 1974. So that'll be one of the key seats to watch, a 9.5% margin. Further south in the centre of Townsville, you've got Mundingborough. It's been held by David Crisafulli since the last election, but it's been won by the governing party at every election since it was first redrawn in 1992. So that'll be another one of those seats to watch. Then down in Brisbane, along the southeast freeway, in the inner city, we've got Greenslopes. it's been won by the governing party at every election since 1960. So that's a long record, which will be interesting to see whether it breaks tonight. Next out along the freeway is Mansfield. This has gone with government at every election since 1972, and I think if the LNP is going to lose a seat like this would really mark a change in government. But that's one we'll be watching. And the next one down along the freeway is Springwood, which has gone with government at every election since 1986. Of course, there are many seats that will decide this election. These are just 5 of them that have a habit of going with government. We'll be watching a full panoply of 89 seats across the state, and 89 seats, and we'll see the picture unfold, because one of the difficulties, of course, is that key bellwether seats are not always the first ones to report.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Now, to introduce our expert panel tonight, Tim Nichols, Wayne Swan, thanks for coming in. Tim Nichols, can I just start with you? Have you spoken to Campbell Newman today?
I haven't spoken to him today. I spoke to him yesterday afternoon after the debate, and he was confident going into today that we've done everything we can to present our case to the people of Queensland. He was looking forward to today campaigning in the seat of Ashgrove, and of course awaiting the decision of the electors in the seat of Ashgrove.
You would have seen the polls today. What's your own opinion of what's going to happen in Ashgrove?
Well, I think we'll have to wait and see what comes up on Anthony's charts tonight to see exactly what's going to happen. And with voting just closed, I think we're all going to be looking very closely at Ashgrove. I mean, it has been, if you like, ground zero for the campaign in many ways. We know for the last 4 weeks the people of Ashgrove have been bombarded with mail. They've certainly seen the campaign workers out in the street. And really an unprecedented, I suppose, attack on Campbell Newman the person rather than Campbell Newman the leader of a team over the last 4 or 5 weeks as well. Every ad that's been out there has been focusing on Campbell Newman. Every speech that's been made has been talking about Campbell Newman. So it'll be, I guess, instructive tonight to see how that has played out in the seat of Ashgrove, where of course he will be well known already.
Right, of course there are 88 other seats that we also want to look at tonight. Wayne Swan, what do you make of the way both sides ran their campaigns? Did it make a difference to what the result we'll see tonight is?
Well, I think the LNP campaign this early, if you like, over Christmas has turned into a shocking mistake. And I think the campaign has turned into a referendum on LNP leadership, and particularly on Campbell Newman. And that's what I've observed as I've been out and about in the community. But I also think there's a federal component and there's a message here for Tony Abbott as well. But it is primarily a state issue. And it's not just about the style of Campbell Newman's leadership. It's really about the substance as well. And what I've found, and I've found this over the past 3 years, has been a real community reaction to those savage cuts in health and education and more generally. And all of that has been mixed up, I think, in a very significant referendum polarisation, if you like, around Campbell Newman, the LNP, not just the style, but also the substance, the policies, the harsh austerity.
Tim Nichols, can you believe, from where we started in 2012, a historic swing against the Labor Party, the biggest we've ever seen in Australian electoral history, that we're now talking about the prospect of the Premier losing his own seat and the LNP losing so many seats?
Well, Matt, these are volatile times, not just here in Queensland, but across Australia and across the world. We're seeing governments really in uncertain times having to cope with a series of difficult decisions that have to be made. They've got to address things like the fallout from the global financial crisis, the still recovering state of the world economy. So these are not peculiar to Queensland, and I think in uncertain times voters are asking governments to concentrate on what's important to them, to move away from the personality style politics or the presidential style politics, and to concentrate on what is important to them. And I think that's probably one of the messages that we've picked up over the last 3 years, and that is we did get a very big majority. We will see, I suspect tonight, a natural swing back to the norm, and that will be something that I expect will occur. And then Queenslanders will want to say, and tell us what you are doing for me. Stop focusing on you and the politics, but what you are talking about for me. So I think we'll see that play out through the course of the evening.
Wayne Swan, I'm interested in what seats you think are going to be pivotal tonight, particularly for the Labor Party.
Sure. Well, my reference point here is actually the 1989 election, which I think was the most significant election in our modern history. And in that election, Wayne Goss won 24 seats against a vicious gerrymander after 32 years of Conservative rule. In this election, we've got a Conservative government with the biggest majority in history, and after one term, it could be the subject of a very significant electoral earthquake. Certainly there's going to be a very significant correction. I think 15 seats can change hands. I think we'll see that tonight. And they were the seats that also changed hands back in '89. If you take a seat like Nunda, you take a seat like Sandgate, you take a seat like Greenslopes, you take a seat like Mansfield. Now, I don't know we can win all of those seats in that band tonight, but there's another band of seats further out in the northern suburbs of Brisbane and the southern suburbs that didn't really exist back then and are much more volatile. And that's before you get to the north. And I think there's higher volatility there. So I think we can look to Townsville and Cairns, seats like Barron River, Mundingburra, and also seats like Keppel. So out on those fringes, where there are more candidates, where preferences will be really important, say take a seat like Morayfield or Marumba, or a seat like Stretton, we're going to be looking all night to see how they turn out, to see whether the swing moves over that conventional correction of 5 to 6% and 15 seats to 20 or 25.
All right, OK, well, there's lots to talk about. We'll come back to you later on in the night. But later tonight, the leaders will address the party faithful at functions in very different parts of Brisbane. ABC reporters Melinda Howells is at the Labor base in Anastasia Palaszczuk's Inala electorate, and Karen Binney is at the Brisbane Convention Centre, where the LNP have set up temporary headquarters. Karen, to you, how would you describe the mood of LNP supporters there?
Well, good evening, Matt and the panel. There aren't too many people here yet. The function doesn't kick off for about another hour or so, but there have been a couple of people walk up the stairs and come out of the lifts as well, and there are no smiles on their faces. Perhaps that is because of some of the polls that were out this morning. They are showing that the LNP will narrowly retain government, but that Campbell Newman will in fact lose his seat. So Melinda Howells has been looking at the day and says that it will take some time before the LNP, if Campbell Newman loses his seat, to name his successor.
The votes have been cast. But it seems Campbell Newman hasn't won over enough constituents to keep his seat and his job as Premier.
1, 2, 3.
The final poll in Ashgrove shows Mr Newman is 10 points behind Labor's Kate Jones after preferences, while 3 recent polls have shown the Liberal National Party is ahead of the ALP statewide, despite a big swing. That could mean the government is returned with a reduced majority and without a leader.
We have done the best for Queenslanders during this entire term, and during the campaign we've outlined a very clear program and plan that is fully funded to create the future of Queensland.
Mr Newman still has fans.
We need a strong leader, and we've got a good army man who's used to leading people, and I think what he's doing is okay.
I think the plan he's got for the state is going to put us in good stead for the coming years.
But the party is already considering other leadership options.
All the best. Thanks.
With Treasurer Tim Nicholls and the Health Minister Lawrence Springborg the frontrunners. The former Labor member for Ashgrove, Kate Jones, isn't getting too confident about winning her old seat back.
I need a winning ticket today.
But she could be about to make political history.
I'm encouraged by all the feedback that I have received, as well as I said, all the locals that have got behind me in this campaign.
I just think she's more in touch with the local community here.
Selling assets is just not the way at all.
Labor is hoping other Queenslanders feel the same way. Blocking privatisation has been its only significant policy this campaign.
Feeling very positive, but it's down to Queensland now. It's up to Queensland to make their decision.
Leader Anastasia Palaszczuk had plenty of support in her safe seat of Inala.
You're the greatest woman in the world.
Even if the ALP can't get across the line, unseating a Premier would be a very nice consolation prize.
And Melinda Howells is at the Labor Party headquarters there. What's the mood of Labor supporters you've talked to?
Fairly positive tonight, Matt. It should be a big celebration here at Richlands. I'm joined by Brisbane City Councillor and former Labor Party State Secretary Milton Dick. Milton Dick, how many seats will Labor win tonight?
Look, I think Labor's on track to win at least 20 seats, going into the Parliament after the election with around 30 seats is a fantastic achievement. It took the Labor Party 10 years from when we were wiped out and back to the cricket team in 1974, and we've done that in 36 months. Anything beyond that will exceed the Labor Party's expectations, but I know the feedback from today of travelling with Anastasia and seeing the reaction that she got right across Brisbane, it's going to be a very interesting evening.
Does Kate Jones have Ashgrove in the bag?
Look, polls have just closed. Kate, I know, got fantastic feedback today and has run a really different campaign, a grassroots campaign, as opposed to last time. I'm really hopeful that that work's going to pay off. Too early to tell yet, but I'm increasingly getting confident that we might see Kate Jones as the miracle worker for the member for Ashgrove.
Is that a consolation prize? If you can't win the election, you can knock off a premier?
Look, I think the history books could be written tonight if that happens. Look, this has been a tough campaign for Labor, for every single Labor candidate led by Anastasia. Kate Jones has done a remarkable job in even getting close to winning that seat. You've got to remember, this is the first time a sitting premier with a massive majority has lost their seat. If that happens, Queensland will once again see history in the making.
Milton Dick, thank you.
So polls only closed 15 minutes ago, but already we've got Anthony chomping at the bit. We've got some results, Anthony.
Well, look, we got some figures from Warrego. I'll bring them up just as a demonstration. This is from Mooney and Mungalala. So I think that's just the Mooney booth, and it showed that there were 76 votes for Anlay and a handful for others. So you've got to wait a while to get anything more meaningful than little tiny booths like that. But just on that booth, there's a 0.5% swing to Labor, but I don't think it's very indicative yet.
OK, thanks, Anthony. You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Brisbane. The counting has begun, and we can expect early figures in the next 15 or 20 minutes. While we're waiting, we'll cross to John Taylor for a roundup of the rest of today's news.
And good evening, I'm John Taylor and welcome to ABC News Queensland and to our viewers around the country on News 24. Well, the parents of 2 children have been struck by lightning while trying to shelter from a savage storm near a polling booth at a school on the Gold Coast this afternoon. The father is in a critical condition. Tom Forbes filed this report a short time ago.
Police say the family was sheltering in this park behind me near the Wurrunggeri Primary School when the storm hit around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Police say the mother and her 2 children, aged 12 weeks and 18 months, were taken to the Gold Coast University Hospital. Paramedics worked to resuscitate the father.
At this stage, we don't know the extent of the injuries, other than the fact that one of the persons involved is in a critical condition, and we believe the other 3 have sustained serious injuries.
Witnesses say it was a severe storm.
Thundering lightning and the biggest clap of thunder I've heard. Scared the pop out of me.
There was little rain, but marble to golf-sized hail fell at Ipswich, Harrisville and in the scenic rim. Charmaine Russell filmed the hail raining down in her backyard at Palm Beach on the Gold Coast. More than 15,000 properties lost power. This afternoon's storm came as many Queenslanders were voting. This incident at Wurrunggeri is a tragic reminder of how severe summer storms can be.
The Prime Minister's signature paid parental leave policy could be dumped in an attempt to placate disgruntled government MPs. Coalition members are this week continuing to agonise over possible leadership options, nervous about their electoral fortunes under Tony Abbott. Here's political reporter Andrew Green.
Tony Abbott's keen to show his colleagues he's a changed man and listening to their concerns. But some obsessions, like Lycra, he's not willing to surrender. Nearly a week after his contentious knighting of Prince Philip, he's still facing questions about his grip on the leadership.
The public elected a government, the public elected a Prime Minister. I will spend myself in the service of the people.
Senior colleagues insist there are no challenges yet.
There's some speculation by some media commentators and no doubt there's some disaffected members.
This weekend, those disaffected MPs are continuing to canvass possible options. Sources insist there's still no clear alternative or a preferred timeframe to move, but say the mood in the party room is tense and volatile. And a former leader is being discussed.
Looking forward to being surprised.
Malcolm Turnbull's not putting his name forward, but has addressed the topic of leadership during a speech in the United States.
Leaders must be decision makers, but they must also be, above all, explainers and advocates.
Giving his own thoughts on what makes a good captain.
Unravelling complex issues in clear language that explains why things have to change and why the government, too, cannot solve every problem.
Another leadership flashpoint will come when votes are counted in tonight's Queensland election, where a premier is expected to fall, along with dozens of LNP seats. The ABC's been told a poor result could prompt a federal Queensland MP to unload on Tony Abbott. In the meantime, the Prime Minister's moving to ease concerns about his paid parental leave scheme.
I said before Christmas that we would be scaling it back, we would be better targeting it.
It's a policy he's clutched too tightly for 2 elections, but could now be dumped altogether.
I've been talking to my colleagues over the break, as well as doing a lot of work, and I'll have a bit more to say on PPL in the next day or so.
Today we can clearly see the utter chaos, the confusion and the total dysfunction at the heart of the Abbott government.
That's a line Tony Abbott was once fond of using to describe the former Labor government. Andrew Green, ABC News, Canberra.
In South Australia, both major parties are claiming dirty tactics in a by-election in the state Liberal-held seat of Davenport. Labor has been forced to withdraw its how to vote cards, which incorrectly claim Liberal candidate Sam DeLuc doesn't live in the electorate.
I've lived here 18 years. I think Sam's been here for a month or something like that, but I wasn't aware that he was living in the area until recently.
Liberal volunteers in plain clothes have been handing out green-coloured flyers that encourage people voting for minor parties to put Labor last.
We are acting completely within the rules. There's been no complaint to the Electoral Commissioner. Nothing has been raised with me whatsoever.
The by-election in Adelaide's southern foothills was called when long-time Liberal MP Ian Evans resigned. Police have charged a 13-year-old boy with making threats that led to the lockdown of a Gold Coast school. Miami State High School activated its internal security procedures yesterday when several students allegedly received threatening text messages from the boy. The teenager in Surfers Paradise yesterday afternoon, and he's been charged with 4 offences, including using a carriage service to make threats and possession of a knife. The 13-year-old will be dealt with under the Youth Justice Act. The small town of Waroona in Western Australia's southwest remains under threat from a bushfire that's already destroyed 1 home and damaged at least 2 others. The fire was started by lightning, and while it was initially contained, it flared out of control overnight, fanned by high temperatures and strong winds. Residents were told to go to evacuation centres, but some stayed to defend their properties despite flames coming within metres of their homes. Local authorities have praised the efforts of firefighters who battled what they described as horrendous conditions.
Could have been devastating through the entire town had the firefighters not stood their ground and used their skill to be able to keep it at bay under some terrible conditions.
While the fire moves slowly today, there are concerns gusty easterly winds forecast for tonight will see it spread further into the town. Scientists warn the viability of local and professional Australian sport is being threatened by global warming and extreme weather events. A year after a record number of tennis players retired during scorching temperatures at the Australian Open, a new report from the Climate Institute says policies for dealing with extreme heat are variable and often inadequate. Lisa Tucker reports.
Courts so hot you can fry an egg, football in the howling wind and rain. And research suggests it's likely there'll be more of both unless season schedules are adjusted and hot weather policies changed.
We need to be very careful that we don't get too bogged down with tradition. If schedules need to be changed because of extreme heat, then that will need to be addressed quickly.
In 2014, the hottest year on record, the searing January heat made the Australian Open unbearable. Players retired, ball kids collapsed and ticket sales were lower.
Unless we change the way we play sport, there will be deaths. I wouldn't want to be the person with that resting on my shoulders.
And it's not only the health of athletes at stake. The latest report from the Climate Institute reveals the staggering financial burden of protecting grounds and stadiums from drought and flooding. Rising costs include water and energy use and insurance premiums covering increased risk of injury from harder surfaces.
It's a clear call that more needs to be done.
At the other end of the scale, the report reveals that snow cover in the nation's alpine regions is down by almost 40% in the last decade. Skier Lydia Lassler is one of a group of Olympians to sign a petition urging world leaders to take action.
I, for one, want to be able to bring my children up knowing that they can ski in Australia and enjoy the snow as we have.
The Bureau predicts that by the end of the century, the number of days over 35 degrees will be 3 times higher in Melbourne and Hobart, 4 times higher in Sydney and 20-fold in Brisbane. Lisa Tucker, ABC News.
To sport now, and tonight's clash between the Socceroos and South Korea could at long last deliver the Australian team's first major trophy. Reporter Patrick Galloway is at Sydney Olympic Stadium.
Around 80,000 fans are expected here at Sydney's Olympic Park to watch the Socceroos play for the Asian Cup. They're taking on South Korea here in a must-win match. The Socceroos lost to South Korea the last time these two teams played, the last group match of the tournament in Brisbane, but they are certainly feeling positive about this one. It is a sea of gold streaming into the venue right now, and certainly the fans, as you would expect, are extremely hopeful.
I know Korea's really fast on the ball, but I think Australia will get them tonight, hopefully.
The score's going to be 3-2, and I think Tinkeil's going to score a hat-trick.
Well, it was scary for me because the train's packed with Aussies, but, whatever. We'll win, so it's okay.
Australia's chances tonight are fairly good. They were in the last Asian Cup final in 2011. They did lose that game to Japan in extra time. But South Korea, they were last in the final in 1988. They lost that match to Saudi Arabia. They have won a couple of Asian Cups, however, South Korea, but they are in a rebuilding phase. They're ranked number 69 in the world, but they will provide some very serious competition for Australia this evening. There is no doubt about that. But in terms of the Asian Cup, it has been a big success. Organisers are extremely pleased, and certainly Australia's success will mean that there is lots of growth for the sport in the years to come here in Australia.
In tennis, and the Australian Open Women's Champion will be decided tonight with Maria Sharapova taking on Serena Williams. In the men's draw, Novak Djokovic advanced to the final last night with a gruelling 5-set win over defending champion Stan Wawrinka.
It's fast becoming one of the Australian Open's great rivalries. For the third consecutive year, Novak Djokovic and Stan Wawrinka pushed each other to 5 sets on Rod Laver Arena.
Oh, he's winning that shot.
In a match lasting 3.5 hours, both players produced moments that were breathtaking.
Wow, how good is that?
And moments that were hard to fathom, like Novak Djokovic winning the 3rd set without even realising.
Novak had no idea.
Has that ever happened to you in a match before?
In the junior days, yes, probably.
The world number 1 eventually got his act together, earning a tilt at another Australian Open crown.
Yeah, he's going for 5 on Sunday night.
Waiting for him in the final is Scotsman Andy Murray, a player he's faced plenty of times before.
When we were 12 years old, that's the first time when we played against each other, so there's only a week difference in age, and we know each other for a long time. We have a very friendly relationship both the court.
They've met twice in the Australian Open final, with Djokovic winning each time.
If I want to win it, it'll probably be very, very tough and challenging physically.
The Serb battled illness leading into the tournament, and at times last night he looked exhausted. But Djokovic insists he'll be ready to fire.
Nothing that will worry me. I'm sure that I'll be fit and ready for finals.
If Djokovic succeeds, he'll become the first man to win 5 Australian Open titles. Damien McIver, ABC News.
Weather time, and late this afternoon a fast-moving band of storms swept through the southeast. They didn't drop a lot of rain, but there were at least 1,500 lightning strikes and hail recorded up to golf ball size in many parts of the Gold Coast and around Brisbane. Now there is a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging wind and large hailstones for the next few hours for Brisbane, Moreton Bay and the Islands, and there are also a number of flood warnings around the state. Now, continuing around the state, and it hit 32 in Cairns and 34 in Rockhampton, 31 at Maroochydore and 30 in Toowoomba. A sticky top of 32 today in Brisbane. Now, on the satellite, a broad area of cloud with embedded thunderstorms covers large parts of Western Australia and extends into the Territory. And you can see Tropical Cyclone Ola in the far right over the eastern Coral Sea. Now, Ola will have no impact on Queensland's weather in the short term. However, mid to late next week, the remains of this system may move west as a large, deep, low-pressure system, leading to an increase in winds, tides and showers along the southern half of the Queensland coast. So, watch and wait. Well, tomorrow, a high chance of showers and thunderstorms over the far north. Mostly fine and sunny across most of central and southern Queensland. A slight to medium chance of showers about the far southwest and also about the Central Highlands in the afternoon and evening. Brisbane tomorrow, a sunny day, and around the country, Sydney and Melbourne tomorrow, a shower or two. A shower or two developing in Canberra, a possible storm in Perth. And that's the weather. And that's ABC News to the moment. Thanks for joining us. And we'll return now to the ABC Election Centre with Matt Wordsworth.
Thanks, John. Welcome back to the ABC Election Centre from South Bank in Brisbane, where the counting is about to begin in earnest. I'm joined by member for the federal seat of Lily and former Labor federal treasurer Wayne Swan, and Tim Nicholls, who holds the state seat of Clayfield and held the state's purse strings as treasurer in the Newman government. Also joining me, the ABC's Jessica Van Vonderen and election analyst Anthony Green. Now, to you, Tim Nicholls, I asked Wayne Swan this question earlier. Which do you see as the pivotal seats?
Well, I think there are a couple in the north that Anthony's already put there. Barron River Borough are both, I think, key ones to be looking at during the course of the night. Greenslopes, I agree. I think on the north of Brisbane, the seat of Kalanga, that's been the subject of a pretty intense campaign up there. The ETU have flooded that electorate up there. Gaven down on the Gold Coast there, which has previously been LNP.
Alex
Douglas, that's right. So it'll be interesting to see how that's gone through the course of the night. Sid Cramp is the new LNP candidate down there.
I thought you were going to say new MP. I thought you'd already called it.
No, new LNP candidate down there, I was going to say. I think Redlands will be interesting. There's a vote there that looks like it might split, and that might be interesting there. And again, on the north side, I think the seat of Morayfield is another interesting one in those new areas that have come on board.
Band of seats on the sort of outskirts of
Brisbane. The outskirts, yeah, on those outer urban areas.
And Howard Battlers type areas.
In that sort of area, those new areas, that North Lakes, Mango Hill area, all through that strip on the north side on the way up to Caboolture. And I think also Whitsunday, I've only just got some very early numbers in on Whitsunday. Nothing to write home about at that one, and it's just showing a small swing to the ALP at this stage in the seat of Whitsunday, which is held by Jason Costigan.
Okay, well, it's probably a good time to go to you, Wayne Swan. What would you use as the measure of success tonight?
Oh, look, I think that a normal correction would be 15 seats. If we were getting well into the 20s, I'd be ecstatic. And if we were doing better than that, then we would have an earthquake.
Thank you.
That would be my view. But there's some early results that I've seen. Cook is looking encouraging, and we would have expected to win Cook. Another one that's cropping up is the seat of Moranni, and that points to the fact that we think there's real volatility in the north. The view there that the Newman government is city-based, a George Street government, if you like, has taken hold in the north. So I think we want to keep an eye on all of those. I agree with the analysis of Barron River and Mundingburra being key bellwether seats.
You'd knock off a minister if you won Mundingburra, David Crisafulli.
Sure, that's what we certainly would, and we've got a very good candidate who's been very active. There's been a lot of grassroots activity, and we can look at all the papers we like and all the analysis, but at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to a lot of that grassroots campaigning, but in particular, where there are a significant number of candidates, how all those preference flows go.
I'm interested in Anastasia Palaszczuk. As if you got this 15 seats that you're saying is conservative, would that mean she would stay as opposition leader, or would she be gone?
I think that she's done very well in this campaign. For her to end the campaign as the preferred premier in the last poll, I think is pretty extraordinary. So she's run a good campaign. There's been a fantastic effort from Anthony Chisholm and the party office as well as our candidates around the state, and I think that's really going to show results tonight.
Okay, you guys are getting some early results. Anthony Green's getting some early results as well. Anthony, bring us up to speed.
Well, we've got a couple of early figures
let me go on. I think Morani is the first seat I've got. 3.2% counted there. On those numbers, the LNP is ahead on first preferences. We know where that information is from in terms of polling places. It's a 15% swing, that I'm a little bit concerned that I've suddenly got the pre-poll vote in for that election, which is rather early to get it. So whether I've got a good comparison there, I'm not sure yet. But the next seat I've got is, for some reason, I can't get my next electorate, which is... Let me go back and try that again. No, I think I'm getting my first fail for the night. Let me see. No, I can't get the electorate up. In the electorate of Whitsunday, we're seeing a swing of 10 points, a swing of 5% to the Labor Party at this stage. And in the seat of Cook, what we're seeing is seeing a swing of 15% to the Labor Party in Cook. And Cook is one of the first seats you would have expected to Labor to win back at this election. OK. Wayne Swan, Cook would be rather historic for the Labor Party as well, because it's Billy Gordon, who would be the ALP's first Indigenous MP in Queensland Parliament.
Certainly, and we may well have another in another marginal seat as well, but that's very good. But also historic is Cairns itself. Never lost before until the last election. OK.
Just on Morani, Matt, I mean, Morani, we've got a retiring long-term member there who is well known, Ted Malone, who's been a member since '94. So I think you could expect that there would be some change there as a result of that if you like, personal following that Ted had built up over a long time there. And the returning candidate for the ALP there is also Jim Pearce, who's also known in that area and was a member of the House until he retired following the redistribution of Fitzroy.
That electorate too is also home to the Stanwell Power Station, which is to be leased under your Strong Choices plan. Do you think that would play into...
Well, it's also home to many cane farmers who will have their farming businesses put under threat by the ALP's policies in relation to water use and land management. So I think it comes under both there. In Morani, we're also seeing, I think, people as a result of the downturn in the resources sector, and that's certainly a key factor in those central Queensland belts, looking again, as I said, for certainty from a government that can deliver on what they want to see.
OK, thank you, gentlemen. Now, in the news today, we did have a lot of controversy about signage outside electoral booths, and we have someone from the Electoral Commission standing by to have a chat about some of those issues with our reporter Leonie Mellor.
Thanks, Matt. I'm joined with Yvette Ziski here from the Queensland Electoral Commission. Yvette, it wouldn't be election day without some voting day shenanigans. We've seen these last-minute legal challenges play out today. Just tell us what happened there.
Sure. I can't comment specifically on the cases, but we have seen some action out in the field today. But all reports back to the Commission have been that they have been resolved.
So no further legal challenges? They've been...
Not of my understanding, no.
Apart from that, has everything else gone smoothly as far as you're concerned?
Yes, it has. We've had a wonderful polling day. We expected about 2.2 million electors to go to the polls today for the Queensland election, so it's a big day across the state.
And just talk us through pre-polling. There seems to be a trend towards pre-polling. How has this campaign and pre-polling compared with previous campaigns?
Absolutely. Looking at from the 2012 election, electors seem to have embraced the early voting options, so both by going to pre-polling centres and also postal voting, which now has no qualifiers for Queensland electors. So from the 2012 election, we've actually seen a dramatic increase of about 5% up from 2012 figures, which is very pleasing.
And when do you start counting those votes?
We should actually see some results coming through being published now. So our people on the ground, our polling officials, we've got close to 3,000 polling booths across the state, so they would have all commenced immediately after polling booths closed at 6 p.m. And as I said, we should be seeing some results coming through shortly.
Great. What about, it's the first general election where proof of ID has been required. How have Queenslanders taken to that?
By all accounts, we haven't had any problems with the proof of identity legislation that was introduced last year. We had a dry run with the Stafford by-election in July last year, where we deemed it to be not an issue, with less than 1% of voters having no ID see when they turned up to cast their vote at the polling booth.
We have heard some reports today that some people have gone without their proof of identification. Now, they can actually fill out a declaration vote, but we've heard reports that some weren't given that option in a couple of electorates. What's the QEC going to do about that?
With any incident that actually happens and is reported back to the Commission, we are onto that immediately to resolve that issue. I personally haven't heard of any of those issues reported back to the Queensland Electoral Commission, but in any case, we've got highly trained staff in the field that are given very clear instructions on what the elector should be following when they complete their ballot paper.
Would you have expected those complaints to come in straight away, or might they come through in the next couple of days?
We would expect some complaints to be delayed after polling day. Obviously, people come home from the polling booth and maybe they have a cup of tea and think about these things, but everyone will be treated fairly, and our complaints we take very seriously and they'll be addressed.
All right, Yvette, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Leonie.
Right, thanks, Leonie. We've got some early results for you, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Matt. And we're going to go straight to Beaudesert, where about 3% of the vote has been counted. This is a seat in rural southeast Queensland. It has always been a Conservative one. John Krause voted in 2012. His main challenger, though, Anthony, the ALP's Kay Hohenhaus.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of booths in Harrisvale and Warrelview where we've got a preference count from. We've got 9% every One Nation. These are smaller rural booths. At this stage, John Krause there is on 51%. Now, we know where that information is from, and at this stage, we're seeing a swing of 17% in that electorate. We're not showing that at the moment, but that's a big swing at this stage on those first booths in Beaudesert, but not enough to cost the LNP that seat.
To Callide now in central Queensland. This is the Deputy Premier Jeff Seeney's seat. I wouldn't have thought he would be in any danger tonight, but I guess the seat's interesting because John Bjelke-Petersen is running there for the Palmer United Party, of course a name very familiar in Queensland.
And at this stage, there's it looks like Jeff Seeney. We've got 2 polling place booths in, and we're predicting that there will be a swing of something like 4.5% to the LNP. That's compared to the last election when Seeney was up against Canada's Australian Party. So that's encouraging first results for him. So it looks like I think Callide should stay with the LNP.
Less than 3% of the vote counted in Condamine, but another interesting seat because Ray Hopper, the sitting member, has actually vacated that seat and is moving to Nanango. His 22-year-old son, Ben Hopper, is trying to take over from his father for Canada's Australian Party. How's that looking, Anthony?
At this stage, we've got 2.6% counted in that electorate, and Pat Weir, he's well ahead. He's got 62% of the first preference vote there. We're estimating they'll go on to win that. There's a swing of about 3.5% to the LNP in that electorate, so I don't think Canada's Australian Party is going to... we've got a Condamine. We've got another one of these pre-poll votes coming in early. I don't know how they count pre-polls so quickly, but we've got some pre-poll votes there, but at this stage, that looks safe for the LNP.
And finally to Ipswich, west of Brisbane. This is a marginal LNP seat won by Ian Berry in 2012, but up against Jennifer Howard from the ALP, who's a former political staffer.
Well, this is a swing. This looks like the first Labor Party gain on the numbers we're seeing at the moment. The Labor Party is well ahead there on first preferences. This is the West Ipswich and Ipswich booth and a preference count in West Ipswich, and it's predicting nearly a 20% swing to the Labor Party in that booth. So that's a dramatic first figure there. But I think we'll probably have to wait for a few more booths to come in there. And at this stage, overall, we're seeing something. We're starting to see a swing of about 6.5% overall. But that swing is breaking down by area. It's about 12% in the southeast and 6.5% across the rest of the, 4% outside of Brisbane. But it's very difficult to measure that swing outside of Brisbane at this stage because there's a lot of electorates from booths from country electorates where there isn't a two-party contest going on at the moment.
OK, that result in Callide, Tim Nichols, John Bjelke-Petersen doesn't look like he's going to knock off the Deputy Premier Jeff Seeney there. What did you see as the impact of Palmer United Party, given he's their leader?
Look, I think Palmer has run its race to a large extent. We know outside of the southeast corner that the Palmer United Party ploughed a lot of money. I think there was one incident I heard where in one news segment in the Sunshine Coast, 18 sets of ads run in one news segment in the commercial TVs on the Sunshine Coast. So Mr Palmer ploughed his money into regional Queensland and to Sunshine Coast seats. And
How
Gold
much money
Coast
do you
seats.
think he's dropped on this election?
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've been busy on other things, as I'm sure you can imagine. But John Bjelke-Petersen has run many times. He's run and sought seats formerly for the National Party. He sought with the LNP. He's now had a crack for Palmer. He had a crack at a federal seat of Marinara against Bruce Scott. I think people are now realising that a name is not a reason to vote for people, and it's got to have a policy and it's got to have some substance behind it.
Wayne Swan, you're familiar with Palmer United's party work at a federal level. Did you expect them to have an impact here in Queensland?
No, I didn't in recent times. I think they were shaping up, say, 6 months ago. They could have had a significant impact in the state election like they did in the last federal election, but I think events in the federal parliament have not gone well for Palmer United, and I think it's taken a lot of wind out of their sails.
The disunity of Jackie Lambie leaving?
Well, there's a whole range of factors, but in particular, I mean, a couple of votes in the Senate, for example, a vote to knock off the super guarantee where they voted with the government, I think hurt them with many people who were Labor inclined, and a number of other events, I think. But they've certainly spent a lot of money, but of course so have the LNP. I think the LNP might have outspent Clive Palmer just a little bit in this campaign from everything that I've seen.
Well, you get all sorts of reports, Matt. I mean, I hear the unions have piled in behind the ALP. The ETU have come home effectively after abandoning the ALP in 2012. They're now, adding the tax to the members and ploughing it into the coffers.
While we're on the issue of money,
I look forward to the returns.
And the seat of Ipswich, one of the controversial decisions in these last couple of weeks was linking sporting grants in Ipswich, for instance, as to whether the LNP MP gets in. So if Ian Berry doesn't get in, you will not give them, if you win government, the money that you promised. Do you think that turned people away a little?
Well, what we were really saying there was, in order to deliver the infrastructure, including things like the sporting grants and other things, you needed a strong team to be in the government, to be the government, to be able to implement our policy, because our budget that we put together, repairing the deficits and the sea of red ink, are all those components that go into being able to fund that. In order to deliver that, we need a strong team, and that means the local members in all of those seats. So if you want to see those benefits from the hard work that we've done to repair the budget, then support your local LNP member, and I think that's a perfectly justifiable position to take.
And that's outrageous, and people are voting against that in droves today. Absolutely outrageous.
Well, I think it's better than a whiteboard.
Could you in fact be in trouble over that, Tim Nichols? Peter Wellington has complained, in fact, hasn't he?
What I'm saying, Jess, is that the government needs to be elected, and to elect a government, you need all of its members coming through. And we're seeing tonight that there are going to be some swings swings around the place.
So will Ashgrove still get its $18 million worth of promises?
Well, let's see what the end result of the vote is yet. I don't think we want to predict anything too early yet. We still haven't seen that count yet.
Okay,
Jess.
well, let's have a look at some more figures, Jess.
Yes, and in Ipswich West, we've got about 5% of the vote counted there. Sean Choate was one of about 50 or so MPs who were voted in for the first time in 2012 landslide. But Labor could stand a chance here, Anthony, with the ALP's Jim Madden. He's a local councillor and a lawyer.
And I've completely lost my figures. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting them to come up in front of me on the screen. You'll have to just wait with me a moment. I can't find them. Sean Choate's ahead at this stage. And right, finally got them. We got a swing of 45.2. I'm not sure if we're going on to a swing graphic here. I'm completely in the air. No, we're not going. Well, I'll go on to. Well, I think that the Labor Party has won Ipswich. Ipswich West. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong electorate as well. Ipswich West. The Labor Party has won Ipswich West. The next electorate is.
And we're going now to Lytton. Lytton fell to the LNP for the first time ever at the last election. Neil Symes was actually working in the deli at Woolworths before he was elected into Parliament. Labor's sent in Joan Pease to try to reclaim it.
And Labor looks to have... yes, Labor has... let me have a look here. The Labor Party's ahead at this stage. I think the Labor Party's probably going to gain this seat. They're well out on first. Yes, they will gain this seat. There's a swing of 14.9% in that electorate. Again, we won't see the swing there, but the swing's 14.9%, and the Labor Party has won that electorate.
To Gladstone in central Queensland. This is the big industrial town of Queensland, and the very popular independent MP Liz Cunningham here is retiring after 20 years in the job, and she did put her support behind another independent, Craig Butler. But Labor's certainly mounted a concerted campaign to win this seat, Anthony.
Labor's won this seat. They're ahead on the first preferences. And we've got some smaller rural booths coming, which were very strong last time for Liz Cunningham. And at this stage, we're seeing a swing of something like 20% in that electorate. So on these numbers, you'd think that Gladstone will be won by the Labor Party.
And to Sunnybank now in southern Brisbane. Mark Stewart for the LNP held this seat since the last election, but the ALP has fielded a very high candidate in the defence lawyer, Peter Russo. How's he going?
This is Forest Place, which is, I guess, it's actually outside of the electorate, I think, from memory. It's one booth and it's showing a 13% swing to the Labor Party. So on those numbers, the LNP is ahead, but we're saying the Labor Party may well go on to win that electorate at the moment. That's a 13.9% swing there.
OK. Thank you, Anthony. So it looks like, Wayne Swan, you've picked up Lytton and Gladstone. Not surprised by those?
A very strong swing in Gladstone. The privatisation of the port was a huge issue there, and that accounts for that swing. It's also a strong traditional Labor area. And I'm not surprised by Lytton, but I think it's the next range of seats, as I said before. A Sunnybank, for example, we look to be knocking on the door, but I've had some early results in from Pine Rivers, a classic outer suburban, northern suburbs type seat, that band of seats that runs across.
Very safe
Norton
LNP at the moment.
So I can't claim that we'll take the seat, but what we're starting to see now is a pattern of swings across these outer suburban seats and some regional seats. The Ipswich swings do not surprise me. Two great candidates out there, campaign very strongly, but we're seeing them in the belts, which will deliver more seats that are join those
So
seats.
You're thinking you might pick up Pine Rivers? Is that what you're thinking?
I can't claim that now.
Because that's 13.7% margin up there. That'd be
and we're not claiming it.
Government-winning swing.
Well, I think we're moving up to that area. As I said before, in that 10% area to 12% area on the pendulum, there are literally dozens of seats, and we probably won't know the results in all of them tonight. Too early to make that claim, but we're getting some interesting data in, which is starting to show some significant swings.
Anything troubling you at the moment, Tim Nichols?
Oh, look, I think there are seats there where we would expect big swings to be coming through. The seat of Lytton, which, for example, Tom Byrne's old seat, picked up, and Paul Lucas, of course, picked up by the LNP with the big swings last time. You would expect that to swing back again, that they were unusual, beyond the norm type of swings as part of that historic victory we had in 2012. So I think that's not unexpected, and that will go part of the way to explaining some of the figures that we've seen in earlier polling. I think up in Pine Rivers, those are going to be close seats. We've indicated there Pine Rivers, Kalanga. I think Morayfield is another one where those are going to be areas where we'll need to be looking at those numbers come through during the course of the evening. So I think that is going to be the case. I think there are other seats, such as the seat of Nanango, some early numbers in there showing a little bit of a swing back towards us in the seat of Nanango. So, but those are early figures. I must make that point. So we'll see a bit of that movement. I think one of the things about this election will be the variability in the swings. You'll see some seats, I think Lytton's one, a couple of others where you'll see the big swings back to the norm, and that will be part and parcel of, I guess, a reversion back to a view that people have to keep the parliament accountable.
OK, let's just keep moving on to some more seats. Jess, what have we got?
Yes, thank you, Matt, and we're going to start in Bulimba. This is Queensland's most marginal seat, with a 0.1% margin to the LNP's Aaron Dillaway there. And we're seeing a familiar face recontesting this seat in Di Farmer. She was the MP between 2009 and 2012. Back now, Anthony, to see if she can reclaim it in 2015.
Yeah, and on these numbers, there's only 3 candidates in this contest. This is the Bulimba Heights booth, which was 56% for the Liberal Party last time. At this stage, it's a 50-40, 10% there. If you compare it booth by booth, there's a 3.1% swing to the Labor Party in that polling place. At this stage, we're not giving that electorate away. It's a 53% there, 3.1% swing. Too close, not enough to give it away, but that for the Labor Party, that would be an encouraging first booth. And if really with a margin of 0.1%, that would be one of the first seats to fall.
And perhaps some more encouragement for the Labor Party in the seat of where Jason Woodforth was the LNP. He was the first non-Labor MP to hold that seat. Leanne Lennard putting up a good fight.
And Labor will win this electorate. If you look at the first preferences here, Labor's well ahead on first preferences, 4%. Oh, it's typical. This is one of those Queensland things where all the external booths come in first before the actual ones.
It'll be a strong win.
Yeah, he will win it, but it's actually not the best representative set of booths, but the swing looks correct. That's an 8.6% swing there. I've got an even bigger swing at 12.6% now, and Leanne Leonard will win that seat.
In Everton, we have the Housing Minister, Tim Mander, in that seat, up against Jeff Frew, a fitter and turner by trade, as well as a union delegate.
And we're seeing another big swing here. At this stage, Jeff Frew's ahead on first preferences. Again, this is Gaythorne and Mitchelton South. It's two very small booths. We got a preference count in one of them, which is Gaythorne, and it's indicating a 9.1%. Well, that's got 9%, and I've got 11% in my computer, so there's a bit of difference there between the two. Big swing this stage. It's saying Tim Mander's re-elected. I've got it a little bit closer at the moment, so I think it's one of those things that some of these figures come in very quickly and switch around.
And to Stafford in inner northern Brisbane, this was one of the two seats that Labor won in a by-election during the last term. Dr Anthony Lynham won it with a massive 19% swing, and that was the result that prompted the Premier to say he would sort of change his style and listen more. How's his margin looking tonight, Anthony?
Well, he's comfortably home. Well, we've got a more advanced count than that. I'll just run through these numbers. You can see Labor's well ahead there. At this stage, Labor will easily retain that seat. I've got about half a dozen preference counts by booth, and the swing is 18%. So Anthony Lynham has repeated his by-election victory and won that very easily.
Anthony, just before we move on, can you just explain, at the bottom of the screen there, we've got the seats won 27-27. Can you just talk us through that?
What's happening is we're giving away seats. It's actually that's roughly what the numbers are. They're counting away at the moment. We've got first numbers in a lot of booths. Look, it's a little hard to work out. Labor's winning a lot of seats, so the swing is 9% at the moment. The swing is just not settling down. I'm not seeing a consistent pattern in the swing. I was expecting to see massive swings in North Queensland, which I haven't quite seen yet. We're giving away 27 seats each way. There's 31 seats still in doubt. There's at least a dozen seats which have had no figures in. Those numbers will just click away there for a while, and we'll give them away one by one.
So, Wayne Swan, that's already 18 seats. You're only 2 seats away from being ecstatic.
Well, I think it's too early to say that, but I think what you can say is that we've got a swing in some of these areas where, you know, we require 12, 13%, and we're knocking on the door. In that Caboolture corridor, it looks like it's happening there. It could be happening south of the river as well. We just need to see a bit more evidence, but it is very encouraging.
OK. 9% swing, is that what you're feeling, Tim Nichols? Well, is it too patchy?
I think it's too patchy at the moment. On those numbers, it's too patchy, and I think the next half hour we'll see that develop. But I think generally where we're looking and seeing those numbers are the areas where we would have expected them to move as well. I think there are some other areas that we haven't yet looked at. I mean, we're looking at Brisbane Central there and see what is going there. I'm not sure if you're going to be having a look at that one as well. But those sort of areas, I think, are the areas that we're looking at. I think in some seats where there have been very concerted campaigns, Tim Mander's seat there of Everton, Tim's been a great addition to the Parliament and done a great job as Housing Minister. He's worked that seat very hard, ensured he's been out there and been seen by a lot of people. So that was held very comfortably by the Labor Party for a long period of time before Tim took that seat.
And that's what I'm talking about. We're knocking on the door in Everton. I'm not sure we're there, but we are very competitive in Everton. And it's not just the areas closer to the city, it goes out to Albany Creek. We haven't seen those booths yet to really make a judgment on Everton, but if that swing was flowing into Albany Creek, then it would be flowing to that Caboolture corridor as well, I expect.
OK, we're only about an hour through the count, but already we can bring you some seats that are changing hands, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Matt. And we're going to go to Gympie in southern Queensland. The sitting member, David Gibson, is retiring here. This was a very safe LNP seat. He went into this election with a buffer of 17.
I'm going to interrupt this because I've got Ashgrove.
OK.
I'm going to do Ashgrove on the touch screen. What everyone else is doing, I'm doing Ashgrove.
Let's do Ashgrove.
Happy to follow your lead, Anthony.
Kate Jones is on 48%. Campbell Newman on 38%. That's the first two booths. Elderly Kindergarten and an Enoggera, and I think I've got Gaythorne now. If I look at the two-party preferred swing that's going on there is 12.3%, which is twice what's needed. So that's that first figure in for Ashgrove. So that's looking very bad for Campbell Newman on those first figures. I think we can go back to our seat run now.
Stunning. Thank you, Anthony. Let's go to far north Queensland now, to Cairns. This was an LNP seat held for the first time, in fact, by Gavin King. Oh, sorry, we've gone back to Gympie. My apologies. David Gibson there, the retiring MP. Tony Perrott trying to keep the seat in LNP hands.
Yeah, well, we're getting some unreliable figures here. I'll go through this. I don't think these figures are right. The Katters Australian Party is in third place there. Tony Perrott is replacing Dave Gibson there. Well, look at the two-party preferred swing that's coming up. It's not reliable. This isn't a correct number. I'm not convinced that's correct. I'm not sure Katters Australian Party will finish second. That's a preference count that's coming to us. Our first preference votes are much more reliable than the two-party preferred, so we'll move on past that.
All right, well, let's go to North Queensland now, and this is, of course, where Anastasia Palaszczuk in particular spent a lot of time in this region. And in Cairns, the sitting member at the moment is the LNP's Gavin King. Now, presumably, Labor's desperate to get this one back, having held the seat for 100 years previously. And
what we're seeing here is that the Labor Party's well ahead on these numbers, 45.3 to 33.8. This is a preference count in two booths. It's showing a pretty big swing here. We've got a swing of 16.9% that's going on in this electorate, which is enough to clearly deliver this to the Labor Party. It's predicting an ALP gain, two booths. Let me think, I'd wait a little bit longer for those. But that's the first of those North Queensland figures we've been waiting for, and that's showing an enormous swing.
All right, we're going to go back to Morani. We did already have a brief look at this one tonight, but this is where Ted Malone is retiring and John Kerslake looking to take his place, Anthony.
And this is looking very, very promising for the Labor Party here. The Labor Party is now ahead on first preferences, 43 to 37. Jimmy Pearce is the former member for Fitzroy. He won Broadsound in 89, then Fitzroy in 92. And then he gave Morani a good shake in 2009 after the redistribution when he came back into politics. I think it was 2009. He ran the federal seat at one stage there as well. So he's actually represented large parts of this electorate, and at this stage we're estimating there's a substantial swing to the Labor Party and they'll pick up Morani. It's not the rural seat it used to be.
To Pine Rivers, this is in the Caboolture corridor north of Brisbane. Seith Holdswich, the LNP member since 2012.
And we're seeing a big swing in this electorate as well. You can see Seith Holdswich is there, ahead on first preferences. We've got a preference counting two booths. One of them is South Pine, which is a new polling place, which always makes it rather hard to do a comparison there, and another's a booth from outside of the electorate. But we're seeing a swing of 13.9%. Certainly not enough to call, but again, we're starting to see some quite substantial swings going on around the state. One of those is in Pine Rivers, though it's certainly not enough at this stage to call the seat.
OK, just like Anthony Green, I want to start with Ashgrove. Tim Nichols, 10.5% swing to Kate Jones there. That would be enough. Is that a concern?
Well, obviously it's a concern. Obviously Ashgrove has been, as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, the focus of much of the campaign from both ourselves and from the Labor Party. I think we still need to see where it's all going to come from, but those numbers are not encouraging. They do tell the story of Ashgrove. So that will just be, I guess, one of the things that we'll see play out over the course of the next hour or so.
I guess we all have the benefit of hindsight, but was it a wise move to stick your premier in a marginal seat?
Well, I think the nature of Campbell Newman is that he is naturally someone who accepts a challenge. And the seat of Ashgrove is a seat that he did have a close relationship to. It was where his family moved when they first came to Queensland, when they first moved to Brisbane. It was where his daughters were taken home to for the first time. They were still going to the Ashgrove Dance Academy when he decided to run for Parliament from outside of Parliament. So let's not forget that in a historic move back in 2011-2012, he actually won that seat, which had been a safe Labor seat for many years under Jim Forrest, and then Kate Jones, who was elected the same year I was in 2006. So I think he did the right thing. He didn't try and shoehorn himself into someone else's seat.
Well, courage, I suppose, is not the problem, is it? It's whether it was sensible.
Well, it was sensible in 2012 when he won that seat. He got a very substantial swing to him and managed to pick up that seat. He's worked it very hard ever since, but this is the will of the people, the democracy taking place in Ashgrove.
Do you think you'll try to parachute him into another seat post-election?
Well, I think Campbell's made it pretty clear that he wanted to contest in Ashgrove. That was the seat for him. So let's see what the result finally is in Ashgrove. I think it's a little too early to say that.
I guess, Wayne Swan, no matter what happens tonight, the Labor Party would consider the campaign a success if they knocked off a sitting Premier.
Well, Ashgrove is lost, and it has been lost with a massive swing, considering the amount of money and resources devoted to it. So it goes back to what I said earlier. This has been a referendum on LNP leadership, and the leadership battle is now on within the LNP to see who will lead the party. The question tonight is, how big is the swing, and will they be leading an opposition or a government?
Well, I guess it's probably a bit too early to ask you some questions about what's going to happen to the premiership.
It is, because we haven't actually seen a result in an election yet, Matt. So despite
obviously you're disagreeing with
Wayne's attempts
with Wayne Swan's assessment that the seat's gone.
Well, I think we've got to wait and see the figures come out. But despite Wayne's attempt to stir up some trouble here, this is not going to be a Rudd-Gillard-Rudd type of operation.
You guys have been stirring up a lot of trouble for weeks.
I don't think he's going to give up.
No, I'm sure he's not, nor am I. But let's wait and see what happens here and see where it comes out. But look, at that number, it's a tough seat, and I think we all acknowledge that.
All right, well, we've got some more figures with Anthony. Bring us up to date, Anthony.
Well, look, I think I'll look at the overall vote that's occurring at the moment. The LNP is on 42%, which is about 1% higher than the polls are saying this morning. The ALP is on about 38%, which is about 1% higher than the polls reporting. The Greens are higher than reported, and Palmer United and the others are there. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring across those areas, you can see there's a big increase in the Labor first preference vote. Some of that's coming from the LNP, some of that's coming from the Katter Party at the last election. So that's all building into that sort of swing. If I have a look at, I haven't had a look at North Queensland, I have a look at the swing figures in North Queensland, huge increase in the Labor vote at the expense of Katter at the last election. If you just look at South East Queensland, big drop in the LNP vote, big drop in the increase in the Labor vote. Again, the other vote is down. And if you look at regional Queensland, which is everything outside of the southeast, there's that pattern. There's a lot of the vote coming from others. So the disappearance of Katter's Australian Party is translating into a big swing towards the Labor Party. Now, just overall figures at the moment, let me do a quick chamber. At the moment, I'll show the state of the chamber as we went into tonight. The current chamber was this incredibly lopsided chamber. Let's see if it comes up. Here we go. Again, it's not coming up for me. It'll eventually, well, 74 seats. I'll try seats 1. Let's see if that works. Yes, here we go. At the moment, we've got Liberal National on 34, Labor's on 37. Labor's got more seats. If I add a few more seats, which are likely at the moment, I get the LNP up to, come on, a few little technical problems. So 37 for the LNP and 38 for Labor and 3 others. The swing is currently about 10% overall. The LNP is just hovering around 45 seats. So the swing is not big enough to change government according to uniform swing, but on the numbers we're seeing, it's close enough to put the LNP in a great deal of difficulty. So just at the moment, this is a very close election. It's not clear. We're going to have to wait for counting in individual seats. It's not clear at the moment who's going to win.
Well, this is exactly what you were talking about this week, wasn't it? A hung parliament.
That's exactly what we were talking about, and that was very much the real warning that we were talking to Queenslanders about, and that is there was a real risk that there would be a hung parliament, that Labor would be able to get over the line with the help of other parties, minor parties and independents, and that would lead to the same sort of chaos we see in the Senate in Canberra.
OK, I want to ask both of you this question, but I might start with you because you're going to be one of the people talking these kind of tactics. Do you stick with your word that you will not deal with the minor parties, should it be a hung parliament, to form government?
Well, I think, Matt, the first thing to do is to actually find out what the numbers are. So I like Anthony's computer, but I'm still waiting to see where the numbers are going to fall. So
you must be sweating buckets though right now.
Let's see where it goes. No, look, I mean, this is
that's got to be closer than
this is democracy. This is democracy in action, and we accept that that is the case, and wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see where we land so far. The swings are pretty wild. They're up and down around the place, but it is looking pretty tough in terms of where we've come from to what we're seeing starting to come through tonight.
Wayne Swan, you want to dive in there?
Well, let's be clear about their message. They said that if they lost Ashgrove, they would lose government. So the message about chaos and so on is all a bit confused. The truth is we don't know just yet. I think we should have a look at the state seat of Clayfield, actually, if you want to get a handle on what's actually going on across the metro area. Because I think what we are starting to see is a pretty sizable swing across inner metropolitan. I think Mount Coother's looking good, Brisbane Central's looking good. All those traditional seats that we held, we've got Nudgee, Sandgate, those sorts of seats. We're knocking on the door in Everton. We haven't seen a run through those southern band of seats of Sunnybank, Algester, those sort of seats. If we have a look at those, and they've got swings in them of the order of 12, 13%, then we might get to the point of whether there's a hung parliament or whether government's going to change.
You have very close experience with a hung parliament in the last federal parliament. Would you advise Labor to go down that track?
Well, we're not there yet. But I'll say one thing.
Were you burnt by that experience, and would you advise people not to do it?
Well, not at all. We got all of our legislation through both houses of Parliament. The current government's got a substantial majority and can legislate nothing. It just says something about how hopeless they are.
OK, well, we've got some more seats to have a look at around Brisbane, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Madam. We are going to have a look at one of those ones that Wayne Swan just mentioned in Algester in southern Brisbane. Anthony Shorten is the LNP MP there, but Leanne Enoch is trying to become the first Indigenous woman in the Queensland Parliament.
And this was a traditional Labor seat. It used to be called Archerfield before the 2001 redistribution. It was won by the LNP last time, and at this stage it looks like it's going to go back to Labor. On those numbers, Labor's ahead. We've got a preference count, 2 boos, admittedly rather small ones, but showing a 24% swing. I think that swing's a little bit big, but it certainly does indicate there is a swing on in that electorate. And it certainly would be one of the first seats you'd expect to go back to the Labor Party.
To Chatsworth now then, also in southern Brisbane, and this was an LNP seat that was held with a 14.1% margin, considered very safe. How is that looking at the moment, Anthony?
Again, there's a big swing in this electorate, but this is one which the Labor Party sort of lost at a by-election, then won back in 2006. 2006, yes, and retained in 2009, and has since fallen to the LNP. And as we can see here, there's a 10% swing, but at this stage it's not enough to dislodge the LNP in that electorate, and that looks like it might be one of the seats which the LNP holds.
OK, so to Yurong-Pili, there is an independent standing here in Carl Judge. He did start out as an LNP member, then he went to the Palmer United Party. Now he's an independent, up against Mark Bailey there, a former teacher and a councillor as well.
Yeah, and Carl Judge, he's not polling that well. He's in 4th place with 6% at this stage. Mark Bailey's well ahead there on 47%. This was a seat you would expect the Labor Party to hold. They probably would have won it last time except for the weak flow of Green preferences. So at this stage, Yurong-Pili is going to be a Labor gain at this stage.
Greenslopes now in southern Brisbane. This is one of those bellwether seats. Ian Kay, the LNP member here since 2012, he claimed one of the biggest scalps of the 2012 election when he defeated Cameron Dick. Joseph Kelly is Labor's candidate. And at this stage, this looks like another seat the Labor Party should be able to gain. This has got one of the smaller margins, only 2.5%. The swing in this electorate is smaller. We've got a 6.5% swing, and at this stage, the Labor Party should be able to go on and hold that seat, win that seat, gain that seat back. What we're still waiting for at this stage now is to work out whether it's going to be a bellwether again, and whether it actually indicates a change of government. At this stage, those numbers are still bouncing around. It's very hard to pick who's won this election just at this moment. I'm just a little bit confused because Queensland has a lot of external booths, which are small booths outside of the electorate. And they tend to come in first because they're quite small, and sometimes they're not very representative. And I've also got a couple of very strange-looking pre-poll votes come in, so I'm just awfully cautious, but they're all going the same way, which also makes me think there is a swing going on. So there's something enormous happening just at the moment. The swing is now up to 11%. Something enormous. Is that both your gentlemen's read on tonight?
Well, I'm just hearing that there's a 22% primary swing in Pine Rivers off 16% of the vote counted. Now, that's quite historic because I remember back in '89, one of the first booths in that election was in Pine Rivers, and it was a swing of that order. I'm not saying we've won it. It may not be all that representative, but I think there is a sizable swing on, and the contest has moved, if you like, up the pendulum.
Can I just go back to the results for Katter that Anthony was talking about before? It seems like they're flowing a lot to the Labor Party. Why do you think that is?
Well, in the last state election, they took what you would call the disaffected Labor vote, and they took it in the metropolitan area and the country area as well. Bob Katter has always had some appeal to Labor voters, and particularly in North Queensland. I personally have always got on well with Bob. But I think there will be an impact of the Katter party in some of the regional seats in North Queensland, and we're yet to see those seats. So they could be a factor up there. And I was interested to see before the PUP vote was still sitting at around 5%, and they've got 20 plus candidates in key seats where they could matter. So I still think it's too early to count them out altogether, or Katter's Australia Party, when you're looking at where the seats, the preference votes are going to fall in some of these really close seats, particularly outside of Greater Brisbane.
Speaking about preferences, Katter's party is running 11 candidates, whereas they ran 76 last time. Do you think they were affected at all by the preference deal they did with Labor at the last federal election?
I think that did hurt them. It certainly hurt Bob Katter up in his seat in the federal election up there. But I think in terms of Katter, what we saw, and Wayne is right, in seats like Thurungarra and Townsville and so on, Katter took that disaffected Labor vote, that blue-collar Labor vote, and provided a home for it, and then exhausted, and then seats such as Thurungarra came over the line. So that was the opportunity we saw there. With Katter not running in as many seats, we're seeing that impact and, again, some of those swings and those preferences coming back.
When you see how poorly Carl Judge is polling at the moment, we just saw in Yurongpilly, what does that say about MPs who sort of switch allegiances midway through a term?
Well, Carl Judge was, I mean, he was with us. He left for no discernible reason that anyone could really work out. He then, at some stage, bizarrely, was going to run against Jared Blay up in Kawana. And then decided about 6 months ago that wasn't his way, and
he
turned
refused.
up again.
Clive Palmer wanted to
back
run up
back in Yurongpilly as well.
No.
So I think the electorate have judged him probably pretty fairly and pretty wisely.
I've just got two big swings in Kalanga. With 25% counted, 22.7% swing, and up in Toowoomba North with Kerry Shine, former minister, very good candidate, very well-known family up there, swing at the moment at 12.6. So you're starting to see now a degree of consistency across the regions.
Can I just say, right, the last election was one of the biggest landslides in Australian history. It's now, 7:15, 3 years later, and we can't pick who's won the election. Now, that's how there's a huge swing on. It's rather hard to pick. It seems unfathomable to me that I can't call this election given the size of the result last time. We'll just have to wait and see. It's too close to call just at the moment.
What does it say about the electorate where we have the biggest swing we've ever seen in Australia 3 years ago, and we could be seeing it again tonight?
Well, I think it says more about the government than it actually says about the electorate. Well, there has not. I'll just finish. There has not been in our history a swing as big as we had last time, or a government with a majority as big as we have. And never in history has a government with that sort of majority lost so many seats after just 3 years. Our loss of government here in the state came after 20 years of Labor rule. So it says there's a lot more volatility around, but I do think it says something about the LNP, and it says something about their program, and particularly their program of austerity, ripping into health and education, for example.
Well, the austerity, the job cuts that happened in the first 12 months, that was a good 2 years ago, but your asset leasing plans front and centre, if not the signature campaign policy. Is this a vote against asset leasing?
Well, let's just address a few things. So in the health budget, there's an extra $2 billion being spent this year than when we came to government. In the education budget, we put an extra $300 million to fix up part of that 20 years of Labor neglect of maintenance in school halls, and we've funded extra teachers, and we've funded extra programs to retain those teachers, a $580 million program. So let's put to bed the lie about austerity, because that's not the case. There have been sensible and programmed measures taken in order to make sure that the budget, which had accumulated $36 billion worth of fiscal deficits over the last 10 years, was actually able to afford the services Queensland want. In terms of the program that we've put through, I think the key measures that people are talking about and what we're seeing today, and what our research tells us of this, is that firstly, the desire for some balance back in the parliament. So the numbers at 78 when we were elected, 73 now, we're seen as too great. In terms of bringing that balance back to the parliament, concentrating on the things that are important to the voters out there. What is important to me, the delivery of those services that I want to hear about, and then my concern about the jobs and the economy and what we're going to see in the growth. They factored as our top issues. The asset leasing program was not in the top 3 issues in our research.
OK, well, we'll be coming back to that, I'm sure, later on in the night. But first, some results from around the Gold Coast region, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Matt.
I'll interrupt you again.
Okay.
Algester update. I think it's important to do. We'll come back to that seat, the next seat immediately. Ashgrove, we got 14.3% in now. Campbell Newman is slightly ahead on the first preferences. But when we look at the two-party preferred swing, where we're getting the numbers from, because these do bob around from booth to booth, we're still seeing a 13% swing in that electorate. So that's looking pretty terminal for him at the moment.
Thank you, Anthony. We might go back to Broadwater then, and I'm sure we're going to talk about Ashgrove again in a second. But to Broadwater on the northern Gold Coast. This was held by a new MP, Verity Barton, for the LNP. She did attract some unwanted attention for some driving offences during the course of the campaign. It was a crowded contest for Broadwater with 7 candidates standing, Anthony.
And what we're seeing here is this is a big swing again. The LNP slightly ahead. 10% counter, 38 to 37. The 7% there were Green. And a lot of those other preferences down the ballot paper will probably exhaust. The Green preferences are important and they'll float a Labor Party. We've got one preference count and it's showing a 19.5% booth. I think that's a little precipitous to call, but that's what it's sort of doing at the moment. But again, we're seeing these sorts of swings consistently with first figures, and I'm not seeing any that go the other way or aren't as big. So the swings are big everywhere.
OK, well, let's go to Burleigh on the southern Gold Coast then and see what the size of the swing is there against Michael Hart, the LNP member.
They're big everywhere except Burleigh, it appears, because in Burleigh, actually the LNP's ahead, the ALP 32.8. We've got a preference count from 4 polling places, and it's indicating an 8% swing. So at this stage, that is a seat which does appear to be staying with the LNP. The swing is 8% there, but that shows you that some of the swings are also getting into the Gold Coast as well. So Michael Hart has been re-elected in Burleigh.
In Mudgeeraba now in the Gold Coast hinterland, Ros Bates has been in this seat since 2009 and going into the election held it with a very comfortable margin of 25.9%. How are things looking for her tonight?
14.5% swing. Again, I've got nothing but external booths in this electorate as a preference count. Ros Bates is well ahead there on first preferences. The prediction are about to show. I think that's more like the result. The prediction is that the LNP will retain that, but that's a big swing in that electorate. It was very safe beforehand. It was a seat that was Labor held about a decade ago. That's an enormous swing, but the LNP will hold that seat.
And to Albert in the Gold Coast Logan region, held by Mark Boothman, won in 2012. This was one of the largest swings against Labor in the last election. He's up against the ALP's Melissa McMahon.
And there's a swing on in this electorate, but it doesn't look like it's going to change at this stage. Mark Boothman's ahead, 46.1 to 33.7. This is a preference count in Cedar Creek, which is one smaller booth indicating a 9% swing. But again, you know, I think that would be a seat you'd expect the LNP to hold on those numbers.
OK. Wayne Swan, seems like you've got some mail there.
Well, the Ashgrove swing now is almost 14%, so I think there's no doubt about what's happening in Ashgrove. If you look down there at your count, you've got the ALP at the moment on 42, which is a pretty interesting number.
I mean, stunning.
The magic number, by the way, is 45. So, you know, you'd be mad to go much further than that, but the sort of swings I'm seeing, the Cook swing now is 17.6%, 20.8 on 2PP. So I'd expect that in Cook. It really does still depend on those seats I was talking about before, the outer metropolitan seats to the north and south of Brisbane and how they're going. We look like we're going quite well in regional Queensland. We've not seen much out of Townsville yet. I don't know whether Anthony's got anything on Townsville.
We might be coming up to that in just a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if we are and we're winning seats in Townsville, then that 42 will be moving up a bit. So Mundingburra will be particularly fascinating there. We've not seen Keppel, for example. We think Morenni has won, which was one no one was counting on. I'd like to have a look at Southport when you go down to the Gold Coast again. I think that might be interesting. So there's plenty of interesting seats in play, and we still haven't seen Clayfield.
Just on the... You're pretty relaxed about Clayfield?
Oh, look,
I'm
never relaxed about Clayfield. I'm always working in Clayfield. I expected to see a swing in Clayfield, and
what kind of swing were you expecting?
Oh, I I hadn't really stopped to think too much of the final number. I mean, I know Clayfield. I won it from the Labor Party in 2006. It took 4 days for that seat to be declared when I won it by 940 votes. So
Liddy Clark
off Liddy Clark back then. So Clayfield is a seat that I continue to obviously work very hard to ensure is well represented in the Parliament.
Tim Nichols, based on those figures from Ashgrove that we just saw, can I ask you, how are you feeling for Campbell Newman right now?
Oh, look, again, the figures are tough figures for Campbell. We always knew Ashgrove was going to be a hard fight.
Has he been prepared for this eventuality?
Look, I think all experienced elected representatives go in and know what it's like to see the numbers come up. Wayne in 96 suffered the same sort of setback that Campbell is seeing here. These are very substantial numbers. It is very tough for Campbell in that seat. It was always going to be a tough seat. He knew that when he decided to run for that seat in 2011. When he won in 2012, he knew it would need continual work. That's why he spent a lot of time there. But the voters are making their decision, and that's the way we have it here, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, Campbell Newman seems to have created history twice here, because on the way into Premier, he was the first one to run while outside Parliament, and he could be the first Premier in Queensland to lose his seat while Premier.
Well, Campbell's done a number of unique things. He was elected as Lord Mayor of Brisbane from outside the Brisbane City Council in 2004 after running a campaign where no one thought he would be able to beat the then Lord Mayor Tim Quinn and the Labor Party, but then proceeded to be the first Lord Mayor, I think, with a hostile council running against him. He then won very substantial victories in 2008, decided to have a go at the Premiership and was the first Lord Mayor to successfully move from Brisbane into the Premiership. So he's had a career of firsts, if you like. So he's made some very significant changes to the political landscape here in Queensland.
All right, Wayne Swan, we're going to give you your wish here. We're going to have a look at some seats.
I've just got one stunning result.
Right.
In a good area, up in Marumba, a 28% swing to Labor on 10% counted.
So it is those out.
There's plenty of good areas tonight,
seats.
I think. Plenty of good areas.
Okay, let's have a look at the seats in North Queensland, Jess.
All right, well, pretty hard to wipe the smile off Wayne Swan's face at the moment, but yes, let's go to Barron River, and this is one of those bellwether seats, so interesting to see tonight whether it's going to remain a bellwether seat, if indeed it does fall to Labor.
Yes, and I'm just looking at on these numbers. We've got a better first preference count here than two-party preferred. Michael Trout's just ahead, but with 11% there for the Greens, 7.6 with Pup. The Green preferences, that's one of the seats where the Greens didn't direct preferences, but I still extract a strong flow. We've got 5 small booths with a preference count showing a swing of 14.9%. Some of these swings are just so unexpected. I just sit here and thinking, is there something wrong with the computer? They're just so remarkable. But this is truly a very difficult election to get your mind around, because how different it is from the last election. But at this stage, that looks like Barron River is a strong possibility for the Labor Party to gain.
Let's go to Townsville then. This is one of 3 seats in that Townsville region. John Hathaway, an ex-Army fellow, MP there since 2012, but Scott Stewart, a teacher and principal, taking him on. And
at this stage, it looks like the Labor Party will regain this seat. As you can see, they're well ahead on first preferences there, as with a fifth of the vote counted, and we've got preference counts in 2 of the booths, one from the south and one from Magnetic Island. And it's showing a 9% swing, which would be enough to gain that seat. So that's one of those seats we're including with Townsville. We've got, look, I've currently got about 30, just a quick look overall. I've got 33 seats being gained by the Labor Party, but some of them are on these small counts, which is why I'm just a little bit concerned. But so many of them are going that way. That's what's just sort of making me awfully nervous, because this is an enormous swing that's going on here at the moment.
Let's go to Cairns then next, and Gavin King is the LNP sitting member there at the moment. We've got 24% of the vote counted, Anthony. And this is a much clearer picture. We've got we've got 9 preference count booths in this electorate. We've only got 24% of the vote, but 9 polling places, and this is an enormous swing that's occurring here of 18%. And on those numbers, Rob Pine will be in the Parliament, which will be a dramatic win in there. It's a seat that was won by the LNP last time. For the first time, Labor had lost it since 1904. And on those numbers, that's a dramatic swing. And just rounding off this latest look at seats, we're going to go to Cook. David Kempton, the LNP member there, up against Billy Gordon for the ALP.
And the Labor Party's ahead. We haven't got any the mobile booths in yet, and the Labor Party's ahead on first preferences. 15% there with the Katter's Australian Party. We got a preference count in 10 of the 42 booths in the electorate. And that's quite a smattering, and there's a 22% swing. Immediately you get quite a bit of variability in that electorate. That's 22 in a quarter of the booths.
OK, thank you, Anthony. Now, standing by in our other studio, we have another federal Labor MP in Graham Perrott speaking with Leonie Mellor.
Thanks, Matt. I've got Graham Perrott here, the federal ALP member for Moreton. Graham, thanks for your time. Anastasia Palaszczuk said right from the start it was going to be a David and Goliath battle, but she only had 9 seats. Surely the only way for her was up. What's your early assessment?
Well, it looks like David smacked Goliath between the eyes with a big rock. That's what it looks like. Incredible efforts from Anastasia Palaszczuk and her gang of 8. You know, the 9 of them have been phenomenal. It really looks like their key message of don't privatise our assets has really cut home, and complemented with a pretty disastrous campaign by the Liberal and National Party, not helped by Tony Abbott obviously, and also some of those horrible policies enacted after the election night disaster 3 years ago, where they went totally back on their word and, you know, said they were going to privatise, sack public servants, horrific environmental results, you know, caused mayhem across schools, business confidence died, unemployment increase. Horrific track record has come home to roost for Campbell Newman and his team.
Do you think asset sales was the key issue? It really sat on that, the issue of asset sales?
Look, I think there's a number of key issues, but certainly there's no way the next LNP Premier, if Labor doesn't get a majority...
Getting a bit ahead of yourself here?
If Labor doesn't get a majority, there's no way that Nichols or John Paul Langbrook or Lawrence Springborg can come out and say the people of Queensland have endorsed our asset sale agenda. That cannot happen. Tonight we've seen the people of Queensland say we want to keep our assets. That's the key thing. The other side to that penny, I guess, is how the people of Queensland can't be taken for mugs. And that's what Campbell Newman did after the last election. He might have taken smart off our number plates, but that doesn't mean the people of Queensland aren't clever enough to realise when they're being hoodwinked by their Premier.
And what about Anastasia Palaszczuk and her performance? How would you rate that over the past 26 days? She hasn't had a great recognition among voters.
Yeah, look, it's Palaszczuk is not exactly a name that rolls off everyone's lips, and certainly not the spelling thereof. It took me a while to get that to come to grips with it myself. But I think the people of Queensland have said we want to learn how to spell Palaszczuk. I'll give you the tip: P-A-L-A, Sydney Zoo, Canberra Zoo, United Kingdom. Okay, and I'm sure people will remember that, because after tonight we might have Premier Palaszczuk down in George Street, and that'll be a wonderful thing because Queensland needs it.
She did have the federal Labor leader and Bill Shorten with her a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
So he was certainly up here in Queensland
and
for a lot of the time, yes. Yeah. And he campaigned alongside of Anastasia Palaszczuk. We didn't see, by comparison, Tony Abbott, of course. What do you think voters cared about that, or was Bill Shorten really here just to muddy the waters between federal and state issues and raise key points like the rising of the GST, for example?
Look, there's no doubt there's always a federal element in any state campaign. Yeah, that is the reality, especially when the asset privatisation is linked so strongly to the 15% cash bonus that Joe Hockey promised to throw in. So that the parties are enmeshed. The federal and state parties have similar policies. They've also been strong on austerity, strong on sacking public servants, which has been the complete opposite of what they said before the election. So Campbell Newman and Tony Abbott, they're very similar in terms of that betrayal of what they said before the election back in 2012 for Campbell Newman and what they delivered after the election. And voters never give a leader a second chance, and they don't have to. Because obviously parties get a second chance later down the track. That's the beauty of our two-party democratic system. But Campbell Newman did not deserve a second chance, and it looks like the punters of Queensland have said, you're out of here.
Well, we do have to leave it there. We'll still have to wait and see how it plays out tonight. But Graham Perrott, thank you very much for your time.
Cheers. My pleasure.
You're watching the ABC's coverage of the 2015 Queensland state election. I'm Matt Wordsworth. Welcome to the ABC's Brisbane Election Centre. With 27% of the vote counted, we're looking at a 12.5% swing against the LNP government. This really is line ball. Now, with the latest results, let's go to Anthony Green.
Yeah, we'll look at the first preference votes at the moment. I'll compare this to the polls that were published this morning. The LNP's on 40.7, which is about what the poll said. Labor Party's on 38.4, which is a bit over 1% higher, and the Greens are on at 8.8, which is 1% or 2 higher. So the Labor vote is a little bit higher than the polls are indicating. All those polls had the 52 LNP, 50 for Labor. These numbers are washing through to 50 to 50.5 for the LNP, and at that point, it's getting rather difficult for them to get a majority. What I will do, we'll just have a look at the chamber, and hopefully it'll work for me this time. I'm going to draw in the seats which we're definitely giving away one way or the other. We're giving away for the moment the LNP. We're giving away 36 seats and Labor 41. So Labor's ahead at the moment, but I've got a few seats where I'm relying on one polling place, and I'm just very cautious about that. While you look in a few seats which are leaning that way, we get Labor up to 43. So Labor is certainly closer to winning this election at the moment than the LNP. The LNP are just behind in a whole series of seats. I want to do one other thing, just because amongst all the other things that are going on, I thought I'd mention this because it does always attract attention. The seat of Lockyer, where Pauline Hanson is running. She's currently in second place there with 27.8%, and the LNP vote has slipped to 32.7%. So that's an enormous swing in that electorate. And we're seeing some quite dramatic results all across the state. Labor's going, as Australia Party seem to be holding Dalrymple and Mount Isa. Peter Wellington's retaining Nicklin, but there's so many seats falling across the state. I've got Labor gaining 32 seats at the moment. That's an enormous swing.
And can we just get an update on Ashgrove, Anthony?
Let me go and see if I can find Ashgrove. I think I have it available. If I go to my map and I hit this button here, I get Ashgrove. I've got 34% counted. Kate Jones is ahead now, 44 to 40.3, and the Greens are on 10.8. Look at the change in vote that's occurring since the last election. LNP down 8.5, the Labor Party up 7.4, and the two-party preferred swing there, 15.1%. So the Labor Party will win Ashgrove.
The Labor Party will win Ashgrove.
On those numbers, it's certainly looking that way, yeah. And that is, I guess, I think it's a sad day, obviously, for Campbell and for the work that he has put into the seat of Ashgrove. But we've still got a fair way to go. We've still got 60% of the vote to go. But on those numbers, it looks like it's going to be very, very hard for Campbell and the LNP in that area. So, and that's reflecting, I think, realistically, the swings that we're seeing starting to come across the board.
Now, some of your ministers might be in trouble here as well, I understand. Bundaberg, not looking good for Police Minister Jack Dempsey.
Yeah, so Bundaberg, which Jack has held again since 2006, is a seat that I think Wayne has probably got some numbers on in relation to that one. Jack has worked hard. I think as Police Minister, Jack's been out of that seat for a fair bit of the time. He's taken a fair bit of responsibility as Minister to work in other seats, and that's taken him out of that electorate, and that may have had an impact in certainly the seat of Bundaberg.
And Wayne Swan, you've got some figures for Mundingburra, I understand, which is David Crisafulli, the local government minister's seat.
Yeah, 15% swing on primaries with 32% counted, so that's looking pretty strong. But I've got Bundaberg, a 21% swing to Labor on 30% counted, so I think that that's very strong for Labor. Redlands, almost a 30% swing to Labor on 20% counted. I just want to make one point. I think Labor has actually run with a lot less money, a very targeted and strategic campaign across key seats, and we're seeing the benefit of Anthony Chisholm's campaign here tonight. What he and Stacia have done out there on the ground has counted a lot more than all of the money that's been poured in by the LNP.
Well, I mean, I think what you've seen was a policy-light campaign by the ALP. They failed to give us an economic policy of any substance. They failed to give us an infrastructure policy of any substance. They failed to say how they were going to pay for it. The Labor Party in this campaign simply ran, if you like, an anti-campaign, we are not them campaign. They didn't run a policy campaign. They didn't put ideas up to how the state to see how the state would grow, nor did they say how they would be able to fund it. They simply ran on a garnering the protest vote, and whether that was on the GST on the Medicare co-payment, on the knighthood. It was all about a protest vote, and it really, I think, is a pity that has been the way they've chosen to do it, but the results are playing out.
Can I just get you to pull back and get a bit of perspective here, because Anthony's chamber is saying 43 seats for the ALP, 37 for the LNP. When you see figures like that, a turnaround like this, what are the thoughts that are going through your mind?
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we're thinking of, and I think, firstly, I think it is still too early to sort out what's going to happen there. 37, as the numbers just changed to 40 again, so there's still a fair bit of counting to be done. Pre-polls are very high this time around, so in seats like Kalanga, which previously had 2,500 pre-poll votes, there's up to 7,000 pre-poll votes in some of those seats. So there's still a fair bit of counting to be coming out of those pre-polls, although they are being counted tonight and will be coming through.
Sorry, Jess, go on.
Tim Nichols, can we though start to ask you now some questions about leadership now that it would appear that Campbell Newman has lost Ashgrove? Is that a position that you are now interested in, to take over the leadership of the LNP?
Well, Jess, look, I think it's far too early to start talking about any of those sort of things yet, because we're yet to see the final results and what the final outcome will be. So I know that there's a certain degree of anxiety on many people's part.
There's got to be a point tonight
where you are going to say something to me about that, and I'm sure the gentleman to over my right shoulder will be stirring that particular.
There's got to be a point tonight where we have to get an answer out of you on this.
Well, look, I think there are a lot of seats yet to be determined. There's still a large number of votes yet to be counted. Ashgrove does look like it is going to be a very, very big struggle, and on what Anthony said, I'm sure what Wayne is thinking, that is going to be hard, but far too early yet to be talking about those sorts of things, and indeed far too early for anyone, I think, to be talking about those sort of things. There are other people that, even if I were to be interested, I would need to talk to first. That's
who would you have to talk to?
Well, I think my wife and family would be pretty interested to know what was going on as well.
You've never discussed
so
you haven't already had that discussion.
So that's something else that needs to be discussed. But it's way too early yet to talk about those.
Text.
It's way too early to be talking about those sort of things.
Yes or no?
Matt, there's way too early. Let's just see what the final number and what the final count is.
Well, I don't want to beat up on you too early in the night, because we are going to come back to this time and time again.
It's still too early. It's still moving around a fair bit, but no doubt. Look, there is a big swing on, and it would be, you can't deny what you see there, and it would be foolish to do so. And there are obviously a number of issues
But it's not too early to say that the Premier has lost his seat. It's not too early to make that statement. He has lost his seat. Ashgrove has said, on your bike, and he's out. And now we've got a very close contest. We've seen the biggest majority in Australian history eroded right back. There's a seismic shift here. There's an electoral earthquake happening. We don't know whether Labor has won, but what we know is that 30-odd seats have probably been gained by the ALP and lost by the LNP in one term. This is absolutely an earthquake. And earthquake must come some understanding. And what you heard from Tim was outright denial. And what is here is a referendum on LNP leadership, both state and federal. No doubt about it.
Well, even if you retain government, we don't know that at this stage, you must be thinking a complete change of leadership style must at least be on the cards, if not some serious looking at your central policies.
Well, look, I think in terms of what we have looked at over the last period of time, we had to make some difficult decisions early on in the piece, and there's no getting away from the fact that they were difficult decisions.
But the combative leadership style, do you think that needs to change?
And then if you've seen over the last 8 months, as the Premier himself indicated, a change in style, a more consultative style. I think one of the things that I tried to do with the Strong Choices campaign was to talk to people. I mean, I travelled the length and breadth of the state. We explained the problem, we explained the possible solutions, and as a result, as I say, I think during this campaign, the issues that were there were not primarily around, for example, the Strong Choices campaign, but around those other issues, around the size of the parliament, about focusing on what people wanted us to do, and about jobs and the economy, and they came up consistently as the top 3 issues.
OK, thanks, Tim Nichols. Now, let's have a look at some of the seats in the Greater Brisbane area, Jess.
Thank you, Matt, and we're going to start off in Stretton in southern Brisbane. This is a seat was held by the LNP's Freya Ostapovich. Labor is running a lawyer in Duncan Pegg. This is his second attempt at the seat of Stretton, and Anthony, it's looking like he might be a bit more successful this time around.
I want to watch this. Yeah, no, Labor will win that seat. I'm just a bit concerned about David Ford there, who got 19% last time, has got 19% this time. But this time the Labor Party's ahead on first preferences. They will not be hurt by exhausted preferences as they were last time. And so Duncan Pegg, I think at this stage, we've only got one preference count booth, but that sort of gap on first preferences, Duncan Pegg will win that seat. So that looks like a Labor gain in the southern suburbs of Brisbane.
To Waterford then, around Logan City to the south of Brisbane. This was a very marginal LNP seat. Mike Latter started on just a 1% buffer, so I'm very interested to see the size of the swing now.
Yeah, and at this stage, this is another enormous swing, and we got real preference counts in this, so I'm not sort of worried about where these numbers are coming from. This is a big swing, and Shannon Fentiman has easily won this seat. This was always Labor before the 2012 election, and as you can see there, 15.6% swing, and Shannon Fentiman is the new member for Waterford. That's a gain for the Labor Party.
Okay, and now we're going to go to Pine Rivers. Seith Holswedge, the sitting LNP member. Nikki Boyd running for Labor.
Labor Party's won this seat. This is an enormous swing, and I've got lots and lots of polling places in here. Yeah, no, difficult at all. 47.6 for Labor to 38.6 for Seith Holswedge. At this stage, from the 7 polling places we've got, that's turning into a 21.6% swing. So the Labor Party has won Pine Rivers. If Labor Party is winning those seats up north of Brisbane, and we've got 2 more to come here in this little list, then they're on the cusp of victory. We're starting. This is looking like a true boil over.
This is not baseball bats. This is sledgehammers. Absolutely.
Wow. Yes, and Kalanga, Anthony, as you mentioned, it was a seat with the kind of margin that was needed, or the kind of swing that was needed for the Labor to win government if it was going to. Trevor Ruthenberg, the LNP member there.
This one's gone. Shane King, the Labor Party candidate, well ahead there on first preferences with half the vote counted. At this stage, he's well ahead. And when you look in fact to where the information is from, the swing is 21%. So that's next door to Pine Rivers. That's an enormous swing. And so that Labor Party seat's gone for the Labor Party as well. These swings are now starting. I was worried about them earlier. Where was the source of the information? They're firming up. There really are 15 to 20% swings going on.
Incredible. And finally then to Marumba in the Caboolture corridor north of Brisbane. Another one that's looking, Anthony, like an ALP gain by Chris Whiting.
And Chris Whiting's former councillor up in the Moreton Bay area, Moreton Bay Regional Council. He's well ahead there on first preferences, as you can see. And when we factor in where that information is from, and we've got a very good smattering of booths in, 10 of the 24, that's a 19% swing. And that's another Labor Party gain. Now, before I go away from here, I've got one thing to bring up on the touch screen. It's a seat we won't be talking too much about tonight, but it's got a quite dramatic result. The seat of Maryborough. It's turning into quite a dramatic swing at this stage, a real breaking up of the vote, where, if we just bring up the figures here, nobody's got above 25% of the vote. Anne Madden's now on 30%, Labor's second, Chris Foley. We won't know the result in that, but that's just a complete dissection of the vote there. I mean, admittedly, compared to the last election, Anne Madden, it's only down 6%, but it still shows the continued 12.7 there for Pup. So that's one of their highest performances. But we won't know the result in Maryborough tonight, because I suspect they won't know the order the candidates finish.
So Wayne Swan, you're saying these 19, 20% swings, they're big time?
Well, people used to say what occurred with Labor in Queensland federally many years ago, that they were sitting on the verandas waiting there with baseball bats. Now they're waiting with an army of sledgehammers. I mean, this is very clear. These swings of 20% across a whole range of seats. I mean, it's a complete repudiation of the substance of what the LNP was talking about. It is not just something which comes from people being offended by Campbell Newman's style or even Tony Abbott's bully boy tactics. It's about the savage cuts to health and education. It's about privatisation. It's about all of those things. It's about asset sales, and Queenslanders have said emphatically, on your bike, out of here.
Your colleagues in Canberra will be watching this result. What will they take away from this?
Well, certainly. I mean, the federal issues did come into the campaign towards the end. I don't know what Tim thought about what Tony Abbott was doing on the Medicare co-payment, for example, which intruded into the campaign, or for that matter, raising the GST as an issue during the campaign. I mean, all of these issues are relevant. What has occurred in Queensland is that the scare tactics of both the LNP here locally and in Canberra about deficit and debt being the end of the world and trash-talking the economy have been comprehensively repudiated by the electors of Queensland in this state election. That's the real lesson out of this.
Tim Nicholls, do you blame any of this result on Tony Abbott?
Oh, look, I think there were certainly federal factors and there were less than helpful things. Raising discussion about the GST was something that certainly didn't help the campaign. The Medicare co-payment was again something that we didn't support, as we didn't support raising the GST. So those factors, I think, did play a role in what we've seen and part of what we're seeing here tonight.
What about the knighthood over Australia Day, the week before the election?
Well, look, I mean, again, we felt that the knighthood was a decision that out of left field for everyone. It was certainly not something that we saw coming and that we would have thought of. So those have certainly played into what we've seen here tonight.
OK. All right, let's go back up north and have a look at the seat of Mundingburra.
Thank you, Matt. And we've got David Crisafulli, the LNP local government minister, standing by to talk to us in a moment. But Anthony Green, take us through the figures first.
Yeah, well, we've got I've suddenly got Mansfield, which is a very, very line ball still at the moment. Let me look at Mundingburra. What we see here, if you look at the numbers are showing the Labor Party on 40.6, the LNP on 40.6, 11% there with PUP, 7.9 for the Greens. So there's not going to be a lot of assistance in preferences for the LNP there. And at the moment, we've got a preference count in 6 of the 19 booths, indicating a 12% swing and a Labor Party gain. I think we'll sort of, again, that might sort of bob around, but again, that's above the swing Labor needed to win that seat. And at this stage, we're showing as a gain. As I said, I'm very cautious tonight. It's quite remarkable.
And David Crisafulli joins us now in Mundingburra. David Crisafulli, what do you make of the results tonight?
On a statewide basis, it's quite frightening. On a personal level, it's close, but I sense that I'm in a bit of trouble at the moment, so we'll see how that all pans out. But I really do hope and believe for the sake of the nation that we do get a second term in government. Now, whether I'm part of that or not, who knows? I would love to be. I think that we could be well served by having some people from regional Queensland around that cabinet table. But for the sake of governing, for the sake of, if you put your hand up to say we want to reform things, for the sake of going to an election and being honest with people about a way that you are going to deal with an almighty mess, I really hope that the government's returned, and I hope that we're able to capitalise on what the benefits will be of fixing that financial tsunami, of actually investing in infrastructure and bringing the state back to where it needs to be.
There has been a very strong message sent to the LNP, though, tonight, hasn't there?
Very much so, and I think there's probably a couple of messages. The first is, if you're going to reform, you've got to bring people on the journey with you, and I think that's one of the errors we have made. At times we have raced in, rolled up our sleeves, fixed the problem, but haven't told people what the problem was and how we were actually fixing it. So it's a little bit ironic that in an era where there are so many different ways to communicate with your electorate, communicating with people has never been more difficult. That's the trouble. So we had unions on booths today saying, you know, don't vote for these guys because, you know, they have destroyed your hospitals. Now, no fair-minded person could say that the hospital system hasn't been a huge turnaround in this state. But you've got to take people on the journey and explain what you're doing and how you're doing it. That's a big message out of tonight for sure.
What about asset leasing? How much did that play a factor?
It was a big issue, but you've got to give a bit of credit where credit's due. In the same way that the federal government of 1998 went to an election and said, this is what we're going to do with the GST, we have done the same with asset leasing. And this in many ways mirrors that election. There's going to be a lot of good people who lose their seats today. I just hope for the sake of the government it is given the opportunity to finish the job, because, you know, cast your mind back 3 years and the financial mess that we inherited, the way government was run was shambolic, and I think people wanted to send us a message tonight by all means, but there's just not another way. You can't. The Treasurer went around the state actually articulating the options. The other options weren't palatable. We can go to bed tonight and wake up and say, oh great, we sent a message, but it doesn't change the fact that we have a huge debt that we have to deal with. It doesn't change the fact that interest is the fastest growing expense of government. And I want my kids to live in a Queensland, the one that I grew up with, where we were able to build infrastructure, where we were able to deliver things. And I would dearly love to be part of governing for the state, but faced with the choice of my seat or choosing 45 other colleagues, I pray that we find 45 for the sake of this state and this nation.
David Crisafulli, as you say, things are in a bit of state of flux at the moment, and we're not sort of quite sure who the government's going to be. If the LNP does hang on, it will be, it looks like, without Campbell Newman as Premier. Who would you like to see fulfil that leadership role?
Look, right now I've got two priorities. Priority number one is to keep watching that count and hope that there are 45 names that have got a little blue mark beside them for the sake of the state that I love and my home city that needs a good economic injection right now. And the second priority is a little bit selfish, but I wouldn't mind to see a few votes trickle into my column, because I think for better or for worse, I'd love to make a contribution for regional Queensland around that cabinet table. So they're my priorities, so I'll let others delve into the next question.
Well, you're still a young man, David Crisafulli. I'm sure there's plenty ahead of you, whatever happens tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
You're watching the ABC's coverage of the 2015 Queensland state election. Welcome back, I'm Matt Wordsworth. This is the ABC's Brisbane Election Centre. We have now 42% of the vote counted, and there is a 13% swing against the LNP government, and that's tipping it into ALP government territory. But for the latest on the count, let's go to Anthony Green.
Yes, and I'll start with the first preference votes for this election. Again, 40.7, 38.4, 8.8. So again, the Labor Party is about 1 to 2% ahead of what the opinion polls are reporting this morning. So we're seeing a two-party preferred of around 50, where the polls are all reporting 52. So they seem to have underestimated the size of the Labor and the Green first preference vote. So that's had a significant impact. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring, what we're seeing 9% down for the LNP, up 11.7 for the Labor Party, and a smattering across. The swing is about 14% in the southeast, 11% overall in regional Queensland. I'm going to look at the chamber, because this is really starting to fill in at this stage. We've got 79 of the 89 seats we're now definitely giving away to one side or the other, and the Labor Party is closer to majority than the LNP. 36 we're giving to the LNP, 43 to the Labor Party, and 3 others. And when I add a few more likelies one way or the other, I think it gets to 37-43, which it'll eventually come. 37-43. Anyway, 43 is the number. I'm currently predicting Labor to win 46 seats, which would be majority government. These swings, the number is... I'm having to look at so many seats that I keep thinking, is that adding up? Is there a seat I've got to go and look at, and is there something wrong in one particular seat? So that's why I'm not prepared to put a prediction out there at the moment. But at the moment, the computer is saying 46 seats. It's got all of my knowledge and programming built into it, and it's predicting a Labor government. But I am just cautious, because these numbers are hard to... You really start to look at these all seats by seat, and there's all the postals to come. And pre-polls, and for one of the first times in my life, I'm going to be the first person to say it'll go to pre-polls and postals, because they will be important based on these results.
What I don't understand, gentlemen, is that none of the published polls predicted this. Did you guys see this coming, or did internal polling see this coming?
Matt, I think what we're saying there is that there was probably a reasonably large number of undecided votes in those pre-poll numbers that we saw coming through in those polling results, up to 15% undecided. Coming in over the last couple of days. Those both hard and soft undecided, if I can put it that way, have obviously run against the government in the last 48 to 72 hours. So those undecideds that didn't show up in the numbers that were published are now starting to come through, and we're seeing them come through in the outcomes that we're seeing. So we always know that walking into the booth on the day of the election, there are a number of people who, weighing things up, have yet to make their decision up. And they have gone in, and they've obviously made the decision walking into the booth, and that decision hasn't favoured the government.
Wayne Swan?
I think the LNP had a shocking last week. We had what I call Mad Monday on Australia Day, when Tony Abbott, gave a knighthood to Prince Philip. We had Campbell Newman standing up at a press conference refusing to answer questions even about the weather and giving the same answer. And of course that came after all of the wild allegations that somehow the ALP was being funded by bikies and all of it. And I think that went down badly. We also had the blackmail threats that were made, that commitments in places like Ashgrove wouldn't be met if people weren't returned. I think there was an adverse impact of that. And I think federal factors overlaid what was going on disastrously in the state campaign, and we got a toxic mix of a toxic Premier and a toxic Prime Minister. And that's the result tonight.
We haven't spoken about Alan Jones. What impact did Alan Jones have on this campaign, Tim Nichols?
Oh, look, I think Mr Jones's contribution was more in the sense of a disruption and taking people off message. While Jones was broadcasting to a relatively small audience, what would happen then is it would be picked up and be rebroadcast on the news that night, and we saw the politics of politics coming through rather than a clear message about what the government was attempting to do in terms of being able to provide a clear policy direction. And so people saw politicians and commentators and others talking about themselves rather than talking about the issues of concern to them.
Didn't you have yourselves partly to blame for that, because you decided to take him to the courts, kind of highlighting the issue rather than just making it sort of go away?
Well, I mean, as I said, Matt, to you on the Friday night, I think the truth does matter, and just because you're an elected representative doesn't mean that you give away all rights to be able to say you cannot say the most outrageous things against people, and that's something that is the case.
Alan Jones does it to us all the time.
Well, Alan Jones does it to many people. So
he does it to everybody.
You shouldn't feel obligated about it. But I think what occurred then, subsequently after that action that was taken, was that the commentary was certainly much less in the second week of Mr Jones's broadcast than it was in the first. It was much less a driver of commentary in that second week. But certainly there were a number of factors. There were the federal factors.
But was it smart politics just to not only for Campbell Newman to sue Alan Jones for defamation, but then to let another news cycle get dominated because you dived in, Lawrence Springborg dived in, and just sucked away all of that messaging that you said that you regretted not getting out there?
Well, I think what was occurring, and you have to say, well, what would have been the case had action not been taken? Would Mr Jones have continued to draw all of that information for the following 5 days, or 4 days, from Tuesday this week through to Friday this week? And what happened is this week, there was very little mention of Mr Jones after last Friday a week ago.
And is that why Campbell Newman left the threat hanging that he would sue other media outlets?
I'm not aware of that other threat, but I must say what happened was that last week was a scrappy week. I agree with what Wayne has said. We were dealing with a number of issues, including what was a very big distraction on the Monday, subsequently into the Tuesday, led all the news services on Monday night on Australia Day and on Tuesday and through into Wednesday.
But what is even more,
was it a smart move?
Well, which one?
To issue that defamation writ against Alan Jones?
Oh, I don't think so. But I don't have any time for his defamatory statements. But you don't get anywhere in politics if you do that. But what's been lost here is that you had the LNP who were not game, who didn't want the Prime Minister of Australia to come to Brisbane or to any part of Queensland during the campaign. And that speaks volumes for the fact that this is not just a repudiation of Campbell Newman and the LNP here. It is also a very big message about Tony Abbott and the standing of the federal government right across the state, particularly in the north.
Are you admitting, Wayne Swan, that what's happening tonight is a protest vote against the LNP and not a vote for Labor?
No, it's a vote against the substance of what the LNP has been doing, the very substance that Bill Shorten has been opposing in Canberra. The misplaced austerity, the savage cuts to health and education, the talking down and trashing of the economy, the demonisation of deficit and debt. People are fed up with that. They do want some fresh ideas and a constructive approach.
Fresh ideas. Anastasia Palaszczuk spent a lot of the campaign talking about what she would not do, i.e. asset leasing. Where was the discussion about what she would do?
Well, the asset leasing was a really dumb and dangerous idea, and I think Queenslanders have repudiated that completely. What they want is sensible economic management, and the asset sales, particularly, say, the Port of Gladstone, doesn't make any sense. Sells the country short.
Tim Nichols, is this your work choices moment? That you have to take asset leasing and make it dead, buried and cremated?
I think there's been a fixation on the asset leasing program. As I said to you, the research that we did showed that the major issues that people wanted to deal with in this campaign were a sense of rebalancing the size of the parliament. They felt that there were too many people on one side. They wanted people to focus on the things that were important to them, not the politics of politics, but the things that were important to them. And what were the things that were important to them? Economy and the jobs. Now, Wayne talks about the substance of the policy. There was no substance to the ALP. There wasn't an economic policy. There wasn't a policy for public transport. There wasn't a policy to build infrastructure throughout the state. Their only policy was to spend for the third time the dividends from the Port of Townsville on building a football stadium. That was the entire policy content of what we saw up here. So
Nichols,
when you talk about substance, it was the LNP who actually put a policy for substance forward, and what the Labor Party did very successfully, and obviously very successfully, is simply say, we're not them, and so vote for us.
Can I just interrupt you there? We can bring you some pictures now of the function where Kate Jones and her supporters are, and she'll be arriving, we think, in around 10 minutes' time, so presumably that would see Kate Jones declaring victory in Ashgrove. That will certainly lift that crowd. They're very subdued at the moment, but I'm sure they will make a lot of noise once Kate Jones walks into the room. She, of course, was the local member before Campbell Newman. She was a minister in the Bligh government. She was the youngest female MP and then the youngest minister as well. So she has certainly rode back strongly into the Parliament, taking out a Premier along the way. So we'll bring you Kate Jones's speech as soon as she walks into the room. All right, now let's have a look at some more seat results. Let's go out into regional Queensland. Jess?
Thanks, Matt, and we're going to start in Mulgrave, as you say, up in North Queensland. This was one of only 9 Labor seats that was held, as I said, by Labor heading into this election by Curtis Pitt there. Robin Quick was opposing him, but Anthony, I imagine his slim margin heading into the election has extended somewhat tonight.
Yes. Something's not making sense from some of my figures here, but Curtis Pitt's easily won the seat, 53.3% of the first preference vote. He's about 20% up on what he had at the last election, so that's quite a big swing for him. At this stage, 63.1 for the Labor Party, so that's an easy victory there for Curtis Pitt, easily re-elected in his electorate of Mulgrave.
To Keppel then in central Queensland, and an opinion poll during the campaign predicted there would be a 13% swing against the LNP's Bruce Young here. How's it playing out in reality tonight? Well, that poll appears to have got it roughly right. Brittany Lauger is well ahead there on 47.3, over half the first preference vote counted, so it looks like she's home. We've got a preference count in 16 of the 24 booths, and at this stage it's indicating a swing of 14.5%, and looks like Keppel will go back to the Labor Party. And we did mention Toowoomba North a little bit earlier tonight. This is one of the seats where a former Labor MP was going to try his luck again to get his old seat back. Kerry Shine, that is, against the LNP's Trevor Watts. And at this stage of the night, it's neck and neck. When we look at the first preference votes, LNP's on 44, Kerry Shine's on 39.1. So votes there with some minor parties as well. We've got some preference counts in 13 of the 25 booths and are projecting a swing of 9.8, which puts the seat too close to call. At the moment, on the raw numbers, Kerry Shine is ahead. Oh, well, that's... no, that's the swing of 9.8%. That's too close to call at this stage.
OK, thanks, Anthony. Tim Nichols, can I just go back to what David Crisafulli was talking about earlier on? And he said this swing was quite frightening. How would you describe it?
Well, it's a very substantial swing. It's a 12-13% swing. You can't deny the reality of the figures that we're seeing through there. So it has been, from the ALP's perspective, a successful campaign. They have garnered that vote, that we're not them vote. It, as I say, didn't have any substance behind it in terms of a policy for governing the state, for delivering the future. But as a political tactic, it has worked. And we're seeing those very, very big swings coming in across the board. So I think it is worrying that governments that do the right thing to repair what were absolute financial failures and absolute failures of governance. Who can forget the health payroll system, a $1.2 billion failure that saw doctors, nurses, people working in our health system overpaid, underpaid, not paid at all, dead people being paid. Who can forget things such as the Traviston Dam debacle, a $600 million waste of money, or the $1.2 billion Tugun desalination plant?
Well, I guess over to you, Wayne Swan, because can you believe that people have forgotten why they voted out Labor just 3 years ago.
Well, I think the story about asset sales is absolutely critical here, because the LNP went into the last election campaign saying they would not sell assets.
No, we said we would not. We said we would not sell assets without taking it to the people of Queensland first for a mandate.
Yes.
So this is the story that Curtis has been running that is inaccurate.
Well, I'll have my say now. The fact is that I think a large part of this swing is a rejection of the fact that the LNP, having been elected with a massive majority, then proceeded to sell assets and then lie about the sale of the assets by saying they were leasing.
When you say lie,
this is a real
we
problem.
actually haven't sold the assets. What we said is we went to the people of Queensland and we said, this is the problem. We've got an $80 billion
And here's the
debt.
verdict.
Yeah,
the verdict is we don't want you to lease or sell those assets. I think that is a significant
the lie that
element
was
in the
being
campaign.
told. It reinforces the lie that was being told that we were and had sold the assets.
No.
What we were simply saying to the people of
But you
Queensland...
spent too much money on publicly funded market research when you say that. Really.
What we said is we were leasing the assets and they would come back and we would take it to the people of Queensland first. Now, unlike our predecessors who said, no, we're not going to sell it, and 3 months after being elected...
And they paid the price for that. And now you are paying this. You are paying an even bigger price for that.
They paid the price for it.
Yeah, and now you're paying the same price.
We did the right thing, spent a year talking to the people of Queensland about it, and what do we see from the ALP in this election campaign? Nothing but the harvesting of the protest.
Don't blame the ALP.
We are going to get a verdict on this very disagreement tonight. We are keeping an eye on the Kate Jones function, just for anybody who's still interested in seeing Kate Jones get up and speak. It shouldn't be too far away. But first, we're going to go to Anthony Green with a look at some more results.
I just wanted to plot the map. That was the map of the last election. There's very little red on it. Well, we're doing our prediction now. We've got Cook gone, 3 seats around Cairns, Townsville. This is Morani, Keppel. I've forgotten the name of that electorate. That's Gladstone. Bundaberg, extraordinary result in Bundaberg. And when you come down to the southeast corner, all that red's come back, and I'll just put this on. These are the seats which are changing hands. There's this change all over the time, all over the place. We did this last election and had that sweep of blue down to the southeast. This time there's an extraordinary return back to the Labor Party. There are still some seats still to call, but at the moment there's a high likelihood we could get a hung parliament at the moment. I've got the Labor Party on 45 seats. There's a lot of votes to come, a lot of votes to be counted tonight, but this is an extraordinary result, and I think it's too close to call yet.
OK, so there you go, a high likelihood of a hung parliament, according to Anthony Green. Now, Senator Larissa Waters from the Greens is standing by with our reporter Leonie Mellor.
In agricultural issues, yet the Greens always seem to struggle here, never having won a seat at an election. Why is that?
Well, tonight we're celebrating because at the moment we've got the highest vote that we've ever had in a state election, and that's a real testament to the strength of our people. We've run fabulous candidates across the whole state in every single seat, and we've had more volunteers than ever. And as you say, we have the reef, and it's under threat at the moment from the policies of both of the big parties to open up the Galilee Basin and the Abbott Point coal port. So I think people are now looking to the Greens, and they know that we stand for a cleaner and greener Queensland, and they've seen an increase in our vote off the back of that.
The last we heard was that the Greens had 8.8% of first preferences. How does that compare with previous years?
Well, look, that's an increase in our vote. As you say, we've not been able to elect someone yet, and I think that's because our vote is very diffuse. It's a broad-based support across the state rather than a concentration. It's also, of course, because we lack an upper house here in Queensland, where traditionally Greens get our foothold in around the country. So I think we're very happy with this result, and hopefully it continues to go up, and it looks like the preferences of those who voted Green first will be decisive in kicking out the Newman government, and that's something that I celebrate.
Both, though, the ALP and LNP said that they wouldn't work with minor parties. Do you think a hung parliament would be such a bad thing, or would it lead to chaos?
Well, the LNP must have known this was coming because, of course, they've run those attack ads this week on that very point. But we've seen from the federal parliament that with a hung parliament, more negotiation is required and better outcomes eventuate, because you don't have any one party simply rushing things through with no consultation. So I think a hung parliament would be a vastly improved result for Queensland, considering we've had such an unbalanced parliament for the last 3 years and who've treated Queenslanders with absolute contempt.
You spoke about preference deals just a short time ago. What effect do you think that will have? How vast did you do those preference deals?
Well, look, we're very democratic in that we ask our members what they would like to do about preferences on how to vote cards. Of course, it's always up to the voters, and we stress that point. But we made a suggestion in the vast majority of seats across the state for voters to vote one green and number every square and put the LNP last. And that effectively was a suggestion to support Labor ahead of the LNP. And it looks like our voters will be decisive in a large number of seats, and it may well be that the preferences of Greens voters is what determines the end of the Newman government.
You were interesting a couple of days ago. The Greens actually stood up and called the LNP out on sexism, referring to a Facebook post of a cartoon of a naked Anastasia Palaszczuk on a wrecking ball. There was also the LNP ad saying "Don't wake up with regrets." Are you surprised that others didn't join you in your criticism on that front?
Well, certainly we had a lot of support from the feminist commentators online, and we're not afraid to call out sexism when we see it. That's part of our duty, I think, to change cultural behaviours, is to make sure that people are pulled up when they start leaning towards sexist remarks. And we also had one of the LNP candidates come out this week and say she wasn't pre-selected this time around because she was told she didn't serve enough tea and bickies. Now, I mean, what century are we in? Women have every right to equal representation in the parliament, and I felt it important to point out those sexist remarks because they're not representative of Queensland and they're thoroughly out of date.
Senator Waters, we do have to leave it there. Thank you very much for your time tonight and best of luck.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
All right, let's take you back to Ashgrove and the function of Kate Jones, where she looks like she has toppled a sitting Premier, creating history. She was, of course, the youngest woman in Queensland Parliament and later the youngest government minister. She's a 35-year-old mother of two. She looks like she is creating history again in knocking off the LNP's Premier, Campbell Newman. Wayne Swan, she did have a few options before she decided to run in Ashgrove. People were talking about whether she'd have a go at the mayoralty, maybe she would try for the Senate. Were you surprised at the fact that she took it up again?
No, because I think she's just so committed. She made the commitment. She loves her electorate. She thinks it's a great place to live. Very committed to local people. You can only admire her tenacity, but I think most importantly her values, and that's what's shining through here. And I think that's the sort of contrast. She's the sort of candidate, she's the sort of politician that people want in their communities, people who understand community and are out there all the time. And I think that's what people have voted on tonight.
Well, let's have a look at the latest results in Ashgrove, Anthony.
Caught me out there. I was checking a couple of maps there for a moment. Seat run, let's have a look at Ashgrove. Kate Jones on 7722, which in the percentage terms is 44.4. Campbell Newman 43.5, 10.4 with the Greens. And when we look at the two-party preferred swing, knowing the polling place information is from, the swing is 10.7, so 55%, which was the I think was the Galaxy poll in the Courier Mail this morning. So that's a comprehensive victory for Kate Jones there in Ashgrove.
Okay, and we've got some more results as well across the state.
I'm a little unsure. Thank you. Sorry, I've got Indrapilli in front of me. It's something to do. So anyway, the primary vote that's occurring at the moment is 40.7 to the LNP, 38.3 to the Labor Party, 8.8 to the Greens and 7.3 to others. The change in vote that's occurring, 8.9 and 11.7. Let's break that down by region. In the southeast, the change in vote in southeast Queensland, which is not going to come up for me, unfortunately. Let me try North Queensland. Here we are. This is North Queensland. The Labor Party vote well up in North Queensland. So all that vote for Canada's Australian Party, some of it's gone to Palm United, some of it's gone to the Labor Party. If you look at Greater Brisbane, yes, let's do Greater Brisbane. big swing directly from the LNP to the Labor Party. But the good news for the LNP tonight is on the Gold Coast, where it doesn't appear they've lost anything. The LNP vote is well down. Some of it has gone to PUP. It hasn't gone to the Labor Party. And so at this stage, it does look like the Liberal Party, the LNP, will hold all its Gold Coast seats.
OK. Well, we were expecting Broadwater might be a little bit vulnerable, Tim Nicholls, but looks like at least you've kept the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it certainly it looks that way. Verity Barton has worked hard in that seat. She was subject to quite a substantial media campaign down there in relation to some things, but she's held on. Michael Hart has done well in Burleigh, which traditionally was the Labor seat on the Gold Coast, and Michael's done a tremendous job in holding that seat, worked very hard down there. And also Jan Stuckey down at Currumbin has done a good job down there as well. OK,
now I think we're going to have a chat to one of your colleagues, Tim Nicholls. Jess.
Thank you, Matt. And we do have Scott Emerson standing by in Indooroopilly. He's the Transport Minister. But first, Anthony Green, let's take a look at Indooroopilly.
Yes, and what we're seeing here is this is traditionally one of those safe Liberal seats in the western suburbs. It did fall to Labor for a couple of terms during the BD landslides, but it's been safely back in LNP hands. With Scott Emerson, he's well ahead there on first preferences. The Labor vote's 27.3, the Greens are 18. The Green vote's roughly static. All the swing that's come has been to the Labor Party. And so after preferences, there is a 12.6% swing, but Indooroopilly will remain as an LNP seat and Scott Emerson as its sitting member.
And Scott Emerson, thank you for joining us tonight. You were a journalist in a former career. What kind of headline would you be writing about what's happening here tonight?
Oh, look, I think there's going to be a lot of very disappointed people out there. Obviously, this is a disappointing decision today, and there'll be a lot of MPs out there who've worked incredibly hard over the last 3 years, and my heart and soul goes out to those people because I know they really put their lives into those jobs, and unfortunately, nature of politics, tonight they'll be very disappointed with tonight's result.
You said it was a disappointing decision. Has the electorate got it wrong?
Oh, look, I always take the view that the voters never get it wrong, but I think what we've seen tonight is we had to make tough decisions for the sake of the state, and sometimes you make the decisions that are tough even if they're not in your best political interests. But the reality is what we inherited was a situation that was unsustainable. We couldn't keep having a situation of $85 billion of debt, those health payroll debacles, the massive waiting lists, the lack of maintenance on our schools. So we've had to make some tough decisions. Sometimes they're not in our political interess, but we've got to put Queenslanders first. And unfortunately, tonight, some MPs have lost their seats, probably because of those tough decisions, but they were still the right decisions to make.
Do you concede at least that perhaps those decisions were made too quickly, too aggressively?
Oh, look, over the next days and weeks, obviously we'll be analysing what's happened at the election. But I do say that, again, we had to make those decisions. It was a very clear advice to us when we came into office. And I know Tim had that situation when he opened the advice from the Treasury saying that the situation was unsustainable for the Queensland economy. The situation that Labor left us, of $85 billion forecast of debt, couldn't continue. We couldn't have that situation of having those massive waiting lists in health, the lack of maintenance in our schools, and even in my area, where we saw under Anastasia Palaszczuk as a Transport Minister, putting fares up in public transport every year by 15%, increasing car rego by 30% in just 4 years. Those things were unacceptable, couldn't continue. And sometimes you have to make the tough decisions, the best interests of Queensland, even if it costs you politically.
Scott Emerson, without Campbell Newman at the helm, it would appear that he has lost Ashgrove tonight. Who is best placed now to lead the LNP?
Look, my only focus tonight is being here with my booth workers. There's been about 200 people out there campaigning in Indooroopilly today. I heard Anthony Green mention that Labor held this seat for a couple of terms. It was actually 3 terms. We worked very hard to get this seat back to the LNP and keep it tonight. So I do want to say thank you to all the people in Indooroopilly out there.
I appreciate
that's what our focus is tonight,
that you have
to be
made
focused on that.
I appreciate the efforts that you have made locally, but there is a much bigger question at hand now.
Oh, look, as I said, tonight my only focus is being here with the booth workers who've been out there all day in pretty hot conditions, working on those booths. And well, look, those talks will be for another time. But tonight my focus is on Indooroopilly and being here with my booth workers.
All right, Scott Emerson in Indooroopilly, thank you.
Okay, now it looks like increasingly we're looking at the prospect of a hung parliament. Is that the way you're reading it, Tim Nichols?
Just looking at the numbers that are coming through there, looking at some of the results that I'm seeing in from some of these booths, I think that's probably getting close to the case. So a lot more counting to be done yet before we know the outcome tonight. A lot of pre-polls to go through, a lot of postals to go through. So that's going to be something. The LNP processed something like 200,000 postal votes up to last Friday alone. So there's a fair bit of work to be done yet before we can see a clear outcome. But I think the clear outcome here is that the people of Queensland have sent the LNP as a government a very clear message about how we communicate, how we go about selling our message about some of the things that we've done. And look, we have had to undertake some fairly substantial reforms. We've had to fix up some things, and that has come at a political cost to us. That has been skillfully harvested by the campaigning of the Labor Party. We don't need a policy, we're just going to be not what they're doing, and that's worked in their favour.
Given that we could be talking 1 or 2 seats that could be pivotal to the entire outcome of the government, legal action's got to be something that might be launched in the next few days?
Well, again, we'll wait till the reports from the scrutineers come in and see what it is. We'll see what the results in those seats are. This may be something that will take some days to resolve. I think, though, I think I should make the point that I think there are a lot of good, hard-working LNP members out there who have lost their seats tonight, and that is a pity because they have worked hard for their communities. I know all of them, and I say this, and I've always said this generally about members who are in Parliament, that they do work hard, in my view, for their communities. So I am sad to see some very good, hard-working members obviously not being supported again tonight. So that is a pity.
Tim Nichols, the fact that neither you or any of your cabinet colleagues, Scott Emerson, David Crisafulli, no one yet is prepared to say who they would like to be leader now, or whether in fact they'd like to put their hands up themselves. Is that reflective of the fact that we might have a hung parliament here, and that perhaps isn't a situation that you would like to lead a party in?
Well, Jess, I think it's more reflective of the fact that we are still too early in the piece to be discussing that. There is a time and a place for that discussion, and that will come. I don't think the time and the place is tonight. I think tonight we're still looking at what the final outcome will be. There will, I suspect, be over the coming days plenty of time to have that discussion, but probably not tonight. Tonight, I think, is a time to pause, to reflect on what has been sent, the message that has been sent to the government as a result of that, and no doubt we'll be doing that.
Wayne Swan, it looks like the other non-major party members could be a couple of KAPs, a couple of independents maybe. What's the strategy when approaching them in a hung parliament situation?
Well, I think it is too early to conclude that the parliament will be hung. I think there are still too many seats out there that are swinging. I still think it's probably more likely that one side or the other will probably have a very slim majority. But I concede there are a set of circumstances where a hung parliament could also be the result. But we won't know that tonight. I think that is really clear. But the other thing that Tim was talking...
I might just...
sure.
Sorry, I'll let you go on. I've just been informed that I believe the Premier has called Kate Jones to officially inform her that he will be conceding the seat of Ashgrove. So I've just received that information.
A devastating result, Tim Nichols.
Oh, look, I think it will be devastating for Campbell. He's worked extremely hard in that seat. He is, if nothing else, an energetic representative, and he is a formidable local representative. He has worked hard in that seat every Friday. As Premier, every Friday he has been in that seat. He's seen hundreds of local constituents. He has attended many local community groups and many meetings. He and Lisa particularly have put an enormous amount of effort into representing the people of that seat, and I think they will be very disappointed, as you would expect them to be, with the result tonight. But also, I think he does accept the will of the people of Ashgrove and the decision that they've made tonight. And I think that's a sign of great maturity and great commitment to the process and to the people.
But, Matt, it would be wrong to conclude that a swing like this is just a matter of salesmanship. This is a powerful message about some really important issues that go to the core of our economic growth. and they have fundamentally repudiated the model put forward by Campbell Newman, Mr Nichols and Mr Abbott at the federal level. This is a very big message about those policies which have really hit hard local communities, particularly in the city and right across the state.
OK, so it looks like Ashgrove is settled, but let's have a look at some of the more doubtful seats, Jess.
Thank you, Matt, and we're going to start in the beautiful Whitsundays in North Queensland. Jason Costigan was the LNP member there, up against the ALP's Bronwyn Taha, a shift manager in a cafe at the Whitsunday Airport, Anthony.
Yes, and at the moment, this one's too close to call. We've got a preference count in 25 of the 34 booths. You can see Costigan is ahead on the first preference. There's a substantial vote there for Pup. We've got the primary counts from 30 booths, the two candidate preferred is from 25, and compares results booth by booth and comes up with a swing of 10.7 and predicts it's too close to call. So there's more figures to come there in that electorate, postals, pre-polls and everything. Whitsunday remains too close to call.
Let's move to Maryborough then in southern Queensland, where we had independent MP Chris Foley trying to get that seat back, which he did hold previously between 2003 and 2012.
Well, there's I don't think we'll know the result in this electorate tonight. Anne Madden's on 29.5. Bruce Saunders, the Labor candidate, is on 25.2. If Chris Foley gets ahead of Labor, then Foley would probably go on to win that electorate. That's not the preference count we're getting tonight. That's an account from 16 of the 30 booths. Two-party preferred predicts that. But there's no guarantee that the candidates will finish in that order. So I think that two-party preferred is not really a very useful figure. Maryborough is in doubt. We don't know the result in that one.
To Mansfield then in southern Brisbane, where we have a minister in Ian Walker up against Adam Obeid.
Yes, and Adam Obeid was a candidate who was actually rather hard to find information out about. He didn't actually say much about him on his website, but it looks like he's very close to being the member for Mansfield on those numbers. At this stage, we're seeing a swing of 12.2% and Labor is ahead. That's a count in 7 of the 18 booths. When someone's ahead, it's not clear enough. They're not far enough ahead to call that electorate yet. So Mansfield will remain in doubt tonight. More counting to come. We might have a better picture later in the evening.
To Mount Omany in Brisbane's western suburbs, the LNP's Tanya Smith is the incumbent there. This was a safe LNP seat with a 16.5% buffer. How close is it tonight?
Well, let's just run through these numbers. I'm just finding it slightly extraordinary, actually. The first preference votes, 43.3 for the LNP, 39.9. They're not as up-to-date as the figures I've got. So that's Mount Omany.
Yes, that's right. I've got an update if you like.
Sorry, am I supposed to be doing Mount Omany or Mount Cootha, sorry?
Well, Mount Omany, 63% counted, Labor's on 51.1.
Yeah.
2PP.
I brought up Mount Cootha in my computer by accident.
Our computer's showing there, Anthony, as well.
Yeah. That's too close to call. I would say I'm just stunned to see that Labor's won Mount Cootha. Yeah.
And to Ferny Grove then in northern Brisbane, Labor for Senator Mark Ferner in the seat here. He's challenging former Navy man Dale Shuttleworth.
This is 71.3. My computer's giving this away to the Labor Party. I'm a little bit doubtful about the prediction I'm getting out of that. But still, let's look at the two-party preferred swing that's going on here, a 10.4% swing. That's too close to call. I think I've got slightly later figures. And it's indicating that Labor's now gained that seat.
I would think so, given the swings in the rest of the area.
Sorry, I'm confusing everything for 50.9. Look, there's just some extraordinary things. The one thing I would say, the LNP's got to 39 seats. Every other seat remaining in doubt currently has Labor ahead. And that's why I can't see how the LNP gets into office at the moment. There's nothing they're ahead in. They've got to 39 and stalled. This is just an extraordinary result.
We're going to cross next to Sandgate, where we've got our reporter David Lewis waiting there with Sterling Hinchliffe, and by the smile on Sterling Hinchliffe's face, he's a happy man tonight. Anthony Green, take us first, though, through the figures.
When I can get to them. Sandgate. Yes, this was always a safe Labor seat. It fell to the LNP for the first time in decades at the last election. It only had a margin of 2.9%. Stirling Hinchliffe, of course, lost Stafford, the neighbouring electorate, or nearby electorate anyway. Kerry Millard was the sitting member, was one of those people swept in on the tide last time. Well, the tide's well and truly gone out, the 14.3% swing, and Sandgate is certain to revert to its traditional status of being a safe Labor electorate. And
the top stories from ABC News. The Socceroos have scored first in the Asian Cup final against South Korea. Midfielder Massimo Luongo putting Australia 1-0 ahead late in the second half. It's the first goal South Korea has conceded in the Asian Cup tournament. A bushfire emergency warning remains in place for the town of Waroona, south of Perth. Firefighters say the threat has eased, but they are concerned about gusty easterly winds forecast for later tonight. At least one home has been destroyed and several others damaged. This man has died and 3 members of his family are recovering after a lightning strike. The 39-year-old, along with his partner and 2 children, had just voted in the state's election when they were caught in an electrical storm and struck. And world number 1 Serena Williams has taken a 1-set-to-love lead over Maria Sharapova in the Australian Open women's singles final at Melbourne Park. Williams is favourite to take out a record 6th Australian Open crown tonight, despite battling a virus. To win, Sharapova will need to snap an 11-year, 15-match losing streak against the American. Those are the latest headlines from ABC News. Now it's back to the Queensland election special.
Possibly seen tonight, those margins from the 2012 election across the board in Queensland were all pretty meaningless. What it was really about was connecting with communities, and that's what we've done as a campaign in this community over the past 12 months. Standing around and expecting a swing to take you back in was not something that we could afford to do. We had to get out there and be in touch with the community in the same way that the LNP had been ignoring this community.
You've no doubt been campaigning very hard. What have voters in this electorate been telling you are the main issues that have persuaded their vote?
The issues that have kept coming in this community time in, time out, but particularly over the last few weeks, has been the disgust, particularly in the way it was handled, of the cuts to services and the cuts to jobs in the public sector. A lot of people upset about that. Some pretty heart-wrenching emotional stories from people in the community about those. But local great examples of those cuts that have a deeper damage into the community and into the future of our community. Cuts like the way in which Eventide, the aged care facility here on the north side of Brisbane and at Brighton on the seaside, the way that was unceremoniously effectively closed by the LNP. Thankfully, a community campaign stopped it from the worst happening, but we've got to fight to build that back up and make sure that that's back available for the community. Also, David, the cuts that we saw to the Bracken Ridge TAFE campus, at the time when we saw unemployment increasing to the point of seeing 12.5% unemployment, youth unemployment, we have cuts to jobs and to courses at TAFE. Not the real answer.
All right, Stirling Hinchliffe, we'll leave it there. Congratulations. Thanks for your time.
I don't think it's going to be the last time we hear that kind of elation at a Labor function tonight. Wayne Swan, one of the issues that might come up is that you're seeing a lot of returned Labor MPs from the previous administration that was unpopular. Kate Jones, Stirling Hinchliffe, Cameron Dick, Kerry Shine perhaps, Senator Mark Ferner. Do you think that could count against Anastasia Palaszczuk?
I hope we see all of them. They're all experienced people. We've got a great mix. I've travelled the state and particularly the greater metropolitan area, and we've got some terrific new candidates as well. So I think you need a blend. You need a blend of the more experienced and you need a blend of new people coming in. And I think we've got a pretty good mixture of both, actually. I was a bit surprised as I went around the state just to see some of our giant killers tonight. The young woman out in Mount Omni, for example, just to pick one. I don't want to discriminate, but, you know, a really energetic new candidate in a seat that nobody thought that she stood a chance of winning. Or a new candidate like we've got in Everton, who's knocking on the door tonight. A fitter and Turner from Arnott's Biscuits, a terrific candidate from the local community. A really good mixture. And Sterling hit it on the head when he talked about community. You can't just talk about community, you've got to live it. And I think we had a lot of good community candidates with good, deep roots into our local
Sterling's someone who bailed on his original community and then went out to Sandgate, a protege of Wayne's, because he thought he'd have an easier run winning a seat back there, and who has yet to say how he's going to improve that community, what his plan is to provide the services out there. So, look, it was a harvesting of a we are not them
vote. That's a bit sour.
One of the issues,
that's a bit rich.
One of the issues you are going to...
I think it's absolutely
in community on the north side. If you just reflect on Sterling, it's pretty poor.
You've been sitting here using the same 3 lines you've used for the last 3 years about austerity and all of the other things that you say.
Yes, and now the effects are all coming home to roost.
Coming from someone who promised a budget surplus and has never delivered one. Never delivered one.
The rhetoric's not going to get you through this now.
No,
people have spoken.
No,
and they see through it.
Absolutely, I respect what they've
all
said.
Right,
no, you don't actually. That's the problem.
Can I just entertain the prospect of, obviously Anastasia Palaszczuk stays on as leader.
Sure.
She will be a premier, but needs to obviously negotiate her way into the premiership.
Well, let's wait till we see the results. I mean, it may be that there's a hung parliament. We are seeing results here now. Mount Omni, I didn't expect to see. That's another one in the poll. We may even win Mansfield. When you start looking at those sorts of results, then maybe we're not getting to that hypothetical.
Can I ask then, Wayne Swan, about the deputy leadership within Labor, because there is a vacancy there because Tim Mulherron resigned, or retired rather, in the first week of the campaign. Someone like Sterling Hinchliffe, is he a likely candidate?
Well, that'll be up to the caucus. It won't be up to me.
You're allowed to have an opinion too?
Well, I'm not going to pick and choose. I think we've got a lot of fine candidates for the deputy leadership, and I'm sure they'll sort it out in the caucus as they should.
In the reverse, Tim Nichols, Ian Walker looks like he's going to go down. He was mentioned as a potential deputy in the future, or a leadership potential, certainly. Is this the concern for your side of politics tonight?
Well, no, I think the concern from our side tonight is that having done the right thing, having put in place a policy about fixing up the state that we found when we came in 2012. We've obviously haven't communicated that well enough to the public. I accept that is the case. We'll have to, I think, concentrate more on how we communicate that message. We've got some lessons to be learned out of tonight. And that will be the key, I think, from what we've seen tonight when we get the final outcome and what that outcome means. But certainly there are some very significant lessons to be learned.
OK, well, let's get some more results from around the southeast, Jess.
I think we're actually going to do... Anthony isn't even waiting there. I was told we were going to do Anthony on the touch screen first. Do you have some results for us, Anthony?
I do. Sorry, I was waiting to be told I was doing this myself. Bundaberg. This was a seat that was Labor for a century. He held with the QLP for a term or two, but essentially it was lost in 2006 on the Bundaberg Hospital issue. Tonight, there's been a dramatic turnaround. The Police Minister, Jack Dempsey, 4% behind on first preferences, 12.7 there for PUP. When we look at the change in vote that's occurring, the LNP vote's down 15.4, Labor up 18.3, big vote there for PUP. And we look at the two-party preferred swing that's occurring in this electorate. If we can get the two-party preferred swing, 21.5% in Bundaberg. That is a huge swing, and that is a regional seat. Nobody had that on their agenda. This is a seat which is 10% above the statewide swing. For all the critics of two-party preferred swings and uniform swings, the uniform swing that's come out of this is roughly the prediction. The numbers that are currently coming out of the system are roughly what a uniform swing would predict, even though there's a lot of seats either side of that uniform swing that have either fallen or not fallen. So it's a very ununiform swing, but it's averaged out as an extraordinary result.
All right, well, we're going to go and have a look at some seats in southeast Queensland now, and starting off with Capalaba in Redlands, which is to the east of Brisbane. Steve Davies here was the incumbent for the LNP. He actually became the chairman of the Parliamentary Crime and Misconduct Committee after the government controversially sacked the previous one. He's up against Don Brown, Labor's candidate.
And as you can see on these numbers, Don Brown is well ahead there on first preferences, 48 to 38. This was only a marginal LNP seat, only a 3.7% margin. It was always highly likely to go back to the LNP. Big vote there for the Greens in a contest which has only got 3 candidates, and the swing is 11.3%, and Capalaba goes back to the Labor Party. That's been won by the party of government every election since '92, and it's certainly gone back to where it would normally be a home.
Cleveland next then in Redlands, and Mark Robinson is the LNP member here. He was the first non-Labor MP to actually hold this seat. Is he going to continue that tonight, Anthony?
Well, this was one of the the LNP gains in 2009. It was before the rout, and Mark Robinson's on 51.2, and at this stage he's well on track to retain the seat again with only 3 candidates, a significant vote there for Greens, but again 13.4% swing. The LNP will hold Cleveland though.
To Redlands now, and this is the seat where Peter Dowling, he was the MP, but he failed to win pre-selections after some revelations of some lewd texted photos of himself. Matt McGecken was pre-selected over him. He's up against Deborah Kelly, a barrister.
And we look at the first preferences here. You can see that the LNP is on 42%, Labor on 35.2. We've got preference counts in 13 of the 19 polling places. Yes, there is a very big swing, but it had a very big margin to start with. 19.6% swing. We're predicting the LNP will retain Redlands.
To Southport next then on the northern Gold Coast. Rob Mulhock is the LNP incumbent here. Rowan Holtzgerger with the ALP.
And at this stage, the LNP is well ahead. The Gold Coast has held up for the LNP. At this stage, Rob Mulhock's well ahead there, 8% ahead. The Palm United has done relatively well, getting 8 to 10 in most Gold Coast seats. And at this stage, there's a 11.7% swing there, and the LNP will retain that seat.
To Brisbane's western suburbs in Mount Cootha. At 2012, Saxon Rice was a giant slayer in this seat. She took down the former Treasurer Andrew Fraser. She's up against Stephen Miles from the ALP this time.
Well, the interest here was always, excuse me for choking a bit, Saxon Rice is on 43.3, the Labor Party on 32.6, and the Greens polled 22. The Greens normally poll very well. There is obviously a lot stronger flows of preferences to the ALP in this seat than we saw last time. We've got a preference count in 11 of the 18 booths, and it's showing a 7.5% swing, and at this stage we're saying that Stephen Miles will win that seat. So without having access to the preference counts, I'd have to suggest that there is a much stronger flow of Green preferences in that seat than there was last time.
We're going to go to a seat now in rural southern Queensland, to the seat of Nanango, and we've got our reporter Josh Bavis standing by to speak with the LNP's Deb Frecklington there. But Anthony Green, take us through the figures here first, because this is a particularly interesting seat in terms of the candidates.
Yes, and this is a head-to-head contest between Deb Frecklington, the sitting LNP member, and Ray Hopper, the LNP, independent turned LNP turned Qatar Australian Party candidate. And at the moment, you'd have to say Ray Hopper has not challenged Deb Frecklington in that seat. She's on 46%. There's a 7% swing to the LNP, measured in 2-party preferred terms versus Labor. What's going on there is Qatar's Australian Party's in 3rd place. Even with 10% with Palm United, I can't see them getting into 2nd place, in which case Deb Frecklington would win that easily. Even if Ray Hopper got into 2nd place, Deb Frecklington would win that seat, and that's one that the LNP have definitely retained.
Good news for Deb Frecklington tonight then. Let's cross to Josh Bavis in Nanango.
Hi Jess, yes, I'm in the beautiful city of Kingaroy this evening. Now we're here at Deb Frecklington's support party. She said it's been a big day for her out at the seat of Nanango, so we won't waste any more time, we'll go straight to Deb. Deb, first of all, I'll just ask you, the Premier has conceded the seat of Ashgrove. That must be sending shockwaves throughout the LNP.
Yeah, look, this is really devastating that the people of Queensland have made that decision today. I mean, I'm devastated.
Now, your seat here is bucking the statewide trend. What are you putting that down to?
Well, you know, this is a great seat. You know, we really have worked hard. I've been very fortunate. Thanks to our LNP government, we have been able to achieve some amazing things. You know, I came into government on the promise of looking after my local people with roads and health as some of the major issues. And the seat of Nanango really has done well under our government.
All right, we just have to interrupt Josh Bavis and Deb Frecklington there, because we're bringing you some live pictures from Ashgrove. Kate Jones getting hugs and slaps on the back and applause from her supporters because she has unseated a sitting Premier. Jim Forrest there, just there in the black and white shirt. He was the member for Ashgrove for a long time, John Badhams. They're just giving Kate Jones a kiss on the cheek there. Robert Schwarten, her long-time mentor. Also, he was the former minister in the Labor government under the Bligh leadership. He was a long-time member of Parliament as well. So Kate Jones has won Ashgrove. She lost it last time around. This time she's the new MP where she's taken out the Premier. Wayne Swan, you're on your feet. You're obviously really happy about this.
Clapping.
Just an extraordinary result for Kate Jones tonight.
Fantastic result. You know, I don't know how the LNP got away with running the campaign that Campbell Newman could remain and the government could hold and he'd hold Ashgrove. I just don't think it was ever going to happen.
Do you think even she dared to think that this could be the result tonight?
Look, when you're in this sort of situation, when you've lost a seat before as a member, you can never dare to really be confident that you're going to win it back.
OK, he's just about to step up to the microphone, Wayne Swan.
I'm so sorry to keep you waiting this long. I know. Can everyone hear me through here? Thank you. I'll just get this organised. When I was defeated in 2012, I retreated back into my community. I retreated back into my family who raised me here in Ashgrove, into my Ashgrove community. And for the first time in many years, I had the opportunity to step back and look on. And what I saw happening over the last 3 years was a Queensland that was going backwards. A Queensland where I did not want to live, and a Queensland where I did not want to raise my children. So, after what has been a well-documented decision, I decided that I had to put my hand up to contest the seat of Ashgrove. But this was not a decision. This was not a decision I made on my own. It was made by our local community, of each and every single one of you, both in this room and in the broader Ashgrove electorate, that came up to me each and every day when I was walking my dog, when I was out at the shops, when I was at the local park right here. People saying to me that they did not like the direction that we were going in. They did not like the attacks on our judiciary. They did not like the attacks on our doctors, on our lawyers, and on our community. They wanted a community that was not divided, but one where we work together. The vote here in Ashgrove sends a very clear message that we want a better way going forward. We want a way where we work together. This was a very localised campaign here in Ashgrove, not only about state issues, but about local issues, and ensuring that we have a community that is cohesive and one where we take care of each other. And that's the community. Can I also say to each and every one of you that your hard work, support along the way with our volunteer base growing from 70 to 200 to over 500 volunteers. We have in this room tonight people that have never ever been involved in a political campaign before. Never ever. Never ever felt the need that they had to walk the streets and stand on the side of the road to stand up for the values which define who we are as a local community. And I thank you so much for that. The resounding message that I have heard loud and clear is that trust is something that cannot be bought, but is something that is earned. I give this pledge tonight that the community values that have been shown very clearly at the ballot box here in Ashgrove, I will try my utmost hardest to live up to those values. Finally, I want to thank Angela Bell, my campaign director. I couldn't name all of you here tonight, but there's a lot of other things I need to cover tonight. I say this to all of you. I am a very firm believer that you only ever achieve great things when you work as a team. And I had the best team. And the responsibility that you placed on my shoulders through your hard work, through all of you, time and time again at 5 in the morning and staying with me till 11 o'clock at night, running a very strong grassroots campaign about listening to locals and talking about local issues that define who we are. May I thank you for that. This page... We're behind you, Kate. This page in history was not written by me. It was written by each and every one of you. May I thank you sincerely, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, Kate Jones there with a massive 10.7% swing to take out the seat of Ashgrove. It was held by Campbell Newman, the Premier, on 5.5% margin. She's reversed it and gone the other way to become a Labor hero, and she's being treated like one now. Tim Nichols, obviously a devastating result for Campbell Newman.
Oh yeah, a devastating result for Campbell Newman, a devastating result for the LNP. There'll be much sorrow at Campbell having lost his seat and not being part of the team going forward. Having said that, Kate obviously deserves congratulations. She's won that seat. She's won it handsomely at the end of the day. She will no doubt want to continue to carry on the great community work that Campbell has been doing, and Kate was elected in 2006 in the same year I was, so she will continue, I'm sure, trying to fulfil that obligation and doing that community work. And be part of a great team there as well.
Her strategy was to keep it local, not do a lot of media. It seems to have been a successful strategy. In reverse, Campbell Newman, should he have spent more time shoring up Ashgrove?
Well, I think Campbell, again, showing the courage for which he's renowned, actually said, well, my responsibility as leader of the team is to travel the state. And so he did that. He did spend time in Ashgrove. He was there every weekend. He spent most weekends there. He got there as often as he could. But as a leader, he also had the broader responsibilities, and he discharged those to all those members of the team who were looking for him to represent them and to be available to suit them. So congratulations to Kate. She has won tonight. She will no doubt want to carry on to the good community work that's already been done there. And for Campbell, this will obviously be a very sad and disappointing day.
Now, you might be interested in what Anthony Green has to say. Anthony, you've got a prediction.
I'm going to put up the chamber for the first time, filling in all those remaining seats. What I'll start with, I'll show the seats we're definitely giving away to one side or the other, which is the seats that we've given away as one. The LNP's on 39 seats, the Labor Party's on 43. They're definites. So the Labor Party is currently ahead by 4 seats, and our current prediction gives 2 seats to either side. And you end up with the LNP on 41, Labor on 45, and a Labor majority of 1. Now, there's a number of seats which are very close, but at the moment, the LNP has got to get ahead of Labor in 2 seats to have more seats, 3 seats to be ahead of Labor, a larger seat in Parliament. The Labor Party can make majority government. The alternative of the second most obvious case is a minority Labor government, and then there's a potential of a minority LNP government. But there doesn't seem to be any chance of majority LNP government out of these numbers.
All right, Tim Nichols. Based on that, obviously the LNP is not in government, but just one more time, because I know you have to go to the LNP function now. Are you interested in the leadership of the LNP, in opposition or in government?
Well, Matt, I think there's going to be a lot of work to be done between now and that decision being made, either by me or by anyone else. I think we want to look at the outcome. We still want to consider what the final result will be, and that's something that, no doubt, we'll talk amongst ourselves about, but not tonight, not on TV. Much as I enjoy coming to the ABC, I think this is my 5th time here this week. I think that some of those things are better off taken offline, and we'll be doing that and having that discussion.
All right, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We do appreciate your insights.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, Tim.
All right. Now, let's just keep the results coming in. We're going to have a look at some seats around the southeast, aren't we, Jess?
Yes, Matt, and we're going to start with Woodridge. The sitting MP, Desley Scott, is retiring here, and the candidate Labor has chosen in her place is Cameron Dick. He is the former Education Minister under the Bligh Labor government. And Anthony, is he making a political comeback tonight?
Well, he certainly is, although not in the circumstances anybody expected. I suspect that if you'd have asked me 3 weeks ago what the story would be tomorrow from the Labor side of politics, it was Cameron Dick as the potential opposition leader. He may be a minister in a government by the end of tonight. That's truly how far things have gone. This has always been one of Labor's absolute safest seats, and you can see a 22% swing in Cameron Dick, who lost his seat at Greenslopes at the last election, has been easily re-elected, easily returns to Parliament, and well, he's got quite a future ahead of him in the next week or two.
Turning now to Aspley in Brisbane, Communities Minister Tracy Davies holds this seat. 69.4% of the vote counted there. How's she going against Labor's Gail Dallaston?
This is north of Brisbane, the most northern of the Brisbane electorates, running up the Gympie Road there. The margin here is very safe, 21.7%. But like a lot of those electorates north of Brisbane, the swing, 17%. Now, the LNP will hold this seat. This is traditionally an LNP seat, but still, that's a 17% swing in Aspley. So I must say, earlier in the evening, I was seeing some of these swings and being very doubtful about them, but I should believe the computer I designed sometimes, because it was quite right. And that's a dramatic swing, but again, Tracy Davies will be returned.
Let's go to Mermaid Beach on the southern Gold Coast, and this is a safe LNP seat as well, although we did see the incumbent Ray Stevens have a slight blunder, I think, on the campaign, we might call it. He was asked some difficult questions about his involvement in a cable car proposal, and instead of sort of answering with any sort of words, he did a bit of a dance and didn't say anything. Does that appear to have had any impact on him tonight?
Not really. The swing's slightly bigger than some on the Gold Coast, but Mermaid Beach was the only seat retained by the Liberal Party back in 2001 and 2004 on the Gold Coast. So this is naturally a safe Liberal Party electorate, and Ray Stevens has been returned. He's had a big swing against him, but he's still got a margin of 12.2 even after that swing. So as I said, it's a very safe Liberal LNP electorate.
To Logan now, south of Brisbane. This seat used to be a Labor stronghold until 2012. Linus Power is hoping to get it back for the ALP.
And he's got it back in his second attempt. He tried to succeed John Mickle at the last election, but missed out. And Mikel, one or the other. Mikhail, thank you. But Linus Power failed to do it last time. Michael Pucci from the LNP was elected. Well, he's a former American Marine. He's no longer a member of Parliament, though, because Linus Power has easily won that, a swing of 16%. So Linus Power gets into the Parliament.
In Morayfield now, in the Caboolture corridor north of Brisbane, this is another one of those seats where we have a former Labor MP trying to return to office in Mark Ryan, up against Darren Grimwade, the incumbent LNP member.
And this is another Labor Party gain. Mark Ryan won it in 2009, was defeated by Darren Grimwade in 2012. But in 2015, there's an 18% swing. This was a marginal LNP electorate. Not anymore. Mark Ryan has been returned with a thumping swing to him. He's got 62.6% of the two-party preferred votes. An astonishing return for the Labor Party in those areas north of Brisbane.
To Stretton now in southern Brisbane, where almost 68% of the vote has been counted. Freya Ostapovich, the LNP incumbent, up against Duncan Pegg from the ALP. He also ran in 2012. And
this is an electorate which will be won by the Labor Party. There was an independent, David Ford. He's got 16%. His preferences prevented the Labor Party narrowing the gap last time, but this time the Labor Party's ahead on first preferences, and Duncan Pegg, 15% swingers, easily won that electorate, so the Labor Party regains Stretton.
In a moment, we're going to take a look at the seat of Ipswich, and we'll be crossing to our reporter Courtney Wilson with the Labor candidate Jennifer Howard. Anthony Green, show us the figures first.
Yep, and this has been a big swing to the Labor Party in this electorate. Jennifer Howard, who's I think's worked for the current federal member for Oxley, and she's worked previously for David Hamill and Rachel Nolan, who are the former Labor members for Ipswich. She's obviously well known to the electorate because she's had a terrific result, 53.9% of the first preference vote. 21% swing. So Ipswich, a term in LNP hands, have reverted to being a very safe Labor electorate at this election.
All right, Courtney Wilson in Ipswich. I imagine you are standing there with a very happy Jennifer Howard by the looks of things, and her team behind her too.
Absolutely. Good evening. As you said, I'm here with the Labor Party's Jennifer Howard in Ipswich. It's safe to say it's a mood of celebration tonight.
We're very, very happy. It's a very resounding result for us here in Ipswich.
And how do you feel about the fact that the result was obvious very early on here?
Well, that made me very happy. It was it was great that Ipswich was it was the first seat that was called tonight by Anthony Green, and I think that it's an indication of the hard work that we've done here locally on the campaign. I've had a fantastic campaign team, and we're just delighted.
What do you think it was? Was there a big issue you think that swayed voters here in Ipswich?
I actually think it was a number of things. I think people felt betrayed. They were disappointed by Campbell Newman. They felt that Ipswich had lost its voice. Ipswich has always had to fight for its fair share, and we need a strong representative here locally.
Obviously, up until the last election, Ipswich has been considered a very safe seat for Labor. It's been held by Labor for more than 30 years. Do you feel that some sort of that balance has been restored here?
Yes, it has. It has, and some. We've regained the ground that we lost in 2012, and we've gained some ground. And I think, like I said, I think that's testament to the hard work of my campaign team, and the work that we've done rebuilding trust in the community has paid off.
And how are you feeling about the prospects statewide?
I just can't believe it. I can't believe the situation we're in. It was everything I hoped for and more. I'm very excited. I'm particularly happy that Kate Jones has won the seat of Ashgrove. Campbell Newman's. It's a wonderful result for Labor.
And what do you think the big issues going forward, particularly for Ipswich? I think unemployment is one that you're particularly passionate about.
Yeah, well, youth unemployment has increased by 60% here in Ipswich over the last 3 years. Electricity bills for people have increased by 23%. People in Ipswich are doing it tough, and my priority will be to get training reinstated, the Schooling Queenslanders for Work training and the other programs that we've got running.
And just finally, how are you feeling ahead of, there's still a little way of counting to go, but what's the mood?
The mood is very good. The mood is very good.
Thanks for your time, Jennifer Howard. Back to you.
You're watching the ABC's 2015 Queensland State election coverage. Welcome back. I'm Matt Wordsworth and you're at the ABC Brisbane Election Centre, where we have 62% of the vote counted and there is a 12.8% swing to the Labor Party against the LNP. Now, we've subbed out our Treasurer Tim Nichols and we've subbed in a federal MP in Liberal MP for Ryan, Jane Prentice. Welcome along. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Matt.
Now that you're just here, so give us your reaction to what you've seen tonight.
Well, very disappointing, and obviously bitterly disappointed for so many hard-working members. And I just look in my area, people like Dale Shuttleworth, who have worked, tirelessly, possibly for 4 years, definitely for the last 3 years for their constituents, and they've just been caught up in the tide, and they've lost their seats. And that's democracy, isn't it? The people never get it wrong, but it is hard when you've really sort of put your heart and soul into things like looking after your own electorate for all that term.
Well, in 2012, we did speak about a tide. There was a tide against Labor because there'd been 20-odd years pretty much unbroken of Labor government, but we've only had 3. What's caused this tide?
Well, I think it's something we need to look at. It's a very volatile electorate out there. I'm sure the 24/7 media cycle plays into that. And I think there are a lot of lessons to be taken away about the need to take the community with you, that they just don't want.
It wasn't like for lack of trying. They've been selling this asset leasing for a long time.
Indeed. Indeed. It's very hard. You sometimes look back when Peter Beattie was Premier and did nothing for so long and did very well. Campbell Newman, we all knew he was going to come in hard and try and fix the budget and take the state forward and regain the credit rating. And he did, and he embarked on that. He sold the message, he went out, he did listening tours, he had all those programs, all those forums, he engaged with everybody. But the voters said they didn't like it.
In your career, have you seen this kind of wild swing to and fro?
No. And as you know, I've been around since young Liberal days back in the 70s, so I've never seen anything quite like this from the last election to this election. Look, I know coming into this election that people after the last swing were a bit shocked at how strong the vote had been against Labor, and there was always going to be a big correction, and I don't think anyone doubted there was going to be a swing back. And people, the voters out there, were surprised at how strong it was. And don't forget, we don't have an upper house in Queensland, and some people felt that we needed a much stronger opposition to balance the government. So there was some of that in it, but I have to say I didn't expect it to be this far back.
Sorry, Jess.
Jane Prentice, you know Campbell Newman quite well. What do you see in store for him for the future?
Look, I think he'll probably take some time off with his family. I think Campbell's not a career politician and never was, and he came in with a vision in the council to fix up traffic chaos, to fix up once again a budget that we were left in the council, and he did that. And then he got frustrated by being held back by the state government. So from having said I'm going to do my council and fix Brisbane's problems and then move on, he felt that he owed it to the community to make that next step and try and do those bigger projects for the state. And Campbell approached it as a businessman, as an engineer, and he's never been the politician. He's always had that vision of what he wants to achieve and let's get on with it. And I think probably he'll probably go back to business and be very successful.
So you don't see a place for him in the federal parliament, say?
I don't think so. I think he'll probably leave that to the legacy of his mother and father, who made a wonderful contribution at that level.
Are you lifting any federal implications out of this state result?
I think the federal government seriously needs to look at the result of this. I think we need to look at some of the exit polling, some of the voters there said whilst there were federal issues didn't change their vote, they did affect their vote. And I think there's a lot of strong messages for the federal government out of today's result.
What kind of things at a federal level do you think? What kind of issues?
Well, the leasing and selling of assets has got to be one. The Victorian state government are leasing to pay off debt and to embark on infrastructure projects. But there's a very clear message in Queensland that they didn't even want to lease. So I don't know what we do.
And in fact, the federal government wants to reward state governments who do that.
So that's a message we have to look at. The Greens say the solution to everything is raise taxes, but people can't afford that. I mean, we've only got a certain size pie, and there's so many demands on it, but we need to have that conversation with the electorate. We need to have that conversation with the community, and what do they want? Do they want less services? Do they want less infrastructure and lower taxes? You know, how's government supposed to deliver for them and balance the budget? How do they want to take it? And we need to have that conversation.
All right, Jane Prentice, we'll come back to you a little bit later on for more analysis. But first, let's take a look at some more seat results in the regional parts of Queensland, Jess.
And we're going to head to northern Queensland to the outback seat of Dalrymple. This is one of the two seats that Katter's Australian Party held going into this election, and Shane Knuth did hold that seat with a pretty comfortable margin there. Anthony, how is he looking against Liz Schmidt tonight?
Well, his vote's roughly held up. His first preference vote is down because the Labor vote has gone up. Labor vote has doubled to 23.6 at this election. And Shane Knuth will get a strong flow of preferences. Labor did hand out a harder vote card with preferences, and there's actually a small 0.6% swing there. So Shane Knuth has been re-elected in Dalrymple, so that was a seat the LNP would have hoped to win back. It hasn't happened, and Shane Knuth is re-elected.
Let's go to Mount Isa then, Queensland's largest electorate. It's twice the size of Victoria and Tasmania combined. Rob Katter is standing here for Katter's Australian Party. He's been an MP since 2012, but up against a pretty high-profile candidate in John Wharton, the Richmond Shire Mayor. Is he going to hang on, Anthony?
No, Rob Katter will win this. If you look at the graphics here, he's got 49% of the first preference vote. He'll win that easily. Labor's finished third. Preferences will help Katter. And the preference count we've got on the modelling we've got shows a 5.7% swing. I've got 5.7 is the correct figure, 65.8 for Katter. So there's Robbie Katter. So there's two Katter's Australian Party candidates in the parliament.
Let's go to Burnett then in southern Queensland, and we have Stephen Bennett, the LNP incumbent, up again Brian Mustill, a senior radiographer at the Bundaberg Hospital.
And this was Rob Messenger's old seat, so Stephen Bennett had quite a tussle last time to beat Rob Messenger, the ex-LNP member, but he's had less difficulty this time. There has been a swing, as there has been everywhere. Burnett surrounds Bundaberg, where we've seen that 20-odd% margin. Only half the swing in Burnett, and Stephen Bennett has been re-elected there. So that's an LNP retain.
We're going to have another look now at Lockyer in rural southern Queensland, because this is where Pauline Hanson is standing for One Nation, but Ian Rickus is the incumbent LNP MP there.
And the LNP vote has taken an absolute thumping. It's on 33%. It's down 18.5% since the last election. Pauline Hanson's on 27.6, Labor on 25. We have no preference count. This is an estimate that I've made, and I'm expecting very few preferences to flow to One Nation. But still, from two very low first preference votes, the LNP should win that. But certainly does show that Pauline Hanson still has considerable pulling power in the electorate, because she's got a quarter of the electorate there, quarter of the vote.
And to Toowoomba North now then, with Kerry Shine, the ALP candidate, the former MP for the area between 2001 and 2012. Is he back in?
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like this is one that the LNP will hold on to. Trevor Watts, 44% to 39.1. There aren't a lot of votes there with other parties. We have a preference count in 21 of the 25 counting centres, and we're estimating the swing is 8%, which is not enough to re-elect Kerry Shine. So it looks like Trevor Watts will be returned as the LNP member for Toowoomba North at this stage.
OK, thanks, Anthony. And it's not just in the Queensland state election where we've got a line ball result. We can tell you in the Asian Cup final, Australia is tied 1-1, and we're into extra time there. Oh, actually, we've got an update. It's actually 2-1, so to Australia. So you can celebrate out there. Okay, we've got some patriotic people on the panel.
Thanks, Matt. Everyone's just turned over.
Okay. No need to turn over. We know the result. Okay. Leonie Mellor is also standing by to have a chat to another federal Labor MP in Jim Chalmers.
Jim, thanks for your time. After the decimation of 2012, you must have expected a fairly decent swing, but did you expect the pendulum to swing this far back?
Oh, I think like a lot of people in the Queensland Labor Party, you dared not believe that an outcome like this, just an historic outcome for the ages, was possible. I thought that we would get very strong swings, particularly in some of the seats in my area like Woodridge and Waterford and Logan. But the really tremendous thing was been to see things like Stretton and Algester and Springwood swing to us in such extraordinary numbers. It really is one of the greatest comeback stories in the history of the Australian Federation.
How much of that can you put down to Anastasia Palaszczuk and how much to campaign strategy?
I think, well, both were key. Anastasia's run the most extraordinary campaign and every Queenslander should recognise the work that she did. It would have been very easy for Stacia to, after the devastation of 2012, to do what a lot of us were doing, which was licking our wounds. But Anastasia got up off the mat, went right around Queensland, had so many conversations and really did a great deal of work. I think her campaign has been terrific. The Labor strategists, people like Anthony Chisholm, who's just run one of the great campaigns. No campaign is ever error-free, but in our case, this strategy was flawless. The way that the team there, Anthony Chisholm, Evan Moorhead, John Pursley, those guys.
And that was a small target strategy. I mean, we had $1.6 billion worth of commitments as such. It was very deliberately and unapologetically small strategy, small target. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't describe it like that. I think it was fiscally responsible. That's the best way to see that the commitments they made were responsible ones. The commitments they made weren't based on selling assets, and so they were necessarily more conservative, but they were really bread and butter promises that were made by Stacia and the team. I detected as I went around the community that people did want to hear about frontline services, they did want to hear about the asset sales, they did want to hear about restoring accountability. And for that reason, I think it really was a flawless strategy and really well executed by the team at party office, but also by Stacia and her team.
Well, you've seen the machinations behind leadership changes at a federal sphere. What about Anastasia Palaszczuk? Is she leadership material, and does this result guarantee that she'll lead Labor to the next election?
I would have thought so. I mean, what an extraordinary result. I don't think anyone could objectively look at the performance that Anastasia has put in this campaign and see anything other than a terrific effort, a terrific outcome. People have been writing Anastasia Palaszczuk off for 3 years, and she's really taught all of the knockers and all of the doubters a lesson tonight. A terrific job, an amazing campaign, not error-free of course, but no campaign ever is error-free, and I think people did warm to her over the course of the campaign, and she should take a bow. Whether we end up on 46 seats or 44 seats, it's been an amazing effort.
And of course there is that deputy leader position to fill as well. We have to leave it there. Thanks very much for your time tonight, Jim.
Thank you.
Jim Chalmers.
And you're watching the ABC's coverage of this historic 2015 Queensland state election. It's been an amazing night. We have 63% of the vote counted, 12.8% swing against the government. Now for the latest results, let's go to Anthony Green.
Yeah, and the first thing I actually say is a little bit of history. In 2009, Anna Bligh became the first woman to ever win a premier to win an election, first female premier to be elected. Tonight, Anastasia Palaszczuk is the first woman to take a party from opposition to government ever. We've had Claire Martin in the Northern Territory and Kate Carnell in the ACT. But this is the first time someone has done it for state government, and if Anastasia Palaszczuk does that, that's quite a remarkable feature. That is a little bit of history, as well as everything else which has gone on with history tonight. If we have a look at the overall primary vote that we're seeing, it's staying at those numbers: 40.6 for the LNP, 38.3 for Labor, 8.7 for the Greens. So again, as I pointed out, both the Labor Party and the Greens have done better than the opinion polls, which is why the result is more like 50-50 than 52. It's also clear there's a lot more preferences flowing at this election, which has created quite a different dynamic. Again, LNP down 9, Labor up 11, and it's the change in the other vote. I'll have a look at the overall party totals for each of the parties here, just for a bit of variation. LNP 40.2, down 9.4. Well, we're seeing Palmer United's on 4.8. Katter's Australian Party is only on 1.9. Of course, they're only standing 11 candidates in 76 instead of 76. One Nation on 1% and Family First on 1.2. Let me fill in the chamber again. The numbers are actually sort of stabilising now. The 62.8% counted. The seats won. We're definitely giving away 39 to the LNP. We've now got Labor on a definite 44. When we add a few more likelies, I think we've got one more seat, which takes Labor up to 45. And our prediction is now going one step further, and it's got Labor up to 46. So there's a bit of bounce up and down here. Our system sort of makes some predictions on the really close seats. There are, just having a look at my seats remaining in doubt, I have Mansfield, Maryborough, which we will not know tonight, and Whitsunday. So Mansfield and Whitsunday are the two doubtful seats. If Labor wins both of those, they're in government. If they win one of those, I suspect they're in government. So I think it looks like at the moment it's a very narrow Labor majority.
All right, Jane Prentice, what do you think the prospect of Labor winning Mansfield or Whitsunday is?
Well, Ian Walker, of course, is a great member in Mansfield and someone who has been in politics for many years. He's worked very hard in that seat as well as being minister. I think I'm hoping that he will get up on his pre-poll votes. He would definitely be successful coming into that election. So I'd be, how can I say, disappointed if he lost. I'd be surprised if he lost as well. The messages I've had out of the campaign tonight is that they don't want to call it because it is too close. And, you know, in some of the seats we've had 10% pre-poll. So, you know, it's a pretty high number and that can make a difference.
Do you think Anastasia Palaszczuk won this election, or did Campbell Newman lose it?
No, I think governments do lose them. That tends to be the trend, and I think we lost it, and possibly for the wrong reasons. I mean, he was making a big difference. He turned around the financial situation in the state. Look at the health system they inherited, and in such a short time, we've got the hospital waiting list gone. We've got the ambulance ramping gone. We've actually got maintenance at schools fixed. I mean, you look at the achievements. So, you know, if it was a fair world, I think he would be elected for his achievements in that time.
Wayne Swan, can I bring you back in here now? Do you think we can safely say that asset leasing is toxic in Queensland, and it's unlikely that it'll be pursued under either government, either party?
Well, without question. I mean, there are times when assets may be sold if it's a good deal and a net economic benefit. But I think, as Stacia demonstrated during the campaign, Curtis demonstrated during the campaign, this is not a good deal. I mean, basically, we're taking away a permanent income stream and we're not paying off any debt. I didn't have time to talk to Tim before, but for the 3 years they were in government, they paid down no debt despite all of the cuts that they put in place because they spent that money on something else. And that's one of the reasons why they've ended up in deep trouble and have had to go to the asset sales that they've put before the people. Sales they promised they wouldn't do at the election before this. So I think they got themselves into diabolical trouble with a dumb economic policy that people disliked intensely, and it's not.
But you
good
would
for the
concede
state.
that debt has increased quite markedly. Do you think both parties are capable of keeping that debt under control? Because Labor's record in recent years...
The credit rating of the Queensland government is still high. The Commonwealth government has a AAA credit rating from all of the major rating agencies, and it achieved that for the first time under a Labor government. What we've got is this Tea Party demonisation of debt and the shonky policies that come from it, and that's exactly what's been rejected here in Queensland.
OK, let's get to some more results from Jess.
Thank you, Matt. And we're going to cross to Woodridge in a moment, where we have Labor's Cameron Dick standing by. Anthony Green, can you show us first the figures for that seat around Logan City tonight?
Well, as I said a little bit earlier, always has been one of the safest Labor seats. It and Bundamba always vie to be the safest Labor seat. Cameron Dick's replacing retiring member who's Desley Scott. 63.9 first preference vote there, a big first preference vote, even bigger, 22% swing. So Cameron Dick's back into Parliament after losing Greenslopes at the last election. And I think his victory's in very different circumstances than he would have expected before tonight.
Thanks, Anthony. And Cameron Dick, thank you for speaking with me tonight. As a former Education Minister and... Thank you. As a former Education Minister and Attorney General, you were one of the big scalps the LNP claimed in 2012. Is tonight redemption?
Politics has its highs and lows, Jessica, and the last 3 years have been a great time for me to reflect on the past
I've won and I've lost, and I can tell you which I prefer. But tonight is, for me, a night to give thanks to the people of Woodridge. They have been amazing to me over the last year or so. Woodridge is like a big family, and I feel that I've been welcomed to that family with people and representatives from around the world in this community, one of the most multicultural communities, not just in Queensland but in Australia. So it's a very wonderful and humbling thing to return to the Parliament, and I'm very grateful to the people of Woodridge.
We do have a bit of a delay in the signal, Cameron Dick, but we will press on for now. What did you learn during your time in the political wilderness?
I think the number one thing is for public representatives to keep their feet on the ground, to listen to people and to stay connected. And what we've seen over the last 3 years is a bad government led by a bad Premier who ran a bad election campaign, culminating this week in a leader of our state who refused to answer questions put to him properly by the media, and then basically blackmailed Queenslanders. If they weren't going to vote for him, then they would receive nothing from the government. There would be no election commitments delivered. And that, I think, sums up Campbell Newman. He's been tossed out of office, the first time a sitting Premier has lost their seat in a landslide, not a landslide, but in a significant swing against the government. And there is lessons for all of that. And for me, it is to stay connected, stay in the community and deliver good governance for people.
Cameron Dick, how do you reflect on Anastasia Palaszczuk tonight? It would appear that she has done an extraordinary thing.
It's been a great achievement by Anastasia and the parliamentary team, and I tip my hat to them. It's been an outstanding result led by Anastasia, but it's more than that as well. It's also grassroots connected campaigning by Labor Party members, by trade unionists, by community organisations and by average Queenslanders who came together and said to this Premier and this government, enough is enough. We don't like this style of government. We want a different direction. And I think that's the lesson for Labor. It is to build those connections to community. That will be the future for our party, and it will be the future of a Labor government. And it appears tonight we may very well be on the cusp of a Labor victory, which was which would have been unimaginable in March 2012. I remember that night very well, and it's a wonderful thing for our party and our movement, and for the people that we want to represent.
The deputy leadership position is open. It has been for a couple of weeks now since Tim Mulherron announced that he was retiring. Is that a position that you've given some thought to?
No, I've given no thought to that at all, to be honest.
Really?
Tonight's a night to reflect on a great achievement. No, I haven't. I've actually been focused on Woodridge. You've got to understand, when you lose your seat in Parliament, when you're tossed from the horse, you need to do everything you possibly can to show to the community you're serious, you're committed, you're fair income. And that's what the last year has been about for me. I've not been in the media, I've been working in the community here. I've not tried to be involved in issues. I've just been trying to get to know this community, and I feel like I've been welcomed to the Woodridge family. And I feel so very humble about that. It's great to be back into a public life in Queensland. I feel that I've got more to give, and I'm just so privileged. This community has supported me, and I will never forget them, and I'll work hard for them every day that I serve in public life in Queensland.
Cameron Dick, thank you for your time tonight, and enjoy the night. We're going to have a look now at some more seats where MPs were retiring to see what impact that might have had in this election, and we're going to start in the seat of Mackay. Anthony, this is where Tim Mulherron, as I just mentioned, was retiring. Julianne Gilbert is the ALP candidate in his stead.
There was some interest about whether Julie Boyd, who's the third candidate pictured there, would do well. She's been the mayor of Mackay, was the mayor of Mackay for over a decade. She's in third place, so she can't win. The count we've got from the Electoral Commission is a two-party preferred count, showing a 12.1% swing, so the doubts over whether Mackay might be in doubt because of the independent have proved not to be the case, and Julianne Gilbert replaces Tim Mulherron as the member for Mackay.
To Moggill now in Brisbane's western suburbs, and the pre-selection process was certainly a tumultuous one for the LNP in the lead up to the election. Bruce Flegg was disendorsed in favour of Christian Rowan. How's he going, Anthony?
Well, Christian Rowan will be elected. Moggill was the only seat in Greater Brisbane won by the Liberal Party in 2001 and 2004, so it's a pretty safe Liberal Party seat. And Christian Rowan there's got over 50% of the first preference vote, but once again, 14.5% swing there. So the LNP has retained Moggill at least.
In Gympie then, in the Wide Bay, David Gibson is retiring here. This was a safe LNP seat with a 17.3% buffer. 60% of the vote counted now. How is Tony Perrott looking for the LNP?
Well, the question was who's going to finish second here, and at this stage the Labor Party has finished second, not Katter's Australian Party, who finished second there last time. The Commission was doing an LNP Katter count, so they're not doing that. We've got an estimate of preferences which shows a 5% swing, but certainly Tony Perrott is a brother of the former LNP member and minister. He replaces David Gibson in Gympie, so that's been retained by the LNP.
To Burdekin in North Queensland, this seat stretches from Bowen to Townsville. Rosemary Menkins is the retiring MP. Dale Last, a former Queensland police employee, looking to take over from her.
Well, this has ended up much closer than I expected, though the LNP will go on to win this. Dale Last, it's only got 37%. Angela Zyla's the Labor Party candidate, 26.9%. Preferences off there with Katter's Australian Party and Palmer United Party. It's translating into a 15% swing, 15.4% swing. So Dale Last will be the new member for Burdekin, but there's been, once again, quite an enormous swing up there in Burdekin, though in the end Labor probably didn't have a high enough profile candidate to win it. She did win it last, she did contest the seat last time, but I think that's again quite a dramatic swing.
To Warrego then in the Southern Outback, one of the LNP's safest seats. Howard Hobbs retiring there after almost 30 years of service though. How is Anne Lay going?
Again, this is a very safe seat. 52.6% there for Anne Lay. She'll win that easily. Mark O'Brien was an independent at the last election and finished second. This time as a Labor Party candidate. He has got a substantial swing, 12.4%.
The top stories from ABC News. The Socceroos have scored their biggest international victory with a 2-1 win over South Korea in the Asian Cup final. Midfielder Massimo Luongo put the home side ahead late in the first half before South Korea managed to hit back late in injury time to level the score. Australia edged in front with a second goal in extra time from James Troisi to take out the cup for the first time. A bushfire emergency warning remains in place for the town of Waroona, south of Perth. Firefighters say the threat has eased, but they are concerned about gusty easterly winds forecast for later tonight. At least one home has been destroyed and several others damaged. The South Australian Liberals have withstood a large swing against them to claim victory in the Davenport by-election. Liberal candidate Sam Dulac claimed victory after Labor candidate Mark Ward conceded defeat, with the Liberal stronghold transforming into a notionally marginal seat. And Serena Williams has overpowered Maria Sharapova to win the women's single title of the Australian Open. Despite battling a virus, the world #1 dominated the match to snare a record 6th Australian Open crown. Those are the latest headlines from ABC News. Now it's back to the Queensland State Election Special.
Single man and woman, every voter, and it has been a great experience. My political career is over. It is over. And least... Tough, you're going to have to wear that one. I do want to reflect, though, on the last few years, and the times that we live in are uncertain. Amy Ramekis, did you get that? They are uncertain times. And over the last 3 years, we've had to make some very important decisions for this state. They were necessary. And I do truly believe that they have put Queensland in a far better place. We have put the state in a far better place than the way we found it. And I want to thank all the people who worked so very, very hard over those 3 years. There are, of course, my electorate staff, Tegan and Elise. I'll be seeing you shortly. Love you, girls. There are many volunteers who've worked in my electorate office to serve the people of Ashgrove as well. I particularly want to thank my staff in the Premier's office. You are a great group of men and women. You have done the state proud, and you've worked very hard for me, and you've been incredibly loyal. Some of you, like Kylie Lindsay, have very loud voices, and I'm there with that. But I thank you I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Maybe there'll be an LNP Premier, and we can talk about relocation, job relocation. Maybe you won't be so lucky. You'll be with me. Okay. But thank you so much. I want to thank the men and women of the Queensland Police Service who have been my close protection detail over the last few years. You are sensational. They are sensational, and you know, they do a great job for Queenslanders, protecting us and making us safe, so thank you. I also want to reflect on the MPs that lost their seats tonight in the LNP team. I just say this, ladies and gentlemen, when the history of this government is written, people should look long and hard at a political team who did the hard yards and didn't leak and didn't bitch and moan. They got on with the job because they knew they were doing the right thing for Queensland. So to all those who lost their seats, I'm so sensationally proud of you. I just wish the community knew that you were all men and women of conviction, and I wish you the very best in your future careers. For the MPs that have managed to win their seats, you must keep on with the important work at hand. You've got to serve your communities, and you've got to, and again, we don't know whether we'll be in government or in opposition, but you've got to be part of a strong and stable LNP team, and I know that you will that. The LNP will offer either a strong and stable government or a very effective opposition in the years to come. And we might know tonight, we might not know for some days about that. But I say this to Queenslanders, the LNP team will meet at the first opportunity to elect a new leader. There are many fine men and women who could potentially put their hand up, but that is a matter for them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to go to a new chapter in our lives. I want to... This is the rock, this is the lady, the love of my life, and I thank her for supporting me for 13 years in political office, and we're going to go forward together and have a great life together. And I want to thank our two daughters who are not here this evening. They're far away, but thanks for their support as well. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's hope that we can get a result for Queenslanders soon. But again, to all of you, to so many people who have been terrific over the years, thank you for your support. Thank you, Queensland. It has been an honour. It has been a privilege.
So Campbell Newman exiting the stage and leaving political office altogether. He says, my political career is over. He says he's proud of what he's achieved, what his MPs have achieved, and he says that is it for him. He says these times are uncertain, but he's proud of what the government had done. Jane Prentice, what's your reaction to that speech?
Well, I think Lisa is very happy to have him back for the family. They're a very close family, and Queensland's been very lucky, you know. We've had two for the price of one for the last 3 years. And you don't read much about what Lisa does, but she does an incredible amount for the community, for people who need a hand up, for the less fortunate out there. And she's constantly working. She is a rock, as Campbell described her. She's always there for him. And we really have had, the two of them helping and supporting Queensland. Campbell has a great sense of service, I think possibly instilled by his parents, but he genuinely believes in putting back into the community and serving the community, and he genuinely enjoys it. And he did this not because he's a political junkie, which you might describe Wayne or me as, but more because he really does believe in service and leaving the place in a better state than how he found it.
He mentioned that, when the history of this government is written, then it'll be about the MPs who've done the hard yards. What do you think the history of the LNP government will say?
I think history will be very kind to it because of the achievements. As I said, you look what they inherited, not only a budget disaster, but they inherited a health system that was basically broken. You had fraud in the millions of dollars, in the tens of millions of dollars. You had waiting lists. You had basic school maintenance that wasn't being undertaken. He has increased the number of teachers. He's increased the number of police. Crime has gone down on his watch. Health services have improved. He has achieved a lot, and as he said, it wasn't just him, it was a team, and you look at the strong ministerial team that supported him through this time, and that's what he's talking about.
Wayne Swan, he said times are uncertain. Do you think that's accurate?
Well, I think all those speeches are always tough ones to give, so I think the former Premier spoke well. It's always very difficult, particularly when your family is there, so you can't help but feel something for him in those circumstances. But times are not as uncertain as Premier Newman or others have been making out, and that's part of the problem, and that's why we've got a public reaction against some of the proposals that the Premier has put forward, and indeed why there is such a public reaction federally against the Prime Minister as well. The public are hungering for an accurate description of what is going on in our economy, not just here but abroad, and I agree with part of what Tim said earlier tonight, but it's not the description we're getting from Prime Minister Abbott or had from the Premier there, because it's an inaccurate description. Australia has got fantastic opportunities ahead of us. Yes, we've got some challenges. Yes, there's some tough things we've got to do, but we don't have to go about them the way that the current federal government is and the way that the previous state government was doing it. People know there is a better way.
Jane Prentice, Campbell Newman said that he wants the party to meet at the earliest possible opportunity to elect a leader. Who should that be?
Well, he is Premier until that meeting. He's not a former Premier yet, he is still Premier. Look, there's a lot of talent there. We obviously need to see the result in some of these seats. But as he said himself, there's a good team and some very capable people. What sort of names would you
throw out there? You don't have to pick a winner, but just throw some names out.
Well, the media is obviously naming people like Lawrence and Tim and JP, some of the senior ministers, but I think we should also look at maybe some of the younger faces as well, some of the newer ones, people like Scott Emerson, Tim Mander, Ian Walker, all those people who've done very well in the last 3 years, who've been good performers.
Is part of the problem for Tim Nicholls is that essentially, he's one of the chief architects of the asset leasing plan?
Yeah, I think Wayne would agree that Treasury is always sort of where...
Huge problem for him. Huge.
Yeah, people find it hard to love treasurers. Would that be true, right?
Only some.
But don't forget, it's not elected by... This is a vote by his party colleagues, and I'm sure Tim has a lot of respect for the work he has done. So has Lawrence. Look at the work in health that he's achieved, JP in education, Scott in transport. I mean, these ministers have all made a very positive change in their portfolios.
Is Lawrence Springborg really a viable option? He took the LNP to 3 elections and lost all 3 of them. Could you really go back to him?
Well, and he did say never again. So, well, look, I just said, you said throw up some names, and I just want to throw up names of ministers who I think have been good achievers over the last 3 years.
But surely the question is what it means for the federal leadership as well.
Oh, Wayne, what a surprise you're putting that into the conversation. Yeah.
Well, if we throw it on to Labor at the moment, so they're going to win government by the look of tonight's results. So we've got a cabinet that barely anybody knows. You didn't even have a full cabinet available to you before tonight. So who is the new cabinet?
Well, that'll be decided by our party processes, but it's a much smaller cabinet, and that'll be a good thing. So we can start with some real economy.
So the issue for Campbell Newman now is that he needs to hand over the leadership. You say it's about the caucus, the party room. What about the party itself? Do you worry that this could be a moment of turmoil for the LNP, because he wants it to happen straight away, but that could lead to a very, very messy and public spat over who becomes opposition leader?
But we're not like the Labor Party, it's all just the elected party members. Now, I know Campbell said he wants it straight away. We will actually have to wait for a few results probably, although it has happened before that you've had the election with not all the seats finalised.
I think we'll be waiting for a couple of days while some of these seats are settled. I don't think anyone's going to be doing anything in that time at all. But the other issue here is that Tony Abbott didn't come to Queensland once during this campaign. Now, we've heard earlier tonight there are federal issues. There are real-time leadership issues in the federal parliamentary caucus over this election outcome, and I think that we should be looking at those tonight as well. We've had Mal Brough out today in the newspapers suggesting he's going to take some action and saying there are issues on the table. What do you think?
Wayne, are you really saying Bill Shorten should get credit for the Labor win?
Well, Bill Shorten came here 29 times, but federal issues did play a very significant role in this outcome. I don't think anybody can deny it. And your colleagues have got the same view, Jane.
And you're saying that tonight is damaging for Tony Abbott in particular?
Because there are no two politicians in Australia more alike than Campbell Newman and Tony Abbott. They're two peas in the same pod, with the same sort of policy, same sort of approach.
But completely different.
All right, we're going to just take a break from our chat about Campbell Newman's speech to bring you the function of Anastasia Palaszczuk, who is looking like she could be Queensland's new Premier. She will be arriving there sometime in the near future, where she will address the party faithful. It's going to be a big speech for her. I wonder if she actually even considered that this was a possibility before this morning, because surely not any Labor supporter in their wildest dreams this morning would have woken up and thought they would have had a swing or banked on a swing like they are experiencing tonight. But before we see her, we're going to go to Anthony Green for some more results.
Yeah, I just want to do the chamber, because this is going to take a bit of negotiation. I still think it will take a bit of negotiation. If we look at the seats, which are definitely won, we have Labor with 44 seats. The Labor Party has won 44 seats. If they win Whitsunday, they've got 45. If they win Mansfield, they've got 46. That's our current calculation. But I think, and I'll fill in the prediction to show what the current numbers are, which is it sort of calculates out to 46. Labor's technically ahead in Maryborough, though I don't believe those numbers. Down here you've got three others. You've got two Katter's Australian Party candidates and Peter Wellington. And I suspect they will vote for stability. So even if Labor only ends up with 44, and I think they'll get 45, is that they will support a Labor government, because it's the only way to get any stability out of that parliament. The best the LNP can get to is 40, unless there is absolutely something gobsmackingly dramatic in the pre-polls and postals. But you've got to say that there's a Labor government coming in Queensland, and in most unexpected circumstances.
Jane Prentice, Liz Cunningham's theory back in, I think it was 1996, when the Bullbridge government relied on her in a hung parliament situation, was to give the power to the people, to the party that earned the greater popular vote. Do you think that that's what they're going to be thinking this time around?
I would expect so. I mean, that's probably the balanced way to go. And Liz did that very well back in those days too.
There's a lot of power in just three hands here, two Katter
well, we've just lived through it in Canberra too. Yeah.
And what was your reflection on that?
I thought it was a little dysfunctional, to be honest. And, you know, it was predicted that this could happen, but people seem to, you know, the voters have voted this way. They've voted to have this balance of power, but it means you can have no certainty as the major party going forward if you're having to do it.
This is just absolute nonsense. There's 44 seats there for the Labor Party. Will most probably form a government. They can govern quite well and without any trouble if they're sensible about what they do.
Do you think that they're natural allies, Katter Party and Labor Party?
Well, first of all, we've got Peter Wellington, who's got, I think, a fantastic track record, a bloke of enormous integrity. Who
and backed Peter Beattie last time.
But the way he behaves, his values and his approach. He has been in this situation. Queensland has been in this situation before. Well, so to carry on as if this is something completely new, shock, horror, car crash, the Conservatives have lost a record number of seats, and oh horror, Labor might have 44 or 45 seats, and they might actually have to get the support of one or two people. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Well, I could throw up one potential conflict that Peter Wellington and the incoming Labor potential government could have is anti-bikie laws. Peter Wellington was dead against them, wanted them gone, whereas Anastasia Palaszczuk has almost doubled down.
I'm sure we'll work our way through the issue. I mean, why should we prejudge those sorts of issues? The people have spoken. It has been a smash-up of the LNP. We've got a Labor government, most probably, with 44 or 45 seats, and we've got a couple of other people elected to the parliament. That is entirely democratic, and is what the people actually voted for. This notion that somehow people were being duped and somehow, you know, horrendous numbers of independents will turn up and plague the parliament and will be in trouble for years. It's just why people have given up on the LNP and that sort of rhetoric.
Wayne Swan, though, if Anastasia Palaszczuk does have to rely on some Katter's Australia Party MPs or the independent in Peter Wellington, wouldn't she be going back on her word because she told the electorate there would be no deals?
Well, we haven't got to the point of even saying that. But she can govern.
But you're entertaining this idea as well. It's part of the discussion tonight.
Well, of course, because we deal with the facts. So much of the political rhetoric that has been thrown around in politics recently doesn't actually deal with the facts. And the facts are there's a strong number of Labor people represented. We're very close to a majority, and we're sitting to find out whether it will be a majority on its own. Even if they have a majority, I think it'd be pretty sensible and very democratic to sit down and work with the other independents in the parliament. When we had a majority on the floor of the House of Representatives, we also worked very sensibly with the independent members of the parliament when we didn't need them. And why did we do that? Because we respected the view of the people.
But the problem then is that from day one, Anastasia Palaszczuk is going to start off with something that she said that she wasn't going to do.
No, she's not necessarily doing that at all. You've made an assumption based on your view of what minority government might look like, that somehow there'll be some agreement which will be signed and all this sort of stuff. Politics doesn't work like that. People can be practical, people can be ethical, and people can be true to their values by sitting down and sensibly talking about these issues. So why don't we give that a go?
But do you think that's what the electorate's going to take out of that?
Well, let's see how
if you say you're going to do one thing and then
I don't think anything I've just said is even inconsistent with what Anastasia has said.
All right. OK, well, let's have a look at some more results, Jess.
Thank you, Matt. And we're going to go to Cairns, and we've got our reporter Shani Kim standing by to speak to Labor's Rob Pine there. Anthony, let's have a look at the seat first of all.
Well, of course, this was a seat that was, Labor held from 1904 all the way to 2012. Always a Labor seat, and then it was lost for the first time in a century in 2012. And the Labor Party's the LNP's sitting member Gavin King, he's on 36%. Rob Pine, the Labor Party candidate, on 46%. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing, 17.7, more than twice what was needed. So at this stage, very easy to call this one. Rob Pine is the new member for Cairns.
And Shani Kim in Cairns, we'll cross to you now.
Yep. Oh. Well, there have been scenes of absolute triumphant, absolute jubilation here in Cairns, where all four Far North Queensland Labor candidates have gathered here for a post-election function. When we arrived, we could hear the chanting from the lobby, and the swing was nowhere greater than here in Cairns, where I'm here with Rob Pine. Rob Pine, how are you feeling at the moment?
Oh, look, it's an absolutely fantastic feeling. We've run a grassroots campaign, we've talked to the people of Cairns, and the people of Cairns have spoken. It's a fantastic feeling here tonight.
Is this a result that you realistically expected?
Oh, I knew we'd get a swing. People were very angry with the sacking of nurses, the cuts to TAFE and proposals to sell our assets. So Cairns people were very upset with that. I knew we'd get a swing, but in my wildest dreams I didn't imagine that we'd get this sort of swing and look at forming government. Incredible.
And what sort of message do you take from voters with the results so far?
Well, the message is clear. Stop the cuts and don't sell our assets. And we will honour that.
And now you're well known here in Cairns as a local councillor. People elsewhere may not actually realise that you use a wheelchair. And I was just wondering if you feel that the win is a significant thing for Queenslanders with a disability as well.
Look, I'm happy to be a role model for other people with disabilities. you know, I'm very honoured that the Australian Labor Party is the first party that's pre-selected someone with a significant physical impairment, and I'll be very honoured to serve in our state parliament. And if that can provide some inspiration to young people in Queensland, there'll be no one happier than me.
So what's next for you, Rob Pyne? What's the first order of business?
Well, I look forward to, with my colleagues, Billy Gordon and Craig Crawford, taking some of the burden of Mr Curtis Pitt, who has done so much over the last 3 years.
Indeed, an early birthday present for the Shadow Treasurer.
Indeed.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time, Rob Pyne.
And now we're going to have a look at some of the seats that are being retained by LNP ministers. We're going to start in Noosa on the Sunshine Coast, where we've got Glenn Elms, who is the Indigenous Affairs Minister, or did hold that position. How's he going up against Mark Denham?
Glenn Elms has had a big loss of his first preference vote, but will be returned for the second time in a row. The Greens have finished second in Noosa, and so that looks like the new strong point for the Greens in Queensland. So as I said, the second time they will finish. This is showing a Labor versus LNP count, which is what the Electoral Commission are providing us with. That will be reversed. That will be changed tomorrow on Monday when they recount the votes. Glenn Elms will be returned, but the Greens will be second in that seat.
To Toowoomba South in southern Queensland, the Agriculture Minister John McVeigh coming into this election with a comfortable buffer of almost 22%. Graham Story was his ALP opposition.
And like many of the most seats, there's been a big swing to the Labor Party. John McVeigh's returned. He's got 53.9% of the first preference vote. He'll be returned, but he's had a swing, as we see on the next graphic. We'll see on here, there's a swing of 13.8%. So, I mean, there's just... Admittedly, he's from an enormous swing last time, but it's still just amazing to see so many of these swings tonight. It's an extraordinary result.
Kawana on the Sunshine Coast. This was one of the LNP's safest seats, represented by the Attorney-General Jared Blahey. Probably fair to say that he was one of the ministers that got most attention during the last term. Mark Moss, the ALP candidate.
And it is a very safe seat, and the LNP has retained it. Jared Blahey's got over half the vote, so there's no difficulty there. But there has been a swing against him again. That big double-digit swing that's occurring everywhere in the state, 16.5%. But Kawana is one of those very safe LNP seats. He did fall, I think from memory, did fall in 2001, 2004, but it's still normally a very safe Labor seat, LNP seat, and Jared Blahey's returned.
To Clayfield now in inner northern Brisbane. This is the Treasurer Tim Nichols' seat. He's probably not in any danger tonight, although we might have an interesting few days ahead of him with the leadership question in play now. Anthony, what's the margin there now?
He has been returned. He's got over 50% of the first preference vote. Tim Nichols there on 54 to the Labor Party on 31. And that will be retained by him. There's a swing of 12.2% going on in that electorate.
And to Surfers Paradise, which is held by the Education Minister and former leader of the LNP, John Paul Langbrook.
And has long been one of the safest Conservative seats in the state nowadays for the Liberal Party, once for the National Party. John Paul Langbrook's got 59% of the first preference vote there. He's had an easy victory, an 11.6% swing, but it was a very, very safe seat.
We're going to cross shortly then to the seat of Bulimba, and we've got Louisa Webgetts there standing by to talk to Labor's Di Farmer. This is one of the candidates. Di Farmer was the MP there previously. This was the most marginal seat in Queensland. No surprise that it would return to Labor hands tonight. Anthony, show us the figures.
Yes, and what's significant here is the Labor Party vote is well ahead on first preferences, 48.2 for the Labor Party and 41.9. This was a very narrow victory. It's only 0.1 last time. Aaron Dillaway, of course, a little bit of history there. He was the pre-selected candidate for Ashgrove at the 2012 electorate and sort of starred for Campbell Newman. So history's played out very differently for Aaron Dillaway than he would have expected 4 years ago. But he spent a term in Parliament. Di Farmer will return. She's re-elected to the Parliament after being defeated in 2009. And one thing I will say, the LNP leads on first preferences in 50 electorates. This is one of the first elections in quite a while where preferences have changed the results enough to change the result in Queensland. But back to Bulimba.
Thank you, Anthony. And we'll go now to Louisa Rebgetz, who's standing by with Di Farmer.
Thanks, Jess. I'm at Norman Park Bowls Club in the seat of Bulimba here with Di Farmer. As you said, she's just been re-elected. Di Farmer, you were voted out of the seat of Bulimba in 2012. How will it feel walking back into Parliament this time round?
Oh, it's just fantastic. I think people sent us a message last time, and I've spent the last 3 years really just staying in the community and working hard, and I feel like we've really listened, and I'm going to go in there having had that experience, but just knowing what people think is really important. They've sent a really strong message tonight to Campbell Newman and the LNP, and we need to take notice of that, and I will go in there knowing very clearly what that message is. Yeah.
You only lost the seat by 75 votes in 2012, so any kind of swing would have seen it fall back to Labor. It was held by Labor for 80 years, but did you expect such a result across the state by the Labor Party tonight? No, I am absolutely stunned. Look, I was very aware as a local candidate that there was a really, really strong feeling about Campbell Newman and the LNP just not listening to people. It was very, very strong, and as we led up to the election, it was overwhelming, but I had no idea that people really so desperately wanted to send a message to them that this is how they were feeling. I think everyone would be amazed by it, yeah. There's been a lot of talk about the Tony Abbott factor, federal issues. Did that play much of a role, do you think, here tonight or across the state?
Yes, but look, I think there's a general feeling that the LNP, whether it be Tony Abbott in Canberra or whether it's about Campbell Newman here, that they were arrogant and that they are just not listening to people. And I think it was a sort of this feeling that people were powerless, and so that's why they are sending such a strong message. It doesn't matter whether it's Tony Abbott or Campbell Newman. They just want to be respected, they want to be listened to, and this is what's happened. That's the result, and I think Tony Abbott needs to take notice of that and be really worried.
Got a lot of supporters here, very, very excited people here at Norman Park Bowls Club. What's the first thing you want to do when you do go into Parliament?
Take your seat.
Well, that's a very tricky question. Look, I've got a plan for this local area, but I think I imagine as the Labor caucus, Anastasia has got such a vision for Queensland, and I think she's got a lot to say, and she will be saying a lot about that tonight, about what a humbling experience it is to be given a mandate like this. We need to we don't want to squander the mandate like Campbell Newman did in the last term, and I'm sure that that's what Anastasia wants to be talking to all of the new Labor MPs about. I'm not going to steal her thunder because she will have some fantastic things to say now, but that's what we need to know, exactly what it is the people of Queensland have said to us, and that needs to set what we're going to be doing in the next 3 years. Yeah.
Di Farmer, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Di Farmer is the new ALP member for Bulimba. It was one of the last seats to fall in 2012, 75 votes margin, and obviously one of the first seats to come back to the ALP. Wayne Swan, she said that she's listened, but what does that mean that the ALP is going to do?
Well, they want to prioritise economic growth and jobs, and to make sure we make the investments in education and health that provide people with the opportunities that they expect. It is a traditional Labor agenda. When Jim Chalmers was talking earlier, he made the point that we put forward a modest program. We put forward an affordable program. We are absolutely conscious of the need to grow the economy and also to have the revenues to invest in quality health and education. She's put forward a traditional Labor agenda of growth and spreading the opportunities that flow from it. That's what we're committed to, and that's what's in the program.
Conversely, Jane Prentice, on the other side of politics, what's the LNP do now?
Well, obviously we're going to have to look at who we've got left. We need to look at our policies going forward. And I mean, obviously we're not going to be able to deliver the promises we made during the campaign, but we're not necessarily in opposition yet. I mean, it's very close to call. There are a couple of seats that I see have been given to Labor that I get from my workers. They expect to be better than the figures that we've seen tonight.
What seats are you talking about there?
One in particular is Mount Cootha, where the workers tell me they're only 2% behind after Green preferences from the voting in the booths. They tell me that there was a lot of pre-polling which was very good for them and strong, and quite a few postal votes. So they wouldn't be calling that just yet.
Okay, when Campbell Newman became the leader of the LNP, he said all the policies were null and void. Do you expect that that's going to happen again?
No, because I think we did have a vision, and we still do. I think the LNP had a good vision for Queensland, for growing jobs and for working on key areas, their 5-pillar campaign, and that worked very well. And I still think we believe in that. It's possibly how we deliver it and how we communicate that to the constituents. Maybe that's the issue we need to look at, is communication.
Even before you get to policy questions, I guess there's the more immediate question of the leadership transition. How important is it that that is a clean transition, and that perhaps that maybe there is only one candidate put forward?
Oh, look, we live in a democracy. I don't think that you need one candidate, but we do need a commitment that whoever is elected then has 100% support from everyone else, and I think we'd achieve that. We don't know if that person's going to be Premier or Leader of the Opposition, but I think you'll find that whoever is successful will have the full support of the rest of the team, but there's nothing wrong in a good democracy of having more than one candidate.
Okay, thank you, Jane Prentice. Let's have a look at some more results. The ministers and the assistant ministers that may have fallen today.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, and much earlier in the evening when we checked in on Mundingburra, things weren't looking quite decided yet for David Crisafulli, the local government minister there. But Anthony, how is it looking now for him?
He's been defeated on the numbers we have. He's behind. This is one of those seats which has gone to preferences, and the preferences have turned around the results. When we look at the next bar there, 41.4 to 40.3, we've got a preference count in basically every polling place. We haven't got postals, we haven't got a two-party preferred for Brisbane City Hall, or the Brisbane booth. 52.8, the Labor Party's won Mundingburra. So at this stage, Mundingburra looks like going as a bellwether again at this election.
To Bundaberg then in southern Queensland, and this is one of the extraordinary swings of the night, with Jack Dempsey, the police minister, looking like succumbing to Labor's Leanne Donaldson.
Yes, given the narrowness of Labor's victory, this is the sort of result a party goes away and has a really hard look out to find out why it's happened. Police Minister Jack Dempsey 6% behind the Labor Party there, and after preferences a 22.4% swing. That's one of the largest swings in the state, so that's just an astonishing swing there. And a few people have muttered things to me about what might have caused it, but I think you'll hear a lot about Bundaberg and why that result came about.
To Brisbane Central then, where Robert Cavalucci was an assistant minister and only an MP since 2012. Grace, a very familiar person in that seat. She did hold the seat previously, and it looks like she's got it back, Anthony.
It's Grace ×2, I think she uses as her Twitter handle. But she's in second place there, 4.6 behind. The big Green vote has closed the gap there. Something similar to what we're seeing next door in Mount Cootha, but this is the safer Labor electorate. There's an 8.7% swing, and Labor has recovered Brisbane Central. Not nearly as big a swing as we saw in those outer suburbs. So it's the outer suburbs on the edges of Brisbane where the gigantic swings that have occurred, but they didn't need to be quite as big in Brisbane Central.
To Mount Cootha then, in Brisbane's western suburbs, and Saxon Rice, an assistant minister there. She did defeat Andrew Fraser, the Labor treasurer, back in 2012, but now she's found an opponent it would appear too tough to beat in Stephen Miles.
Yeah, we've got every polling place in, including the returning officer office in Mount Cootha. and the Labor Party is 1,200 votes ahead on the preference count. So it's 52.9. We're projecting, after taking into account the usual postal trends, that'll come back to 52.3. So that does look like a Labor gain, unless there's something gone spectacularly wrong with the preference counts or something. But it looks like there's been a strong flow of Green preferences there, which has got Labor's Stephen Miles into the Parliament.
To North Queensland then, in the seat of Cook, David Kempton was the Assistant Minister for Indigenous Affairs, but Billy Gordon, a cane cutter, he worked on banana farms, in construction, he was a barman, he worked for TAFE, and he was a federal candidate. Quite a list of careers there. Now it looks like he might add state politician to that list.
Certainly, he's won that seat. When we look at the first preferences, 41.1 to the Labor Party, 33.5 for the LNP. 12.6 for Katter's Australian Party, which doesn't help the Conservative, the non-Labor cause there. A 12.8% swing, 59.4%. The Labor Party recovers Cook.
We're going to go to Ashgrove next. This is where history has been made in Queensland tonight, and we have Karina Carvalho on standby to talk us through it. Anthony Green, let's take one more look though at the figures tonight.
Well, on the first preferences, Kate Jones leads 44.4 to 44%, with 10% with the Greens and 1.7 with the two independents there. The two independents and the Greens all directed preferences to the Labor Party, with Campbell Newman behind on first preferences. You can't close a gap. The 54.1 is the actual count we've got, and that includes the returning officer for the pre-polls. So that result's not going to turn around, and Kate Jones has easily won Ashgrove.
Well, over to Karina now in Ashgrove. Can you describe the mood there in the Team Kate camp?
There's only one word for it, Jess, and that is rapturous. People here have been cheering the whole night. The mood has been really positive from when we got here very early this evening. A lot of people here, her volunteers, very confident that Kate Jones had the win. But I think all of them somewhat surprised, mainly Kate Jones herself, at just how large the margin looks as though it's going to be. We showed her the ABC website with the results as they were, with about 74% of the vote counted, and she was winning by 8 points, and it said safe ALP seat underneath, and she said, wow, safe ALP seat. So she's really thrilled. She said it's taking a little bit of time for it all to sink in. We asked her about whether she'll be looking for a ministry if the ALP is elected tonight, and she said at the moment she's just trying to let the information sink in. And when I asked her if back after that result in 2012, if anyone in the ALP thought that they could turn things around like they have this time around, she said, well, we don't have the result yet, but I think everyone would say no.
Thanks, Karina. Well, rapturous, if that's the word for the ALP, then dumbfounded must be the word for the LNP. Jane Prentice, I saw when we were looking through those results of the ministers and assistant ministers that might be going, you were just shaking your head with the Jack Dempsey result.
Well, no, as Anthony alluded to it, there's some definite factors afoot up in Bundaberg, and there was a massive campaign against Jack Dempsey by the CFMEU and the ETU. There were people flown in from Victoria and put up there who campaigned relentlessly against him. And
why him? Why him in particular?
It's another conspiracy from the unions.
No, I thought, well, I'm just, no, it's not a conspiracy.
I'm so surprised.
It's not a conspiracy, it's a fact. I was talking to Keith Pitt, the local federal member there for Hinkler, and he said they've never seen anything like it. So there was a very big campaign. He also says there was the biggest ever pre-poll votes that they've ever had up there.
So presumably you're saying that
there were killer satellites involved as well, I suppose. I mean, really. I mean, this is
sorry, the unions weren't involved at all, Wayne, really?
I hope the unions were involved. They were involved in a lot of seats across the state, and a damn good thing too.
And it was lovely of them to travel up from Victoria too. It was great.
Well, perhaps the attraction of the unions, if they were there to the minister's seat, was because he's the police minister, the anti-bikie laws. Do you think that was a factor for him?
Look, I'm not going to sort of guess on that, but all I know is that my colleague up there, Keith Pitt, says it was a massive factor up there.
The anti-bikie laws?
The unions getting involved.
Oh, dear, dear. I mean, you've got to get over this. This is one of the reasons why you've had such a shocking loss. All of this nonsense about unions running the country and carrying on, it doesn't accord with what people find in the community. You know, you've got to get into the 21st century.
Jane Prentice, after 2012, there was this great sense of self-examination that the Labor Party needed to go through. Do you think the scale of what we're seeing tonight for the LNP needs the same thing for the LNP?
Not to the same extent. I mean, the LNP had an agenda, and I think the questioning tonight is that the voters said we don't like. I personally think perhaps they say we're going too quickly about it. Well, you're not taking us on the journey with you. But we had an agenda that we wanted to deliver to make Queensland a better place, and I don't think anyone can question that we were making hard decisions for the right reasons. And you know, we've got to examine how you do that. I think both sides have to look at politics going forward. I mean, if we have this sort of volatility, it makes it very hard for reformist governments. I mean, it lends itself to governments saying, well, let's do nothing and not upset anyone.
Okay.
If we want to get elected, and we can't have that.
Okay, so we've got a lot of the results at hand, but there are some seats that are still in doubt, Jess.
And crucial seats, Matt. It might decide who's forming government tonight, and we'll start with Mansfield with Ian Walker, the Arts Minister there. He's up against Adam Obeid.
And this one's too close to call at the end of the night. If we look at the first preferences here, 46.4 to 41.3 with 9.5 with the Greens and 2.8 with an independent there. At the end of the night, with everything counted except for the two-party preferred from Brisbane City Hall, the Brisbane City booth, Labor leads by 25 votes, which is predicted to become an LNP 50.1 after preferences. So, in other words, we're talking about under 30 votes at the end of the night either way. They'll be counting that for another week and a bit. So Mansfield, Ian Walker, it's not clear. He's just ahead. It's not clear who's won Mansfield, and it could well be that if Adam Obeid wins it, that will be Labor's 46th seat.
To Whitsunday then in North Queensland. And are we going to have a result here tonight, Anthony? Jason Costigan versus Bronwyn Taha?
I'm just trying to have a look at everything that's counted. Basically, first preferences on everything is in. All the pre-polls are in. Labor, Jason Costigan is on 50.6. He leads by 244 votes. Projecting the trends previously on pre-polls and absence, the LNP ends up only 50.1 ahead. So that one's still in doubt. He's slightly further ahead on the raw votes, but I think there'll be a lot of poring over numbers. There's enough. That's too close to call.
To Maryborough now in southern Queensland. And interesting, Anthony, that this one is still in play, given that the LNP held Maryborough with only a margin of 0.3%. It was its second most marginal seat, but Anne Madden's still in play?
Well, it's in play, and I'll get to wait on the first preference votes, and this is why it's in play. The LNP's on 29.2. Their first preference vote is down 15%. Labor's on 25.6. Then I've lost the numbers, unfortunately. 22 there for Chris Foley, 12.7 for Palmer United, 7.1 with One Nation. It's not at all clear that number is not at all clear that that's what it is. I think Chris Foley has a strong chance of getting into second place on minor party preferences, in which case Chris Foley would win the seat. So that seat's impossible to call. It's not clear who's come second and third.
Anthony, just before we move on to getting the thoughts of Jane Prentice and Wayne Swan on that, if those three seats were to go to the LNP, then that would mean that the Katter Party would have much more power.
The Balanced Party, yeah. My numbers, I calculated that Labor has 44 seats.
I don't see how the LNP gets any more than 42.
Yeah.
That's where I think we are. So we can get to 45, but the LNP can't get beyond 42.
Jane Prentice, is that your estimation?
I have to confess, Matt, I don't have the details fed in that would give me confidence to predict exact seats.
Wayne Swan.
I think a lot will be in contention for some time. I think there'll be a recount in some probably going forward too.
Before people start talking about pre-polls, a lot of the pre-polls have been counted tonight.
Yeah.
In Ashgrove, nearly all the pre-polls have been counted. So this is already factored in. The postal votes, well, we've sort of factored in that traditionally. And that's why those two seats remain in doubt. On postal votes, both of those seats could go back to the LNP, but Labor has 44 seats.
You're saying it could be up to a week before we know the results for some of these seats?
They've counted. They will finish the pre-poll counting anything that hasn't been counted. They'll finish that tomorrow. Pre-polls which are not in envelopes, pre-polls which have been put directly into ballot boxes. Then early next week, in some of the closest seats, they will do they will check the postals, they will bring forward all the close. It's standard practice in the Electoral Commission to bring forward the vote in some of these close contests. So we won't be hanging around for a whole week, although as Wayne will remember 1995 and the returning officer sitting under his house in Greenslopes for a week and a half checking all those ballot papers. So it could be quite a long time yet. But Labor's definitely got at least 2 more seats.
Pre-polls throw up an interesting question for me. We did see hundreds of thousands of Queenslanders cast their vote before election day. What does that mean for campaigns in the future? You really shouldn't hold your big ticket policy items until the end, should you?
Well, it pulls them forward. In fact, you could actually probably mount an argument that because the campaign went so badly, I think, in the last week in the LNP, maybe they were doing better early, but they weren't doing better late. I don't know. I mean, I think what has happened here is that Anastasia has won the campaign. What we don't know is when she won it during the campaign and whether she's won the election. But with voting being pulled forward, it makes many of the standard assumptions about how elections change at the end pretty much redundant. And it also makes redundant some of the strategies for advertising and so on. So it is changing radically. I think that's true.
In the first week of the campaign, the LNP was up 53-47 according to news polls, so something changed, or the poll was very wrong.
Could I caution you against using the news poll or any of those polls which are based on a standard set of assumptions about preference distribution based on the last election? I think what we've seen tonight is that those assumptions about preference distribution built into all of those polls were probably understating the preference for the ALP. And Anthony made the comment before that more people have probably distributed preferences than many people have assumed before, and that may explain part of the result, which is why the LNP was desperately trying to stop people from actually distributing preferences.
The polls have underestimated the Labor vote and the Green vote by about 1 to 1.5%. And then on top of that, you've got this factor that there is clearly a stronger flow of preferences to Labor this time. So that's what's turned 52% polls into 49.5, 50. One other thing about the postal vote, as Wayne may know, one thing you get when sitting members tend to do well with postals. At the last election, there would have been some sitting members who did a postal vote campaign did well. At this time, it's a sitting LNP member who's done it. Whether some of those members sitting on 13 and 14% worked hard on their postal vote campaign will be interesting to see. But sometimes that may be one little factor which will be at play for the rest of the week, particularly in a seat like Whitsunday.
OK, let's get some more results, Jess.
And we're going to go to Mundingborough. We've got Alison Horn standing by with the Labor candidate Coralie O'Rourke. We have looked at this seat already tonight, Anthony, but just show us the figures again one more time.
Mundingborough, of course, it looks like a real bellwether seat again. It was a seat that stayed with Goss in 95 and then eventually fell at the by-election. At this stage, 41.4 for David Crisafulli, 40.3 for Coralie O'Rourke, 10.9 there for Clive Mensink, who runs the nickel refinery just north of Townsville for Clive Palmer. 12.7% swing, 52.6% to the Labor Party, and Coralie O'Rourke is the new member for Mundingborough.
And with the new member for Mundingborough is ABC reporter Alison Horn.
Coralie, it looks like a tight contest at the moment. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, I'm a little bit sort of lost for words, to be honest, at the moment. As it is a tight contest, it will come down to close numbers. But so far, we're looking promising, and that's sort of pretty exciting.
You think you're ahead at the moment. How far ahead do you think you are?
I actually don't know how far where we're sitting at the moment. I do know that it's close, though, so a little bit too close to call at this point in time.
Tell me about the campaign, because we have seen 2 LNP seats here in Townsville fall to Labor already tonight. What sort of a campaign have you run?
All 3 of us have run a completely grassroots campaign. We've been out for months talking to residents within our areas, on their doorsteps, on the phones, just basically listening to everything that they want to tell us about, and finding out what it is that's actually important to them.
And Labor in particular has run a strong campaign around the discussion around asset leasing as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I would suspect that that's a very big contributing factor to the result that we've received tonight. And I'm very proud to say that Queenslanders have once again sent the message that we will not sell our assets.
Are you a little bit shocked about the results of the ALP across the state?
The whole evening, to be quite honest, has been a big surprise to me. I knew this was going to be a very big fight, particularly in the seat of Mundingburra right from the very beginning. So to have such a big swing is very, very encouraging.
Coralie O'Rourke, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Alison Horn, thank you. We're now going to take a look at a few of the seats that we haven't yet got to tonight, and we'll start in the Sunshine Coast hinterland with Glasshouse, where Andrew Powell has been the MP since 2009. He's also the Environment Minister, but up against the ALP's Brett Hampstead.
And on these numbers, there's always quite a big vote for the Greens in the parts of the Sunshine Coast hinterland there. And that's showing up in 15% there for the Green, 11% for Palmer United, so there's quite a lot of votes there. Labor's only got 29.9, but they closed the gap dramatically on preferences, and it's only 51.6% for the LNP at the end of the night. So
good outcome.
There's huge numbers of, I'm just having a look there, 2,100 out of 5,600, yeah. The LNP's only got 500 preferences to Labor's 2,100. So it's a very strong flows of preferences to close that gap. So Andrew Powell's certainly been returned, but that's a huge narrowing of the gap in that electorate.
Staying on the Sunshine Coast to Butterham, where we also have another minister in Steve Dixon. He's been the MP there since 2009 in that particular seat. Elaine Hughes is his main opponent from the ALP, but just as an aside, I guess Tess Lazarus, Glenn Lazarus's wife, was also running for the Palmer United Party there.
And she's finished third with 13% of the vote. So, I mean, we haven't actually mentioned some of the minor parties because the sheer surprise scale of the swing we've seen tonight. But Steve Dixon's got 53.1% of the vote. He suffered a swing against him of 14%. Still a very safe LNP seat, though, and Steve Dixon has been returned in that electorate.
To Redcliffe, just north of Brisbane. This was a seat won by Yvette Darth, a former federal MP. She won it at a by-election after the resignation of a very controversial former LNP member, Scott Driscoll, who's actually facing fraud charges. The swing to Yvette Darth was a very big 17% at that time. Has that been extended tonight, Anthony?
She's retained her majority. She basically repeated the by-election. Both the by-election seats have repeated the by-election of the general election. Yvette Darth, 47% of the vote. Kerry Ann Dooley, who was the defeated candidate from the by-election, 17.6%. So that's basically matched the by-election swing. So a very easy win for the Labor Party in Redcliffe. Talk that there might be a swing back because of the end of the by-election factor, but no, it's an easy win for the Labor Party there.
The top stories from ABC News. The Socceroos have won the Asian Cup for the first time after a thrilling 2-1 victory over South Korea in a game that went to extra time. Midfielder Massimo Luongo put the home side ahead late in the first half before South Korea hit back late in injury time to level the score. Australia edged in front with a second goal in extra time from James Troisi to secure their biggest ever international victory. A bushfire emergency warning remains in place for the town of Waroona, south of Perth. Firefighters say the threat has eased, but they are concerned about gusty easterly winds forecast for tonight. At least one home has been destroyed and several others damaged. The South Australian Liberals have withstood a large swing against them to hold on to the seat of Davenport in today's by-election. Sam Jewler claimed victory against Labor's Mark Ward, despite the 6% swing turning a Liberal stronghold into a notionally marginal seat. And Serena Williams has overpowered Maria Sharapova to win the women's single title of the Australian Open. Despite battling a virus, the world number one dominated the match to snare a record 6th Australian Open crown. Those are the latest headlines from ABC News. And now it's back to the Queensland State Election Special.
Because, of course, the Liberal government, or the LNP government in Queensland, has done more to stop dredging on the reef than any other government. It was Anna Bligh and Kate Jones that approved 38 million tonnes of dredge, and in fact it was the Campbell-Newman government that stopped that happening.
There was a slight equivocation there because they were going to dispose of the dredge spoil in the Reef Marine Park area, and then Andrew Powell had to then decide to put it over onto land. Do you think this kind of... And then Greg Hunt federally came out and said, no, we're not doing it anymore. Do you think that kind of thing
Well, they
has
worked together.
played against them?
They worked together to make that happen. Well, it shouldn't have. I mean, there was misinformation. The biggest issue also affecting the Great Barrier Reef is the runoff, the chemicals and minerals from the
Crown of thorns starfish.
Well, that feeds into it, you see. That sort of helps the crown of thorns grow. And Campbell and the government and Andrew Powell have put a lot of money into fixing that. They've got a fabulous plan, and the international community are commending them for the work they've done on it.
Wayne Swan, I know the Labor Party here in Brisbane were campaigning massively on the reef. Do you think
Absolutely.
have an opposite view to what Jane Prentice says?
Well, the biggest threat to the reef is climate change. That is the biggest threat to the reef, and this LNP government here and in Canberra is full of climate change denialists. And that is a huge issue. And there'll be marginal seat holders around the country, federal Liberal marginal seat holders, who are going to be hit by this because people are very concerned still about doing something fundamentally about climate change. And yes, there are issues to do with the reef and issues to do with runoff. The major threat to the reef is none of those things. It is global warming and the temperature of the sea. That is the major threat to the reef. And this will be a huge issue in marginal seats across Australia at the next federal election because we've got a Prime Minister who's a climate change denialist. And that is a huge issue.
Are you either of you surprised at the Greens vote in this election? It doesn't seem to have risen, or it may have even dropped?
Well, it's dropped in some of my parts of the electorate, and I'm surprised because I think people have been supporting the Greens more strongly. Larissa Waters has been very high profile. I think she's been a spokesman for the state. Charles Warrenham in my area. I'm surprised their figures are as low as they are, to be honest. People are taking up these issues and they've been very vocal. So I think they'd be quite disappointed with their results.
Wayne Swan?
Well, if you've got margins, say like Jane, what's your margin? 8%. If you're sitting on a margin of 8%, these state results tonight, and you're a federal member and you've got a Green seat, like Jane has, when we have actually won that seat in a by-election before, these climate change issues are fundamental because there is a significant proportion of the community who wants our nation to take climate change seriously, and that includes for the Great Barrier Reef, which is red hot, I reckon, as an issue out there in the community.
Jane Prentice, you're facing next federal election in 2016. Are you worried from what you've seen tonight could translate into your seat next year?
I think I'd be very silly not to be worried and concerned about the results tonight. I think we need to take lessons from that. And I think they're lessons that we will be discussing. I think all members of Parliament, not just in Queensland but other states as well, will look at the results tonight, and there's some serious questions coming out of it.
Is Tony Abbott the man to lead the Liberals to the next federal election?
Well, that's a discussion, isn't it? We need to look at where we're going.
That's not a glowing endorsement.
Well, Tony said that he's listened and learned, and he's making a keynote speech on Monday at the Press Club. But we can't continue as we are. I think that's the lesson from today.
What do you mean by discussion?
You can't continue as you are.
We can't continue as we are with not taking the people with us. We're getting bad feedback.
Well, the lesson here was the more that people saw of Campbell Newman, the more they wanted to see the back of him. And I think that's also happening with Tony Abbott.
Just going back to what you said about Tony Abbott, you said it's a discussion we're going to have as to whether he remains leader. What do you mean by that?
No, a discussion of where we're going forward. I mean, going forward, we need to examine what we're doing. I don't think we are. I think we'll get the same result if we don't change what we're doing.
So what you're saying, that the speech he has to make on Monday at the National Press Club is a make or break speech?
I think so, yes.
What do you think he'll bring to that speech?
I don't know. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you think it's going to be outlining a new direction?
I hope so.
What kind of direction does he need to take?
Well, I think he needs to. I was speaking to him last week, and I said to him, "You're not taking the people with you. We're not explaining why we're doing things. We have achieved many things, but people don't understand what we're doing or why we're doing it, and we need to take them on that message."
How widespread is that feeling within the party that Tony Abbott isn't explaining himself well?
Look, I think everyone would. Well, not everyone. I think most people would agree with that we're not getting the message out there, and results like today don't help.
Do you think that somebody is better suited to send that and sell that message?
Well, Tony's been a very, very successful leader. He's our fourth longest serving leader of the party. And we need to examine what we're doing. We work as a team. I don't think you can sort of just hang Tony out to dry. It's teamwork, and we need to look at, I think we all need to look at what we're doing. Clearly the results today are quite significant, and there's some very strong messages that we need to take out at a federal level as well.
So in November you've seen a first-term Liberal government go down.
Yes.
In January you've seen a first-term LNP government go down. How much are people going to sit back and pin that on Tony Abbott?
Well, it's what we do from now. I mean, we've got to recover from this, and we need to make sure we're doing things better. I mean, we can't continue as we are. So that's what I'd be saying.
Wayne Swan, I'm interested in your views about New South Wales, because we've got a first-term Liberal National Coalition government down there. They're in far better shape. They're, tracking at 56-44 two-party against the ALP. But what do you think the message is going to be to them?
Well, I think the message to them, as it is to Liberals right across the country, that the public don't want a bar of the agenda which says slash and burn and health and education and rip out the social safety net. They're fed up with the language from the federal Liberals of lifters and leaners, people describing parts of our society in denigrating terms. And they most particularly don't like the way in which they carry on and bully people, and the sort of divisive rhetoric that we see from the Prime Minister and many of his ministers. It's sometimes like they don't actually like the community they're trying to govern. And I think that's the sense they got out of Campbell Newman as well. So I think people that were fed up here with Campbell Newman and the LNP, and I think they've reached that stage with Prime Minister Abbott as well. But it's not just the style, it's the substance.
Is the result in the New South Wales election, which is due in late March, so there's 2 months, do you think the result there could be a third strike and you're out for Tony Abbott?
Look, I can't predict the outcome of the New South Wales election, but certainly federal factors will have some impact there. I mean, it was predominantly state factors here. The difference is that Campbell Newman and Tony Abbott are so much alike. They both used the same playbook. Essentially, they ran in an election campaign, they ran as moderates, and then they governed as extremists. So they did a lot of things after the election they said they wouldn't do during the election. They both had an audit commission, which then set up the scene where they could go out and talk our economy down, demonise deficit and debt, and try and create the environment where people would accept the harsh policies that they were seeking to impose on them that they said they wouldn't do prior to the election. That is the commonality between the Premier here and the Prime Minister. Two peas of the same pod, using the same playbook.
Jane Prentice, will the discussion within the LNP tonight, looking at this result, go as far as to whether there needs to be a leadership spill?
Look, I think our discussion, I think the members will look at the results tonight, and they will take those to Canberra. That's fine.
Jane Prentice, I'm just going to have to interrupt you. Well, we're going to give you the pictures of Anastasia Palaszczuk's function very shortly, but just before we go there, and we can hear some noise coming now from Inala. We'll go to that very, very shortly. What's the next move for the LNP here in the next couple of days? Mechanically, what do they do?
Well, mechanically, to be honest, they're going to be looking at the individual seats, which are fairly close, and we're going to look at whether we need recounts. We're going to be assessing the numbers. Really the short term is those very close results that we need to check out and see if we can make sure our members hang in there.
Given that you've still got a couple of seats in doubt where the LNP is in play, do you think they'll wait until those seats are finalised before they settle on a new leader?
Traditionally, they won't leave it that long. I mean, I think historically, we've actually done it fairly soon. Campbell himself has asked for people to make a decision sooner than later. So, quite frankly, it's up to the party.
OK, all right. We've got some pictures of Anastasia Palaszczuk arriving at her function in Inala. She looks like she may be the new Premier of Queensland, quite a historic occasion. As Anthony has already mentioned, she will be the first female to come from opposition to take her party to power and become the Premier of Queensland. Anna Bligh was the last female Premier. Anastasia Palaszczuk, it looks like she will be the next one. Wayne Swan, that must be a great feeling for the Labor faithful down there.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, all the true believers down there, people who've worked hard. Many of them have worked over many years. It's a great feeling for them all.
And in a safe seat, a very safe seat, she's got a 19% swing by the look of it.
Yes, she has, but there's plenty of other people from surrounding seats down there. They're all gathering. It's going to be a great Labor evening.
What do you think she's going to say? I mean, she obviously can't take victory with this speech.
No, but what she can say is that Queenslanders have spoken about the agenda of the LNP, that we have a positive agenda for the future, and we're going to get on with it when we know the final outcome. I mean, she can say that.
And over the
Thank you.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And over the next couple of days, there's got to be a lot of wrangling behind the scenes for Labor as they assemble their shadow cabinet or perhaps cabinet.
Well, I think we've got to see some of the outcomes as yet. We've got a little way to go on all of that.
All right, Anastasia Palaszczuk close to the stage now. I'm sure her father, Henry Palaszczuk, must be among the crowd there somewhere. He will be absolutely beaming. He was custodian of that seat for a long time before his daughter assumed the seat. Anastasia Palaszczuk is a lawyer. She's a former minister in the Bligh government. And we're going to bring you her comments
Ladies
now.
and gentlemen, if I can just have your attention for a few seconds, I would just like to present to you tonight Anastasia Palaszczuk. Well done, comrade. Outstanding.
Well, good evening, everyone. Well, I said it was going to be a David and Goliath battle, and it certainly was. Who would have thought 3 years ago we would be making history tonight? It's still too close to call at present, but I'm very hopeful that we will be able to form government in this. The support has been absolutely overwhelming. As I've spent the last 3 years travelling right across Queensland, I am so humbled by the support that has been shown to me as I've met people from all walks of life. Queensland is an amazing state, a truly amazing state. But there are a few thank yous I do want to make tonight. First of all, I want to thank my amazing caucus team. My amazing caucus team. They have worked so hard. They have worked so hard each and every day, going beyond the call of duty. And tonight I want to pay special tribute to my Deputy Tim Mulheron, who is retiring. Thank you, Tim. And to Desley Scott, an amazing woman, Can I congratulate our new Labor members of Parliament? There's a lot more than 9. Can I also thank all of our Labor candidates who stood for us in this election? can I thank the great Australian Labor Party. To Dick Williams, our party president, to Evan Moorhead, our state secretary, to Anthony Chisholm, our campaign director, and John Thurston. They have done an absolutely amazing job, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To all of the branch members, all of the party members who stood on the polling booths out there, thank you so much. You've worked so hard. Can I thank the union movement? Because it is the union movement that stands up each and every day and fights for better conditions for workers right across this state. Amazing opposition staff headed by Angela McDonough, Lindsay, Marshall, Peter Nips, Jackie Hughes, and a big thank you to Chris and Brendan who travelled with me during this campaign. A big thank you to my Inala electorate for once again community we have out here. We do it tough, but we stand up and we get things done. I have to mention my amazing family, and I know my grandmother is here tonight somewhere. Hello, Nana. And can I thank, most importantly, the people of Queensland who have put their trust back into the Labor Party. Can I also give a big congratulations to Kate Jones? Been friends for many years, and congratulations, Kate. But I also, on a very serious note, want to wish Campbell Newman and his wife, Lisa, and their family all the very best for their future. Over the last 3 years, I've been travelling across Queensland, listening to Queenslanders. We will continue to listen to you. That is my commitment. You have put your trust back into the Labor Party, and my promise tonight is I will value that trust. I will value that trust each and every day. But today the people of Queensland sent a very clear message, and that message was they do not want their assets sold. And we will keep our assets in public hands for the future and future generations. Finally, I want to unite Queensland. I want to bring Queensland back together. Let's put the past 3 years behind us. Let's have a consensus government where we bring people together, where we listen and where we unite. And tomorrow, we begin a brand new chapter in Queensland's history. Thank you.
About a brand new chapter that no one probably saw coming before today's stunning results. She thanked her team, she thanked her staff, she also thanked her family. But one of the important messages, it would seem, is that she said Queensland had put the trust back into the Labor Party, something that obviously was missing in 2012. Wayne Swan, what did you take out of that speech?
I think she's going to govern from the centre. I think she's going to attempt to achieve consensus in the community. I think she's going to, if you like, play it safe, I think, which is what people expect. And I think she'll get on with policies which will support growth and jobs. And I think she'll make the investments that we need in our education and health systems. That's what people want out of their government. They don't want rocket science. They don't necessarily want flashy concepts. They want people who are fair dinkum. They want local members of parliament that respect their values. They want politicians that live those values in their daily work. And she's going to do her best to do that.
Jane Prentice, I'm interested in what Wayne Swan there has said about playing it safe, and Anastasia Palaszczuk talking about trust. It seems like she doesn't want to scare the horses. Perhaps going back to what David Crisafulli said about the errors of maybe doing too much too quickly. Is that what we should take out of this?
Definitely, and I think there's politics has changed over the last few decades. Gone are the days when they elect a leader and say, we trust you to do the right thing. I think the voters want to be taken on the journey, and we need to learn how to explain complex issues so that people can understand why we're doing things and how we're doing them. And that's quite different to the way it used to be. Gone are the days of Menzies when he went, doing it this way and follow me.
Wayne Swan, just in terms of Anastasia Palaszczuk, she's only been an MP since 2006. She led a very small opposition team. There were only 9 Labor MPs. She's going into a very different job now. Is she up to that job?
Absolutely. I mean, she has learnt a lot from government. I mean, when you're a backbench member in a government, you have an opportunity to observe and work with ministers to see how processes work. A lot of our people have had a lot of experience in government in one form or another, or out in the private sector. It's not as if there's a team that hasn't been receiving experience and interacting with people who are making decisions in both the political and private sphere. So she may have been a Member of Parliament for a relatively short period of time, but she is no stranger to either the political process or how governments work.
It seems that she does want to seem to run a very no-frills, very laid-back, very calm, not a lot of change, not a lot of reform in the next term of Parliament.
We've heard the word reform thrown around tonight, and, you know, I was tempted to interject when Tim was talking about, you know, reform. Well, you know, reform, tough reform, sometimes turns out to be just plain stupid. Reform has to be something which not only changes something, but convinces people the benefits of it are spread around to everyone. Reform in this country, particularly in the hands of Conservative parties, is only something that's about making life tough for people at average incomes, where other people all get the benefits. And that's one of the reasons why reform, in the terms that's talked about by Tony Abbott, is hard to do. His reforms always make those at the bottom pay the most, and those at the top get all the benefit. And that's where they're getting stuck with what they're trying to do to Medicare, what they're trying to do in the education system.
All right, Jane Prentice, I see you throwing your hands out there. You're just giving up.
We're all paying $1,000 million a month because of Wayne's debt and deficit legacy that he left us, so that's everyone.
So what about the AAA credit rating? Why is that there? What do you think?
Well, it's not there in Queensland, but Jess, I believe
we have a very good credit rating in Queensland. It could be one step higher, that's all.
Do we really want to degenerate into, you know, the surplus you said you delivered?
We can go into all of it.
We probably don't want to degenerate into that.
I'd welcome the debate.
Stick to tonight's issues, maybe. Jess?
And it is Anastasia Palaszczuk's night tonight.
Exactly.
And seeing as
I'd like to formally congratulate her too. I think it was a very gracious speech and she deserves our congratulations.
Seeing as you did, though, stray into federal issues once again, Jane Prentice, we did cut you off earlier when we were asking about the prospect that there would be a challenge to Tony Abbott. Is that likely?
Look, I haven't spoken to my colleagues. I think it'll be very much to see what he says on Monday.
Oh, so you're all judging his speech on Monday as to whether you...
I think she just threw him under a bus, actually.
Well, it's a high-pressure speech by the sound of it on Monday now.
He said that that's going to be the turning point, and I think this should be a serious message coming out of Queensland today. So.
I didn't realise there was that much at stake. This speech on Monday could determine whether there's a leadership spill.
well, not a leadership spill, but I believe it's pivotal to going forward, and pivotal to us holding government is where we go from here and how we take people with us.
Now, if I could just go back to the events of today, Wayne Swan, when Anastasia Palaszczuk almost accidentally became opposition leader after the last election, she had 7 MPs, including herself. How difficult was that over the last 3 years?
Well, it's a hard road in opposition, and there's many in the Labor Party that have done it for a long time. Some people get to do it for more than 3 years, but she would have done it particularly hard because of a lack of resources and a lack of MPs. Imagine that you're in Brisbane and there's no MP for Brisbane, north at the river, for example, and the first MP you got to was in Rockhampton. So pretty hard when you're trying to mount a statewide campaign with only 7 MPs from a relatively small geographic area. So that is a fantastic achievement to run a campaign, over 3 years with such a small number of people.
It's safe to say, though, that she really has to change gear now from being a leader in an opposition to being perhaps the leader of a government. That's a completely different kettle of fish.
Absolutely, and you've seen how tough Tony Abbott has done in trying to make that change. And I don't say that just from a point scoring point of view. It is not an easy thing to do, but people who have been involved in politics generally make that transition, and some make it better than others. And I'm sure she's going to be out there talking to people about how she's going about this, consulting with people about transition to government, bringing together the sort of people you need to talk to about doing all of that, involving her senior representatives in that process. That is pretty standard for an incoming government.
OK, thanks, Wayne Swan. All right, I think it's time to have a look at an overall picture with Anthony Green.
What I wanted to first do was just show the map of Greater Brisbane from Pine Rivers down to the edge of the Gold Coast. That's the result before the election with the by-elections and the resignation of Nyirangpilli. This is what it looks like now. So all that red has come back, and we've got Everton and Aspie to the north, Clayfield, Moggill, Indooroopilly. Mount Ommaney should be Labor as well, so that one's actually wrong. So that's quite a dramatic change in the map from last week. I want to talk about the chamber because as the numbers have developed, it's become more. It's not at all clear that Labor will have a majority. Labor has 43 seats. I've got them with 43 seats definite. Our current prediction, I think, gets up to 45. Maryborough, got no idea what's going on in Maryborough. It's not going to draw for me, typical. But 43 they've got, and there's 1 seat extra is Whitsunday, and then Mansfield gets them to 45. Maryborough, I've got no idea what's going on in Maryborough. We've got 45, 48. That's my current prediction. 45 is if they win those last 2 Dalton seats, but Labor's definitely got 43 seats, and that's 3 more than the LNP have. And given you've got 2 counter candidates and you've got Peter Wellington, you'd have to put the money on Labor forming government.
OK, thank you, Anthony. Now we're getting towards the end of the night. I know it's been a late one, and it's time to bid farewell to our expert panel, Jane Prentice, Wayne Swan. Thank you very much for your time and for your insights. We do appreciate it, and good luck next year at the federal election.
And can I say on our behalf, Wayne, there's one thing we agree on, and that's well done to the Socceroos tonight. I think it was a great result all around.
Well done to the Socceroos and well done ABC.
Oh, thank you very much,
yes.
Wayne Swan. Thank you to Jane Prentice.
This is the best buy of the campaign. These are gingerbread men from the Ferny Grove State School, and I thought they were very special. So that's a present to you and Jess.
Thank you very much. And they were only $1, so that is really good value. So that's excellent. Thank you very much, you too. All right, now if you've missed the result of your seat, don't fear. We've got all the results coming up in the traditional call of the board with Jess and Anthony.
Thank you very much, Matt. And there are a lot of seats changing hands tonight, so let's get straight to it. And we will start in Albert, around the Gold Coast, Logan region. Anthony, where has Albert wound up tonight?
Albert has stayed with the LNP. There's been a swing at 10.2%, but Mark Boothman has been returned as the member for Albert.
One of the few. Let's go to Algester in southern Queensland.
Leanne Enoch has won this seat. It's gone back to the Labor Party with a swing of 17.5%, and Leanne Enoch becomes the first Indigenous female to be elected to the Queensland Parliament.
Another history-making result tonight. Ashgrove then, and of course the big story of the night, Kate Jones defeating the Premier Campbell Newman.
Yes, this emphatic victory, swing of 10.6%. Kate Jones has led on first preferences, widens the gap on the preferences of the Greens and the other candidates, and wins with, we're projecting towards 55% of the two-party preferred vote.
To Aspley then in North Brisbane, where Tracy Davis was the Communities Minister.
She's easily returned a very safe LNP seat, and the swing of swing of more than 10.6%, swing of 16.9%, but she's still returned in that previously safe seat.
Barron River in northern Cairns, it may still be a bellwether seat after tonight, Anthony, or maybe not?
It looks like it is. The Labor Party, well, presuming the Labor Party will form government, then the Labor Party has won Barron River, one of the seats where they've come from behind on preferences to win. As I think I mentioned earlier, the LNP leads on first preferences in 50 electorates, but it looks like they might only win 41. There's been quite a number of seats where they've trailed and lost, led and lost.
To Bow Desert then in rural southern Queensland, this was a very safe LNP seat.
And it's had a 15.9% swing, but John Krause has easily won the seat in the end. As I said, the big swing against him, but it still ends up being a safe LNP seat.
To Brisbane Central in inner city Brisbane, and we are seeing the return of Grace as the MP there.
Yes, closing the gap on Green preferences to win that seat. Robert Cavalucci's defeated after one member in Brisbane Central. The former seat of Peter Beattie returns to being a Labor-held seat.
To Broadwater now on the northern Gold Coast. How is Verity Barton going to wind up tonight?
Well, she's one of the smallest swings in the state, only 4.7%. So Verity Barton has easily retained Broadwater, one of the smallest swings in the state, yes.
To Buderim and Steve Dixon, who was the Sports Minister, holding on there?
He's held on. He's got over 50% of the first preference vote. A double-digit swing again, but he still holds it by a double-digit margin. It was previously a very safe seat.
To Bulimba, which was Queensland's most marginal seat in the state. Di Farmer, an MP who was booted out, back again.
They've kept the swing, the LNP has kept the swing down to only 6.4%, but it was such a marginal seat that there was no margin for error there, and Di Farmer has been returned to the Parliament, in the seat she previously represented.
Another one of the big surprises tonight in Bundaberg, where the Police Minister Jack Dempsey is out.
Yeah, huge swing, 22.4%. Labor leads by 6% on first preferences, a complete reversal. Huge swing in that electorate. It did have a long history of being a Labor seat, but when it was lost on the hospital issue in 2006, you wouldn't have banked on it coming back to Labor Party this quickly.
To Bundamba in eastern Ipswich, Joanne Miller for the Labor Party has held this seat since 2000 and continues to do so, Anthony.
She came close to defeat last time, but she's got a 20% swing to her this time, so an easy victory for Joanne Miller.
To Burdekin, where Rosemary Menkins, the LNP member, retired after 11 years. Dale Last was trying to hang on to the seat there.
And he will be elected and will become the new member for Burdekin, but from a low primary vote, and there's been a lot of preferences have flown to the Labor Party, who've managed to actually haven't got all the preference counts in here. I'm just trying to yeah, there's still some figures to come, but it looks like, yeah, he will be returned with a swing of about 14.5%.